a bad Shamar. You know him? Not really. He ain't bad. He ain't bad. Who? Shamar. You know him? Shamar Brooks.
Hey. There.
What?
That wasn't the theme. That wasn't the theme tune.
Oh.
You played a jingle.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. But first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act. But people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good afternoon from guerrilla cricket. Sorry, in Sydenham. It's sunny in Sydenham, and the sun's gone to my brain, and I've had my CBD jelly for the day, and I'm sitting here getting ready for day 3 of the second test. Although, you notice that on the TV? It says third test on there. Bloody.
Oh, is that a bit of BT's junior?
Yeah.
Graduate trainee captioner again.
Well, exactly. I'm here with trainee Tone. He's opening the show and doing it all on his own in the studio on Sunday.
Oh, Lord, if we get on there, it'll be a miracle. But
well, it will be. I'll be on the end of a phone. But it is day 3 from Barbados, and it's nicely poised. England lead by 436 after getting to a massive 507. It's the first time they've done that in 13 months, and they've barely got above 300. But they've done that in all 3 innings so far in this series.
Yeah, they
incredibly.
have. Yeah, they have.
From shit to okay. And the West Indies are 71 for 1. An early wicket for the debutant Fisher, which was all very nice. Craig Brathwaite survived what would have been absolutely plumb LBW by a slight scratch on the outside edge of his bat, as he got a grubber from Jack Leach, which hopefully will be good news for England. I am joined by trainee Tony Bishop, and I am joined by Macy Jez first up. Welcome to you both. What are we looking for on a tantalising day? Tone?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. I mean, if you're England, then you're looking for early wickets, obviously. It goes without saying, I suppose. If you're the West Indies, then you're looking for these two who have basically, since the fall of that early wicket, done a pretty decent job. One or two have grubbed. Fisher, I thought, got some lively bounce. Leach was getting some prodigious turn, but that seemed to die off a little bit. I think they'll just want to keep the ship steady, see themselves through to lunch with minimal damage, and take time out of the game.
That's pretty standard. That's pretty standard practice, isn't it? That's Test match cricket. But
you asked me what I thought would happen.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not going to give you a miracle.
I'm not criticising you, because that'll be exactly what every single broadcaster in the world will be saying.
Precisely. Exactly.
We're no different than anyone else. We see a game of cricket, and that's what you want to do if you are batting. Your thoughts, though? I mean, my thoughts are the pitch looks like it will break up and get worse and worse. So England got a good chance, even if they get 350 or stuff, which I think might be harder to get for them. And then England won't have many runs to get themselves into a position where they could possibly win the test, and there's still plenty of time left. So that's my thoughts. What about you, Jez?
Well, it depends a lot on the pitch, doesn't it? My thinking is that the pitch will probably be really good for batting for most of today, and may start to deteriorate after that. If that's the case, then I think we can look forward to some attractive cricket rather than some of the grind that we might have had in the past. So I'd really like to see the West Indies make a lot of runs today and throw it into the melting pot for the next couple of days. One thing I do know is that there will be a lot of people who will be going into the GPL, which is starts at 82 pounds today, and once the Bear resets it, it'll be open for new entries.
Well, it opens on the start of play at 2
oh,
o'clock.
right.
So it
Is
won't
that
be
what
open.
it is?
Yes. It's open for the first 2 hours. So it will open at 2 o'clock. But of course, if you're smart and you play your GPL right, you go in towards lunch, don't you?
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Although, yesterday's onslaught by Stokes, for the first time in quite a while, took everybody out of the GPL. It was just short of your last guess, wasn't it? Yeah, it was just short of your last guess.
Well, I added 2 extra picks just before the close at 2 minutes to 1 because it was going a lot faster than I'd anticipated.
Well, this is the thing, Stokes.
And I came within 1 run.
Well, yeah. Stokes got 120 of 128 balls, and that has really given the time in this game for England to hopefully push for a win. If you're an English fan, I guess if you're a West Indies fan, you want these two and Bonner to do what he did previously in Antigua, and they may, they'll take a lot of time out of the game if they do that. B, they'll be within 150 to 100 runs of England by sort of lunch tea tomorrow, and it'll be difficult to get a result then, you'd have thought. Right, I'm going to play some jingles for people out there. I've changed the Craig Brathwaite jingle because it's 40 seconds long before, so I found one at 7 seconds. I don't know what it sounds like.
No, it really is hate. Craig Brathwaite.
Okay.
Not very good is the answer.
That's a what else have I got? I've got
it's a computer generated one.
Yeah, that's there's this one. Now that's 47 seconds. Don't want that one.
You could just fade them, Bear. You're the
Yeah,
DJ Mixmaster Smash.
I do.
Well, there you go.
But that's the same one, isn't it?
God.
Okay, forget that. Shamar Brooks is there too.
Who's coming up next? And is he any good? Well, he's not bad, Shamar. You know him? Not really. He ain't bad. He ain't bad. Shamar. You know him? Shamar Brooks.
If Carling did discos, they probably wouldn't be like this.
That's why. I knew there was a men with them one. I'll play that in a second. Opening for England is this man.
It's Matt Fisher, the solution that you see. Balls real fast, but a dodgy physique.
His first ball is on the money, 135 Ks, decent line and off stump. Length ball. Defended by Brathwaite. Back down the track, there's no run.
Another Matt Fisher's injury record has included, let me tell you, hamstring, side strain, back stress injury, broken thumb and dislocated shoulder. Is this actually an audition that England quick bowlers have to take to see how many times they...
Well, clearly.
By a young age they've managed to do some damage to themselves.
Yeah. Next ball is defended. Out to mid-off on the front foot by Brathwaite. Feeling himself in there. Right, I found the one I was looking for. This one.
To the crag that braves the tide, to the beacon in the night. I trust in you,
Interesting. 1 for 18, Matt Fisher.
Yeah, he's done very tidily.
He has indeed. His second ball jumps a little bit, and Brathwaite takes his bottom hand off it. See, I'm less inclined than you, Messi, to believe that this will be a straightforward batting day. I do think this pitch is showing signs of changing.
I was being
its
an
nature.
optimist, Spare.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of turn that was yesterday, the odd one that grubbed. I mean, if that gets worse as the day goes on. Now, I was going to ask you to. I'm never bloody sure what the grounds and rules are, because they can have a roller at the end of the innings. Can they have a roll at the beginning of the day as well? Or
Yep.
Yeah, they can. Okay, so it's had a roll, so it might be a bit placid for a while. Fisher is in. Ooh, wow! Now, if you'd have missed that, that'd have been plumb LBWs, me my bet. He stands at the crease, defends it as Brathwaite up to mid-on. There's no run.
Did nicely enough, didn't he, in the Antigua? Got 55 and 33, did Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah.
Not so great for Brooks, I don't think. 18 and 5.
Well, he's on 31 today, so
He's
it's his
doing well.
highest,
Yeah.
highest score of the series so far. Brathwaite is a Barbadian, isn't he, anyway? Is Brooks?
He is. Shamar Brooks is also from Barbados. You're absolutely right.
So this is home turf for the pair.
It is.
Defended back down the track by Brathwaite. There's no run.
From St Michael is Craig Brathwaite. When I don't know my local geography, but isn't that roughly where Rihanna's from as well? Isn't she from that part of town?
Don't know. It's only 166 square miles, isn't it?
Well, oh, check. Listen to you with your geography. Very good.
The Bear does geography. Oi.
Bear does geography.
Well,
I pay
13
money for
squared
that.
is 169, so it's only 13 miles square, basically, set out on an island. It's not huge. As Fisher comes in, and it's worked into the leg side, and there's no run. In fact, isn't that probably smaller than the surface area of Greater London, I thought?
Well, that has
Absolutely,
been one of the
yeah.
reasons given for it being such a fantastic hotbed of cricketing talent. Because young talent never has far to travel to play against other young talent.
True.
So, we've got a number of people joining us today. Farong is with us. He says, greetings from Mirpur. Hope everyone is well. Wonders if the Windies can bat through the day. He's nominated Joe Root as #1 batter in the world. Anything lacking in his approach is a baggy green cap. Warren says, good morning all. Rebel Scum says, let's hope it's less Milton Keynes and more Paradise Regained on guerrilla cricket. England to bowl the Windies out. Ravi Nair says, hello, the big three. I'll take that in the nicest sense. Thank you, Ravi.
Yeah, we'll take that in
my
the nice sense.
dreary feeling is that the Windies will end today about 300 for 5. And Jay Grover says, oi, Bear, something fucky has happened with my Patreon card change. I haven't lowered payment. Also, can I have a Patreon hamper discount, please? Well, you will have received in your Patreon emails a notification of the special discount for Patreon members. Jay, you should have received that yesterday.
If your card has changed, you'll probably need to re-enter some different card details if it's run out. Change of bowling anyway. First ball, his first over today. First ball turns. That gives you a clue. From about off stump and beats. Well, he drew his bat inside it.
I hate to be too parochial, but just for a second,
Go on.
I did see a mail from to confirm that Jade renewed his Patreon subscription. When I checked our mail this morning, so have another look, Jay.
Defended next ball back down the track to the bowler, and there is no run. Well, it might be that because he changed his card, it all got stuck in the system, and we just resend him the email.
Yeah, we'll do that.
And if you still don't get it, we'll send it to you manually. If you send us an email at our Gmail address. That one, too short from Jack Leach, angling at leg stump. Did straighten a little bit, but Brathwaite was... No, sorry, it would have been Brooks. Was he able to get back on his back foot? Just clip it around a corner, and there is no run.
That's interesting. Jack Leach has been considerably more successful in getting turn from the Malcolm Marshall end than he has been from the Joel Garner end. Quite a big and appreciable difference
Okay,
for him.
Breaking up more. So,
Yeah.
what end have they got him bowling at?
The Marshall end, I think.
Okay. I haven't seen the stand, so I can't tell you.
I'll tell you. that's my guideline as well.
And let's go there again.
No, he's bowling. He is bowling. Yes, he's bowling from the Garner end, which is the one he did get more turn.
Okay. He comes in, for the... Oh, another lovely ball floated up on a roundabout off stump, prods forwards as Brathwaite turns past the outside edge. This pitch has certainly got more in it than the last pitch, and Jack Leach will be looking to bowl a large part today, I would think. I think Root has got some trust in him from that last game, actually, and the fact that he bowled him for nearly 70 overs.
He's also got runs behind him. That's a big difference.
Well, and it made a lot of difference, but he was also really economical in the last test. He was going around just under 2 and over, which any captain wants out in their spinners. If you can bowl 70 overs at 2 and over and take a couple of wickets. Oh, now inside edge popped up just wide of short leg. And, you know, as a spinner, there's nothing better than having a captain's confidence and know that you're going to get some massive long spell.
I think, you know, we're all too quick to, and with justification often, to, you know, question some of Joe Root's captaincy. But trying him from both ends, seeing which one works, and then opening him up at the one that works the next morning seems pretty commonsensical to me.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a stats person up there somewhere,
Well,
like
sure.
Ayana, who's given them that information. Ayana Holder, of course, is one of our guests you might hear with Babbling Brook at tea time.
Sadly not this one, but she will be back for the Grenada test.
Okie dokie. That was last ball was just defended. Into the ground, there's no run. Yeah,
there's your stats.
It's still good spin for both ends, to be honest, though. 3.8 degrees is enough.
Yeah.
Take wickets. And you can imagine it's only going to get more.
So actually, hang on, if he's bowling from the Ghana end and he's getting most of his turn from the Marshall end, that doesn't necessarily make sense. Although I have to say, he got a couple to rip there pretty well.
Indeed.
73 for 1. G'day and Gamorro, cricket nerd, says Brian Barish. It's a beautiful day here in suburban Philly. The sun is singing, the birds are shining. And I don't think that was sugar I put in my coffee. Oh dear. Going and go.
Well, yeah, pep yourself up. Second over from Fisher. Third over of the day. First ball seemed to maybe nip back a little bit, keep a little bit low. And I might have to go under, actually, for the fall of the first wicket, boys. Make life a little bit interesting. Damn, don't have my phone on me, goddammit. I'm going to have to nip out between overs if one doesn't fall in this over. Although I did go under last night at 55 and I didn't get it. But the wickets look, maybe I'm just an optimistic Englishman, but they look a lot more possible now than they did in the first couple of days. Fisher is in. On the back foot is Brathwaite. Plays it out to extra cover. There's no run. Good umbrella field on the offside. There's point, cover, deeper set, and there's an extra cover / wide mid off, whatever you want to call it these days.
I was just looking at those two flags dangling over the stand there. Obviously English fans at Stoke City and Huddersfield. I mean, that would be a Tuesday night fixture to change channel for, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Can they do it on a sunny afternoon in Barbados? That's the question.
No, both teams will
They might be able to do it.
They both fry and collapse with sunburn or something. Fisher is going to come in. Third ball of his 7th over. He's bowling at Brathwaite. It's a decent line, decent length. Quite like what I've seen of Fisher so far. Defended, back down the track. There's no run. He's got a very repeatable action. Stands upright. There's nothing weird about it. Seems to have decent lines and lengths. Doesn't spray it around too much. Not ultra quick, but enough pace.
Chris Waller in Abu Dhabi's joined us. He says, "Evening team. In for the first time in too long. Welcome back, Chris. Good to have you on board."
Indeed. Welcome back. Fisher up to the crease, delivers. It's full, and Brathwaite gets his bat down on it. You kind of feel the wicket's coming, don't you?
Nah.
No. I'm trying to get the excitement and the juices flowing, peeps.
Well, I got to tell you, Matt Fisher's got 1 wicket, and in honour of that, the Barmy Army's made a song for him which refers to him as the greatest of all, which I thought was sort of pushing the barrow a bit far.
Yeah.
He's Matt Fisher, he's the greatest of them all, it says.
The greatest of all the cricketers playing for England called Matt Fisher, which is probably accurate enough.
That's into the pad, strays a little bit there. It's square, there is someone down there. It's
Johnny B.
Johnny B. With his ginger beard is back in full effect. I think he looks better with a beard than without, I have to say.
Johnny B, yeah. I go along with that. Offers a bit of extra facial protection as well, doesn't it? Under the sun.
Exactly. Suits his surliness.
I'd like to see him dye his hair blonde and see what the reaction was. And how
Oh
he'd
my
look.
God! We'll do a Foden, yeah,
He's a-
bleach blonde.
I think he could change his character altogether.
As long as he did his beard too. Now, in fact, it'd be funny if he
Yeah.
bleached his hair and had a big ginger beard at the same time. That'd be quite.
He'd look
amusing.
like a
He'd look weird.
vanilla ice cream with orange sauce on.
Last ball was pretty innocuous actually. Attempted short ball, just died a little bit in the pitch. Barely got through the folks. End of the over, no run. Go back to Messi.
Geographic says at least Matt Fisher were too busy in agonising pain to make racist tweets. God, I don't know if you've seen what the ex-Yorkshire chairman's been doing, but
We have.
it's not
We're racking up a number of things to talk to George DeBell about when he comes onto the show, and hopefully that will be something especially for our patrons.
Oh, good. Brian says, I have a very quirky on this day in sports history, if anyone is interested in hearing it.
Oh, we are.
Put it out there, Brian. Put it out there. And Ferron sends a picture of a bird. I think it's a minor bird, is it? Says, when the bish is away, Russell will...
Play.
Question mark.
I imagine it's a crow then, if it's Russell.
Ah, well. Defended back down the track as Leach starts his 11th over. And defended, and there's no runs. Well, just 23 runs in those 10.1 overs. Pretty decent economy rate. Again, that was full driven this time. Just that wide enough of Ben Stokes at mid-off that they can get through for a quick single. But again, Leach will be looking to bowl pretty much all day if I was him.
Well, I was thinking possibly Rooty might give himself a fair few overs if the ball is genuinely turning and Leach needs a break.
Well, possibly, and Dan Lawrence as well, and especially if the left-handers come in. It's a reasonable ploy on the back foot. Brooks just defends, and there is no run. Leach just wants to settle into a spell here. I wouldn't be worried about getting wicked straight away. I'd just be worried about applying pressure to the batsman and hope it can still be applied at the other end.
I think they must just hypnotise him before each game, saying, just pretend it's Taunton 2017.
Well, you know, a spinner knows when he gets a good wicket to bowl on, you know. And that's defended back down the track, there's no run. And when you see that kind of turn, you think, well, actually, you know, there's something here for me. And it does. Gets the juices
Start of the
flowing a bit
series,
more.
you
I mean,
wouldn't
there's
have
nothing worse than you bowl on a deck and you know that there's sod all here for
Yeah.
me. This is just a pasting. But if there's something there for you, I guess it's the same for seamers as well. That's a bit too short though. Chased down by Stokes. Is he going to get there? He's
yes, he
just
is.
about going to haul it in. They'll probably get back for 3. No, he's signed only 2, I think.
It's the Cape Town Crusaders in tandem.
Yeah. the ginger Cape Town Crusaders.
He did really well actually, and Johnny B was right there behind him to pick up the pieces. Well done. Nice fielding. An energetic fielding. I'm not sure he would have done quite so well in the latter stages of yesterday after that innings and
No,
called into the
probably
bowling
not.
attack early.
Got him in the ice bath, gave him another rub down.
Yeah.
Leach is bowling. That's a good line. Fractionally more offside, probably a better line, but it's middle and leg. Anywhere between middle and leg and middle and off is probably the line he wants to bowl.
That's pretty much where he's going, I think.
Yeah.
Something's tickling Messers.
It's yours.
You
it's
can
your
tell us.
spot.
You can tell us what's tickling you, Messers.
Okay, Jeff Perkins says, I presume Guerrilla Cricket have lots of Dobell entendres lined up for George.
Oh,
Dobell.
very good.
There's lots of people with us on YouTube. YouTube's actually quite well set up for people to chat amongst themselves.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
But I'll say hello to them firstly by name. Suter Who's there, Rich Turner Music, Jeff G. Thomas, Perky Bumfinger.
One of the
and
greatest
Dara
names.
Yeah, Dara Azizi and Stephen Kelk are all there. Colin Suter thinks you brought your work with you to Gorilla Towers today. Bish.
Me? Oh no, that's just my various notes.
Yeah, he has massive crocodile clips full of notes, man.
England notes,
You must go through a
West
lot of
Indies
paper.
notes, and general notes.
It's not very environmentally friendly, your notes, you know. The first ball was just defended.
Well, they do in that.
Brathwaite, and there's no
A
run.
lot of them last all series, and then I just write on top. I don't do them fresh for every test. That's the beauty of a test series in the Bishop note-taking world.
Cool.
dear.
That one's in around about hip high, maybe thigh high, angling in towards the stumps, flicked by Brathwaite. It wasn't that leg sidey. He kind of flicked it from standing in his batting stance at the crease. There is a shortish.
I love the
square
bear
leg
criticising
signal.
the environmental friendliness or otherwise of the Bish as he puffs a huge cloud of smoke
Through a
into the
cloud
air.
of fog that's sort of wafting my way. Yeah.
You only expel water with these vapes, you know.
Oh yeah.
It's water vapour. That's defended not massively comfortably by Brathwaite, but gets enough on it. This goes into the ground square, outside half of the bat, you'd say. Backward point, and there's no run.
Actually, that I can on the same set of notes, right at the very top. I've got Rihanna was born in St Michael Parish. So I could have looked down and discovered that earlier on.
I bloody well could have met Rihanna if I'd have gone out to Durham during the World
Do you
Cup.
know what? The number of times she's phoned me and said that about you.
Man. Well, no, Barry.
It is one of her life's great regrets.
Barry, my erstwhile, partner during the World Cup, that's defended back down the track and there's no run. We spent our time chauffeuring Lloydie, of course. I mean, he was. Me and him were like basically we got left in the shit by the man who'd hired us.
Yeah,
and we had to do the
know
whole
that
thing
story,
ourselves.
yeah.
So I mean, we were off by that time because he hadn't paid his bills, so we weren't doing the World Cup for that part. But he was like, "Come up to Durham, drive me up to Durham," and it's like I've just been driving you all over.
Well,
the
actually,
country.
do you know, that does make me think. That whilst many of our Gorilla listeners will know your Clive Lloyd stories, many of I'll hold that for a second.
That is defended back down the track and there's no run.
Our new listeners on Platinum FM won't know that story.
Well, if you're listening,
Tales of the World Cup will
if
be
you're listening
good
on
news.
Platinum FM and you're in Barbados, you all know Barry Wilkinson. He's a well-known radio and sports presenter from there, and he's obviously friends with Clive Lloyd, and he was one of their main commentators for the World Cup. And it was my job to basically drive him around in my crappy old Citroen C4. If I had my Mercedes, I don't think we'd have had to hire a car. As that one is on the back foot, Brathwaite defending off Fisher. Last ball. No, one ball's coming out over. No, that is the last ball of the over. 32 gone.
He's got long legs, though. Do you
77
have him in the front or the back?
He was always in the back. Barry always used to sit in the front, and I had a little crappy Citroen C4.
How tall is Barry?
Barry's about my height.
So you've got the great Sir Clive Lloyd.
He wanted to sit
squeezed, folded up like a concertina in the back of your pokey Citroen.
He kept getting in the back.
What?
And then we hired a big SUV though, so that was cool. But then then I was herring around
like
at like 100 miles an hour everywhere, getting bloody.
That's why he sat in the. Well, he
and
has
then
my
he started
sympathy.
then he started getting a train.
I've travelled with you on a long drive, and let me tell you, the back seat's probably the safest place to be.
Man, I'm a safe driver. I just drive at speed.
I'm not going to go into the.
Man, you can drive an autobahn at 108 miles an hour. You should be able to drive them.
Yeah, ideally with your hands on the steering wheel. Then
I do have my hands on the steering wheel. That's defended back down the track. There's no run.
periodically.
Man, I'm being maligned.
Yeah.
One hand answering the phone, one hand finding the
I don't
vape,
answer the phone,
and
I've
two
got
knees
hands
doing the
free.
steering.
Oh please.
So how
In the old days,
did
maybe.
you rubble the spliff?
Well, in the old days, I used to be able to do all these things at once. That is clipped, two leg side by Leach, and it's down towards fine leg. Not enough on it to get. Well, should have been pushing to 3 possibly, but again, it's just 2. Brooks moves on to 36 of 94. Brathwaite's 31 off 100, 79 for 1. The West Indies win the 33rd over, and they still trail by a massive 428.
Yeah, but if I'm, as a West Indies fan, I'd be looking at this going, decent start. Shame about the one. These two are looking, pretty steady.
Yeah, I'll give you that, as that's defended into the long side and there's no run. But if you were watching this as an England fan with 428 to go, what would you be thinking?
I'd be thinking Calypso, Collapso any minute now. When are we going to bat again?
So maybe the West Indies have also got that thought in their brains because they're not so different to us when it comes to Test match
absolutely
cricket. And that is a good ball. Turns flat, spinning delivery, catches the outside edge of Brooks's bat, goes past second slip. I think he played it softly enough that it went in the ground first. Get himself a single. Nice delivery though.
Gary Naylor makes the point that the only people who say I'm a safe driver are those who are not.
Well,
Man.
He was like, trust me, I'm a doctor. Well, you wouldn't have to say trust me.
Leach coming up, 5th ball of the over. He's trying too much, isn't he? He's straining for the wonder ball that pitches on leg and takes off the off bail. That one is a bit leg side. It does square up Brathwaite a bit. It does turn and catch the outside half the back, go out to cover in the end.
He's giving it a bit more air than he usually does, which is
yeah,
a
the
good
odd one's
sign.
flat. I mean, the last one was flat, but I mean, he's a lot quicker through the air than Pamor as well, just on average. It's a decent ball again on a roundabout, that leg stump, probing away there, and it's defended back down the track by Brooks, and there's no run.
Well, he did end up with 3 wickets, didn't he? Sammy Pumall. Just a tad on the expensive side.
Two stumpings. Though,
Stop
that were
using
kind
my
of-
tweet space.
Sorry.
Stop it at once. Brian Barish says, on this day in 1953, the Boston Braves announced they were relocating to Milwaukee for the season. At the time of the announcement, they were playing a spring training game in Florida and were leading the Yankees 3-0. They ended up losing 5-3. I could have lived without knowing that, you know.
That's a nice little warm-up. I look forward to the interesting one.
Yeah.
MX Grandfest Dardo says, first time I've had a chance to listen properly all week. Off work and childcare duty, virtue of testing positive for the Rona. Oh well, there are some upsides.
Yeah, that's defended back down the track as Fisher continues, and Brooks defends, and there's no run. It's interesting, isn't it? Fisher's on debut. He's been given the honour of opening the bowling on his 3rd day, ahead of Wokes, who's the senior member of the side.
Well, and indeed Mahmood, who had to really kick his heels for a fair bit yesterday before he got a crack, didn't he?
I don't think Mahmood is be so much concerned. He's probably happy to be playing, and he did get a bowl last night. He bowled quite well, let's be fair.
Yeah, he did.
We only had about 25 overs last night, so everyone was going to get a bowl. In a burst. He did come on 5th change, or 4th change, I suppose. Edged! Oh, and drops just short of 2nd slip. He pulled his hand off the back, Brooks, like it jumped higher than he thought it was going to do, mate. Signs of this pitch misbehaving. There's a bit of turn. It was on a cross-seam delivery, it bit, and it actually did come off his glove. And that's probably what saved him, because it probably took the pace off the ball. Dropped just short of Crawley at 2nd slip.
Not for the first time in this
Not
innings
for the
either.
first time. Well, I mean, the glove is significantly softer, isn't it? I mean, it's bound to take a little bit of energy out of the ball, and enough just to drop it short.
Is it an advantage to be really tall if you're a slip fielder? I always remember Tony Gregg fielding there.
Depends, I guess, if it goes high or low. That's defended up to mid-off and there's no run. If it goes really high, then yes.
That's
If it goes
genius.
really low, probably not.
Well, it depends too on the sides. I mean, Cameron Green, who is 6'7", I think, is a superb gully fielder. It's like
he is.
he gives you an almost extra person.
Yeah, but the wider you go, the more you get to see the shot as well.
No, I guess I asked
that's
because that is the second time that Crawley has basically gone down like a falling tree, and on both occasions didn't. I mean,
If
it
it had been
wasn't
5'1",
would a shorter man have picked them up? That was my only musing, really. I kind of went in that direction.
Fisher in last ball of the over. That's too wide. No need to blow that. It's not last ball of the over. It's just only 4th ball of the over.
And what was Tony Gregg? Tony Gregg was always in the slips, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was 6'6",
I guess it
6'5",
also
6'6", I think.
Yeah, I guess it also depends on your starting position and things like that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
I mean, Tony Gregg was skipper a lot too, so being in the slips was always handy.
absolutely. Yeah. Famed, of course, in that for firing up the West Indies to
Idiot.
completely destroy England.
Yeah.
Yeah, that worked really well, didn't it?
No. Short. Waste of a ball by Fisher. Brooks just drops his hands and watch it through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah. Farron gives an update. Bangladesh are 4 for 239 for 4 after 41.5 overs against the Proteas. Shakib's just been out for 77 off 64 deliveries. 7 for 3 for Nasir. I don't entirely understand that. Over or under the Bear? 285 over or under for the Bear. Too many games all at once.
If you tell me the score again, I'll tell you. That's clipped into the leg side nicely by Brooks. Rides the bounce. Takes the bottom hand off again. Goes down a fine leg and they'll get a single off the last ball of the over. Which means he'll retain the strike.
So basically, well, they're now 256 for 5 after 43.2 overs.
So
the
6.2
line was
overs.
285.
243, 6 overs. Yeah, I'll go over that. 285.
Yeah, I'd
6 overs
definitely
left.
go. Yeah. Look at you three on YouTube, says Christopher. Reminds me of a classic comedy sketch. The Bear as Dudley Moore, Tony as Ronnie Barker, and Messrs as John Cleese looking down on the other two.
Although, yes, I am taller than him, but he is taller than sure. Yeah, that was sketch. That
I'm
was
taller
on.
than both of you.
Was that was the week that was on? If I
think it
recall
was,
that.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leach, number 29.
Or it might have been at last the 1948 show, I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it may have
It's
been.
going to
one
bowl
of
to
them.
Brooks. 38. Leach tosses that one up, driven back, palms it wide enough out to extra cover that they'll get through for a single.
And Jeff Perkins wants to know whether, while Sir Clive was over there, did he stay with Lloyd's of London?
No, but I did go to Clive Lloyd's ex-wife's house as well, and she cooked dinner for us. It was great.
Ah,
While we were in Manchester.
very nice. What did you have? Can you remember?
It's very spicy chicken, which was really tasty. Oh, clipped into the leg side. Not going to quite beat mid-on, but they will get through for a single. As Mahmood is down there at mid-on. He might be a bit upset that Fisher's out-bowled him to start with. Hopefully that'll bring something out of him. We have got very experienced attack, let's be honest. Really. Leach in, and bowls that a little bit short on the back foot. Brooks manages to fence it away down past a slip cordon. There won't be a run this time. And Mahmood is warming up, so he's going to get go before Wokes as well. I wonder how Wokes is feeling. Mind you, he scored 40 runs. It was very useful. Oh, up, out, surely, yes, gone. And Brooks,
Well done,
it
Jack
turned
Leach.
sharply. And probably squat a little bit. It was probably going to be there. If it had bounced its normal height, I think he probably wouldn't have had to stretch so far and would have been able to cut it quite sweetly. It just seemed to go a little bit out the pitch and keep a little bit low. He chased it, toe-ended it. It's gone up, and I think that was Stokes who caught it, wasn't it? Backward point? He didn't
good
time it
catch.
at all well. Yeah, no, it was Wokes, I think. It's Chris Wokes, having just maligned him about a lot of other things. He's caught a beauty. And England get their first wicket of the day. All is well.
The bad news for you, Bear. Bad news for you, Bear, is that just fell outside the window of. I feel like a wicket's going to fall at any moment because we've gone more than 15 minutes past.
Well, I did say
Penny and I were
though,
right.
didn't I? I just felt that there was a wicket. It was a mistake. A ball that he probably thought he should have hit, and I do think it just didn't quite do what he thought it would do, and turn that little bit extra.
So Brian Barish has clarified why that move by the Boston to Milwaukee was of such significance. It never even occurred to me because my American geography is not that great. He said, I thought a professional sports franchise being told that they would be moving homes 1,728 kilometres in the middle of a game would be mildly interesting. It happened again in 1970 when the Seattle Pilots also moving to Milwaukee literally a day before the season. Yeah, that is pretty fucking off.
Where is Milwaukee? Obviously, it's, I've heard of it, but I can't picture where it is in the States. Is it right in the centre?
1,728 kilometres from Boston.
So it's over towards the west and probably south a bit, maybe.
It's a Midwest Milwaukee, famed for its
okay.
brewing, isn't it?
Yeah, they do.
Big
Yeah,
beer
exactly.
town.
I was thinking of beer
Yeah.
when I think of Milwaukee.
I think Brooks is going to be a bit disappointed with that.
Yeah, I think he will.
Slapping to point when he's actually been
as I say,
under a fair degree of control.
I think it just
is
turned
not
that day.
great.
I think he chased it a little bit when it turned a little bit more than he thought it was going to do, and that ended up him toe-ending it. First ball to Bonner, who is the new man at the crease. Of course, the man who was the hero in the last test and has a jingle that goes like this.
Don't you listen to the rumors, he ain't got no tumors. Has a sense of humor, that's all the groomer. Don't listen to the rumors, he ain't got no tumors. Has a sense of humor, that's all the groomer.
His second ball is arrowed in towards leg stump, turns a little bit, he gets forward, plays it right under his eyes, into the offside, there's no run. That's the end of
I think we're due a change, aren't we?
We are due a change.
We are waiting to admit someone as well. I'm not sure who that is. Maybe that is
Be
Andy.
Jack, I'd say.
That's Jack. And I don't know if did we hear Andy Ward?
He's looming large in corporal form.
Grab the spare. We're all sort of COVID thing, but you'll have to come and sit in this chair. So we're going to both vacate.
Tweets.
Yeah, you do that.
Rebel Scum says, let's hope Leach can find a few suckers today. Brian, Bear, can you hear me? Sorry. Brian says, afternoon from sunny Northampton. Can someone please switch on hot mic? Thank you. And MX Grand Theft Auto says, have we reeled off the Fisher puns yet? Good with his lines and angling it in. Fisher takes roach, etc., etc. And I'll leave the next tweet for you, Jack, is actually from Gary Naylor, who's figuratively sitting next to you, about Greige was silly point. And I'll leave it with you. But if somebody, Andy, if you can let the Bear know when you see him that somebody would like hot mic on, that'd be good. Thanks.
Here's Saqib, and he's just tucked off his legs into the leg side, surprisingly, and they're through for a single. Don't worry with my tweets, Jack, you can leave those. But welcome to first time in a while I've been on air with you, Andy Ward. Hello, Andy.
And I'm live and direct from Sydenham, which is my first time in a while as well. Nice to be here.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you got there. I had to set out the day before in order to arrive in Sydenham when I went there last week, but so I'm staying at home for this particular day, but it was lovely to be there. And metaphorically, of course, or televisually, audioly, we're in Barbados, aren't we? We're in Georgetown, where England have got a little bit of a window here. They've got a foot in the door.
Toe in the door, indeed.
84 for 2, and I think this is quite an important test for Jack Leach because he's bowled very well so far. But I think he's the key man in this England attack. He's going to be the key to getting the 18 wickets more that they need to just through to the keeper. And there is no run. We'll come to your tweets at the end of the over. Andy, do you see Jack as Leach as a key man?
Well, it certainly looks like it, the amount of turn he's getting. And of course, the big thing, Jack, I'm sure you'll agree, is the West Indies, unlike Australia, have a lot of right-handers in the top order, and that's the world of difference for Leach.
Yeah, and they're worse at cricket.
That also comes into play, yes.
Yeah, but they may have weaknesses in their side, but they've probably got their two best batsmen at the crease at the moment, and the captain Craig Brathwaite and the very impressive Nkrumah Bonner, who likes to play time in the old-fashioned way. He's on strike now, and he lets this one go through to the keeper. A little bit of bounce there for Mahmood.
Indeed,
can be quite slippery.
This man on to bowl. I'm doing jingles for the first time in forever. Always up for the word bailiwick making an appearance in a jingle.
Indeed, here is Saqib again, outside off stump, and he plays at that Bonner, or rather he withdraws the bat at the very last moment and through to the keeper. That's of course Convoy, that jingle is based on. A song celebrating amateur citizens band radio. Thank God Guerrilla Cricket have got nothing to do with that kind of enterprise.
The original worst version or the banterific Radio 1 DJs?
Oh, banterific. Yeah, no, more. I think it was by a fellow called CJ something or other, but I'm not certain. One hit wonder. You can tweet us your favourite one hit wonders.
Oh, don't start me off.
Yeah, as this one is defended into the leg side. Yeah, I can feel the tweets, the tweet fingers twitching even as we speak. But Andy, you must have. Yeah,
I think my favourite at the moment. I'm listening to the album a lot. Will Power's "Kissing with Confidence."
Oh yeah, it's an acquired skill.
There was a whole album of them, and it's actually kind of good.
Yeah. Will Powers, of course, was a woman.
Was a woman, yes.
Lamina.
Got all sorts of people to perform on that album. Stevie Winwood, Carly Simon on the single, of course.
Sakib in again, and this is defended, no run. I had to recourse to look up Telephone Man on YouTube, which, unsurprisingly, is not really about a telephone, I don't think, but we'll come to your tweets.
We will. Sorry, I was just working out where we were. After Gary, Brian Barish, Messi is God, Jacob and Jesus, both looking down on the bear and judging him. We could do it on Zoom and sell it on Netflix and finance Guerrilla Cricket for the next decade. Old fart at play. Is Hot Mic on today? Sorry, is Hot Mic working today? There's a couple of Jay Grover here. I think I will vet them before reading them out after
Always a good idea.
Mayank says Milwaukee is in Wisconsin, just west of Michigan.
And famous for Harley Davidson motorcycles, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who is always a very interesting read if you find any of his essays and thoughts, as Jack Leach is in. And, the silly point who was in that Tony Gregg position, which is where I remember Tony Gregg fielding very, very close at silly point, it's Dan Lawrence, and he almost caught a forward defensive there. Actually, it did come slightly off the gloves, and he was diving onto the pitch. It's about a tenth of a chance, but it shows how keen England are here. And for once, Root is backing his spinner with close catches, and certainly Leach has got plenty to work with here, as he plays an immaculate forward defensive this time. Does Bonner, whom I keep wanting to refer to as Junior Bonner, but I think Junior Bonner was kind of motorcycle trials rider in a kids series back in the 70s.
The guys were talking about whether tall players were better or worse in the slips. Of course, Greg famously tall and was a close fielder in front of the wicket, like Brian Close.
Yeah, this is defended. No run. Yeah, Brian Close used to get even closer, I think, than Tony Gregg. You know, the head would be over the cut strip when he was fielding it, had a silly point or short leg. Ball doesn't hurt because it's only on you for a fraction of a second, is his view. This is defended. I mean, Dan Lawrence is as close as I've seen a silly point in years there.
And as is common, they just get the new guy to do it.
Yeah, but he'll be feeling very much a part of this team after his 90 odd, and Jack Leach will be feeling very much part of this team with the faith being shown in him as another forward defensive from Brathwaite, I should say, rather than Bonner. And this is good stuff from Leach, because he's bowling an immaculate line and immaculate length, and there's the odd one popping and there's the odd one turning. He's in to finish this over, which is also helping the over rate, which is nice to see. He goes back this time, does Brathwaite, but he can't get it past short leg. It's the end of a very impressive maiden. West Indies are 84 for 2.
Jay Grover was just confirming that Wisconsin is in the Midwest, so safe that time. He also says to you, Andy, that he likes, I think, you never really can tell with Jay.
It's always difficult.
Yeah, he likes your sartorial changes in the post-COVID times. So make of that what you will. I think we read both ways. Warren, I've started the Gary Naylor, Matt Parkinson stopwatch. Ravi Nair says, was Andy lured to Sydenham by the promise of rum?
Hampers. Hampers,
and
I was
what?
promised. Hampers, yes. Have we got
Hampers.
hampers, or did you finish it? Oh, there is some rum. Okay. Oh, full 3 bottles of rum. Okay. Don't start all the rum talk again. We had that last time I was on.
Yeah. And Ravi Nair says, Spirit in the Sky has to be the greatest one-hit wonder. I think it became number one for 3 different acts who never had another hit.
Doctor and the Medics was one cover, made to number 1.
Here is Sakib, and this just takes the outer part of the bat, goes to the man at pointing very close in, I like to see, to the new batsman, not letting him get an easy single off the mark. They play Spirit in the Sky, is it before every Coventry City match they play it?
Who would know?
There's definitely a football club, but the way Everton and Watford run out to Z cars, they run out to Spirit in the Sky.
Dare you? What happened to Everton last night? I saw they were 0-0 at one point.
1-1-0.
Much needed.
10 men and a really brilliant goal from the unlikely source of Alex Iwobi. As Sakib is in, and that one slightly comes in off the seam, but only after it had gone past the batsman. Well taken by Ben Folks. Yes, it was a really raucous Goodison Park, and Frank Lampard was so happy with the goal as as Everton's manager that he punched the dugout and broke his hand. So spirits were very, very high at Goodison last night.
Must have fingers like Nasser Hussain.
Yes. There was a very strange incident in that match, which I'll come back to after this delivery. As Sakib is in, right off stump through to the keeper. There was a protester got onto the pitch, and he cable tied himself to the goalposts round the neck. He was wearing glasses, looked a little bit like the guy who shot John Lennon, which was a bit disturbing. He was wearing glasses and had a kind of reddish t-shirt on. So I'm suggesting that Everton change their mascot for the next match from the toffee lady to a mannequin wearing a red t-shirt, and have them tied to the goalpost during the
So
warm-up.
what does the toffee lady look like? Is she a big giant Quality Street or something?
Well, a little bit like that. It's for defence, and Sakib fields off his own bowling. It's from Barker and Dobson, who are a sweet factory that in Everton, in the district of Liverpool. It gives Everton its name of the Toffees, and I think she still does now. She certainly used to walk around the perimeter of the pitch before the start of the match, dressed in this kind of Victorian blue and white pinafore dress type thing, and she would throw Everton mitts into the crowd, and at once I was the lucky recipient of such an Everton mitt.
What a
when I
day
was a
that
kid.
must have been.
It was. It didn't last very long. It wasn't an heirloom, I promise you that. Sakib is in, and this is beautifully swivel pulled to the man at long leg, and Bonner is off the mark with a single, and West Indies move to 85 for 2. They trail by a monumental 422 after England's splendid first innings, with centuries from Root and from Stokes and a 90-odd from Lawrence, a few cameos chipping in as well. But England very much on top in this game at the moment, but we're not even halfway through the match. I was very surprised at the Guardian's comments column last night, where a large number of commenters were sort of writing this off, saying the pitch is dead, it's going to be a draw. I don't feel that at all.
People on the internet saying things.
Oh, yes. You can find literally anything.
Speaking of, we got a few comments on YouTube, which I'll do after the tweets, if we have time.
Well, it's the end of this over after this ball. Sakib's in again, and this is just defended into short mid-wickets. So, there you go. Over to you, Andy.
Well, Jack with the tweets first.
Okay.
Everyone keeps saying C.W. McCall, so if you're one of
That's
those
about
people,
right, yeah.
Yeah, you've been read. Convoy would be perfect for a collapse. 10-4 is good, says Christ the Choir.
10-4, yeah.
Jeff Perkins has come in with a couple of tweets. One imploring me to read Jay Grover's. I will read them. I will, when they're appropriate. Looks like Junior Bonner, Steve McQueen, was a rodeo rider. Gary,
that's the one.
Yep.
These are all.
This is like reading tweets out in a different language for me. I will be honest. I'm not really sure what any of them are about. Smouty, my random opportunity for enjoying cricket falls today. So listening to you while doing a little bit of caravan carving in the sun. Oh, enjoy your carving.
Carving in his caravan?
Yeah. Could be, yeah.
But 45 minutes into the day, and we've already had 11 overs. This is splendid stuff. It's amazing what fielding sides can do when they're sniffing a win, isn't it? As Leach is in, and this ball is late cut to backward point, and there's no run. Andy, if you want to get your YouTube comments.
we've got Mambo number 5 by Lou Baker. We've got Take On Me, which is completely incorrect because Aha had many excellent hits other than that.
This ball is off the inside edge, but there's a man in it short backwards at square. And
so go and stand in the corner, Dara Azizi, but he does rightly say Botham was a great slipper with his hands on his knees in later years.
He was?
Not actually on his knees like Marcus Trifkotic towards the end.
Mark Waugh, of course, is the best slipper. There is no argument about that. As Leach is in, and this one Bonner plays back 2, which is dangerous with the ball spitting and turning, and he's beaten. And Folks very quick, so quick with the gloves that he defeated my stream there, so I wasn't quite sure what had happened, but yeah, it did turn, and Folks, predatory, like a vulture over a mantelpiece there, he whipped off the bails. But Leach is in again, and this is pushed into the offside. No run. Some more one-hit wonders, Andy?
Oh, well, just to go back to Folks, I saw a bit of talk yesterday suggesting he didn't really play the role with the bat that England needed yesterday, and were looking to crack on, and he only went about a strike rate of 50, and there were some unfavourable comparisons to Joss Butler made. He's horses for courses.
Yeah, of course, Butler always scores at a run at a strike rate of 90 when he plays Test cricket. This ball was defended.
He was very towards the end. He was almost going into a shell in Australia. It was weird.
He's a game changer who never changed the game when it came to Test cricket. Blinding player in the white ball stuff, but this mythical idea that he blasted the ball in Test cricket, he very, very seldom did.
Perhaps wasn't given a licence to do so.
Well, he had 40 odd tests. He should have had some. He had enough chances.
That's true.
Leach has bowled 5 dot balls in this excellent spell. It's approaching the end of his 15th over. He has 1 for 31. He goes back, does Bonner. It's fielded at short point. I do like the fact that England are very much on their toes and close in to save the ones. The end of the over, 85 for 2. Your tweets.
Jeff Perkins says, is this the Gary Naylor, Matt Parkinson stopwatch right twice a day?
It doesn't count if you say it first. You have to wait for
I think it's you can't set it up, can you?
Yeah.
Christ the Choir, 2 one-hit wonders for you. Me and Mrs. Jones, and play that funky music, white boy. Brian Barish, I don't know whether they are a one-hit wonder, but I'd pick Semisonic's Closing Time as mine.
Great song.
Ravi Nair, Una Paloma Blanca.
Well, not really, because yes, the original, not Jonathan King, who had many hits under assumed names.
Grand Theft Auto, one-hit wonders, EMF, Unbelievable.
No, they had more hits than that.
Yeah.
I saw them in concert. I'm going to concert on Sunday. I wonder if any of the punters can guess who it is. A band who were very big for a couple of years in the late 80s, and they're playing a 35th year anniversary gig on Sunday. No. It's all the original members. They're not dead. None of them are dead.
Well, we need a jingle because we have a new bowler.
Okay. It's, Speaking of music. Where is he? There he is.
Works his fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, asked the test, and he went.
And Chris Virtue Signals gets off his spell with a ball that was right on the money, defended, no run. England are bowling here very well. They've got very well set fields. It seems almost kind of anachronistic.
Almost like Captaincy's easy when you're 400 runs ahead.
Yes, it does feel like a throwback to times when England looked like they knew what they were doing, having spent about 12 months not looking like that.
Well, that's what batting 5 sessions can do for you.
Indeed. This, of course, undermines my point instantly by a big leg stump full toss that was missed by Brathwaite, but very well taken by Folks, whose footwork is absolutely immaculate when he's standing back. He really is a delight to watch. You don't always get it on the television, but when you're there and you see his how he floats over the ground, keeping to leg side deliveries, or when he needs to go out wide to his right, he really is a tremendous sight. As Wokes is in, and this is driven uppishly to the man at backward point, who is Alex Lees. Don't think it was a catch, but it was certainly one of those things that ESPN cricket would refer to as not being in control of the shot. No, it dropped well short, and he kicked up off a bit of an old wicket there.
Not sure why the fielder went the wrong way for a second there. He was maybe just anticipating a little bit.
Well, no, I think it did kick up off the footmarks of an old wicket there. That's why it also bounced up. It went like an off break. Anyway, he did well to get behind it, did Lees, and was right on the money again. Is Wokes. Bonner has 1 from 18 deliveries, and I don't think Brathwaite scored very many this morning either. This is a test of the mental fortitude of the two batsmen as much as it is of their technique here. One gets the feeling that there's 10 more minutes left in our spell as the three of us. I've got the feeling there's going to be a boundary or two or a wicket or two. I don't think we can have 10 more minutes of this kind of tense stalemate. As Wokes is in and this is defended and slightly edgy. Coming forward there was Brathwaite, but the man was in at a very short extra, swooping to stop the single.
They
This is
call
what
it
West Indies did not do yesterday. Go on.
They call it keeping the tension in chess. You don't trade everything off, you try to leave everything active and make sure something's happening, and that's what England are trying to do here. Not let them off with a boundary on a bad ball.
So usually a chess match is used as a metaphor. There you are, Andy, using it as a simile. I like it. As Wokes is in, and that one jumps a little at Brathwaite. He removes the bottom hand from the bat and feels a little bit of pain. Another excellent over from Wokes, who has none for 17 from 6, and we have your tweets.
We do. Sorry, I keep doing that thing where you click off to... Twitter is very good, isn't it, at tricking you into thinking there's something better elsewhere on Twitter.
That's exactly what it wants you to think.
So you have it up and you go, oh, what's going on? There's a blue dot there, maybe I'll click that. Is Andy seeing Jesus Jones? Is that who you're going to see?
No,
Andy?
Good guess.
No?
Good guess,
Yeah.
but no.
Jay Grover, go west?
Yes,
Jeff Perkins, what?
yes, Jay, you are correct, sir.
Ah,
you win
wow.
some points, so I'll bring you a T-shirt. How about that?
Excellent. I hope they'll be doing the Duncan Ferguson song. Of course, their very own, the eponymous Go West song.
Jeff Perkins, one hit wonder. The bear with the Dane Pete jingle.
Very good. Jack Leach is on the money again, and that's the value you get for bowling a lot of good deliveries, because that was actually a long half volley there from Jack Leach, but Bonner wasn't really expecting it. He's not really looking to score, and therefore he just pushed it rather than drove it, and Leach fielded it. Round the wicket is the left armour. This is on the leg side though, and that's a help yourself. You can't bowl there, doesn't matter who you are. And a bit of a release of tension, and either was a 4 or a wicket coming, and it went backwards of square for one of these.
Yeah, just got his lines wrong. One of the most underrated and underappreciated bands of the 80s, in my opinion. I saw them in 1987, and you can see some of this gig on YouTube, and it's really, really good. They're playing the 35th anniversary gig at the Palladium on Sunday, which, I don't know, Jay might have cheated and see who was playing in town on Sunday, but even so, well done.
This ball is a bit quicker through the air, defended, no run. Because I think Go West did do the original Go West, and then it was covered by the Pet Shop Boys.
No,
was it not?
They didn't.
Am I wrong there?
No.
Yeah, fair enough. Go West to San Francisco, I think, was the imploring title, as this ball is left alone by Bonner, and it may have been the arm ball there, because arms went up in the air, hands on heads there. Let's have a look. It certainly didn't turn, it skidded on, but it would have missed the fifth stump. Never mind.
Ben Folkes is very excited about that one.
Yeah. Was beaten, I suppose. Well, he wasn't beaten in the flight, but he left alone a ball that was possibly just that tiny bit too close to leave. He drives the next one. These are the 4s that I thought would come in the 10 minutes before the end of our spell, because that's a beautiful extra cover drive there, as Leach losing a little bit of his line and length. He lost length there because that's a long half volley. He bowled up one at the start of the over, just got pushed, but that one was driven. Beautiful shot. I'd like to see Joe Root have a little bowl here, because Root does turn the ball, and there's turn to be had as he goes back and defends this one with Bonner. It's the end of the over. There's 8 from it. Bonner's now moved to 9. The West Indies have moved to 93 for 2. Jack Leach will go and cool his heels a little bit there after an over that let his figures down.
And I think the players are just wandering off for drinks. It gives us a little bit of extra time.
Cool. Old Fart at play. I suppose the only living boy in New Cross by Carter the Unstoppable Sex Machine. And are just ignored and forgotten now by some. That's very. There's like 2 clauses in that tweet, and there's a bit in parentheses that Doesn't make sense. Rewrite the tweet. I'll read it out again. Mark, one hit wonders. Hey Matthew.
Yep. Bit of Europop. Yep.
And Mary's Prayer.
That's a good song.
Here is Chris Wokes. This is very full, and it's driven again, this time by Brathwaite through mid-wicket, and they'll be back for 2 there as the runs start to come a little bit. West Indies move to 95 for 2. Was Baccarat's Yes Sir I Can Boogie a one-hit wonder?
I think so. I don't remember another one. From
There's in the splendid French film La Belle Époque. There's a very impressive, shall we say, scene where that is the soundtrack, which I've played on YouTube once or twice. And if you know the scene, you'll know why I've played it on YouTube once or twice.
A few bands trying to become pound shop abbas at that time. I think they were very much one of them.
Were they Spanish, I think, Baccarat?
They may have been, yes.
I know one of them died quite recently in her 70s. But Ben Stokes doing a bit of housekeeping there. He's pulled down one of the advertising boards.
I'm not sure why.
I think they were saying that there was a bit of glare coming into the batsman's eyes.
Well, I hope they get their money back, whoever that company was.
Chris Wokes, is that little fleck of grey in his hair up top? I'm not sure. As this ball is defended, and it is no run. Always a good thing if you're a batsman just to find something, an hour into the day's play that you're not that happy with. Tell the fielder to go and do something about it, or ask the umpires to get something done. It just reimposes who's the boss out there. These things shouldn't matter, but somehow they do. That advertising boarding was taken down. Do you remember when, before they turned the pitch round at Old Trafford regularly, there was glare from the glass at one end? More boundaries coming, as I suggested they might, as leg stump half volley is beautifully put away by Craig Brathwaite backward of square. He goes on to 39. The West Indies now just one short of the 100. Excellent batting from these two. I said at the start of my commentary stint that these are the best 2 batsmen in the West Indies lineup, and they had a really tough time earlier. But now they're cashing in as the sun goes higher in the sky, and they're now finding the pitch a lot more benevolent than it was some 45 minutes or so ago. So Mr. Virtue Signals is in, and this is again clipped off the pads backward of square, but not with the same power. There's a man out deep now, and they just walked the single. You are getting why I'm calling in Mr. Virtue Signals, I take it.
Oh, I'm not.
Yes, but it's a bit clunky, to be honest.
It's a bit clunky. I'm not going to do it anymore, but it's the end of my ball by ball, probably at the end of this over. It will be a change at the end of this over, so I'm going on to summarising. So I wanted to milk the gag while I had the chance.
Well, we're settling in for a long day, which is what Test cricket is all about. Everybody's got to be patient, and it's a question of whose patience is going to break first.
Yes, indeed. As Wokes is in, and this is pushed into the offside, and it is no run. The reason, Jack, why I'm calling in Mr. Virtue Signals is that his name is Wokes, and one of the characteristics of those who are woke is to virtue signal.
Yes.
So that's my little cryptic crossword of a nickname. But I do like nicknames that are kind of a knight's move away from where from the most obvious.
We'll see if that one catches on.
Well, it's better than Wokesy, isn't it?
Yeah. There's not much could be worse than Wokesy.
Wokesy, Stokesy and Folksy.
Yeah. And of course he can't be called Wokes, as in just by adding an S, because he's already got the S. So some of the possibilities are limited. As this one goes through to Folksy, and it's the end of the over. West Indies have raised the 100. They are 100 for 2. Chris Wokes has none for 24 from his 7 overs. Craig Brathwaite playing very well is on 40. And Junior Bonner is settling in on 9. We're going to have a change, and now I'm going to summarising. I'm not sure who's coming to ball by ball.
I'm moving ball by ball. We are up. Who's on the tweets here? Hold on.
I am.
Oh, we're up to you. Also, it sounds like you're radioing in from a submarine, so maybe check that one out. Now you're on mute. Gorilla Cricket.
I shouldn't be on mute.
Ah!
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, I was just pointing out that according to Wikipedia, Baccarat had a successful follow-up single, Sorry I'm a Lady. If that means anything to you.
Absolutely true. I remember Sorry I'm a Lady. So,
Is it to the same tune?
More or less.
Well, if you got a good formula to stick to.
It's 1970s Euro disco influenced by Giorgio Moroder. Yeah.
Here comes Stokesy. Out to Brathwaite, who defends, and there will be no run. Do we need a jingle for Stokes?
Oh, yes. Any excuse. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go on then.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
There we go.
More his batting than his dressing room behaviour these days.
Yeah, here he comes once more down the leg side, and for once, Folkes doesn't cut it off. That's just in front of him, and slips under his gloves on the half volley. I think that'll be a couple of byes. Oh, no, it's been giving us leg byes, so we let Wokes off for that, and it was just one, so no real damage. Victimless crime.
The umpire there was doing a little bit of Morris dancing, because not content with signalling the leg byes by tapping one knee, he lifted the other knee and tapped that one as well, giving him the kind of, he just needed a couple of handkerchiefs to throw in the air and he'd have been in full Morris dancing routine.
Sorry, my screen went black. Can anyone describe what happened to that ball?
It was a nudge into the leg side, no run.
Okay. My laptop's been doing that a lot recently, which is worrying.
Is it a Windows laptop?
It is a Windows laptop.
Has it upgraded itself to Windows 11?
Unfortunately, yes.
That's almost certainly why.
Yeah.
See, there was I thinking Russian bots interfering with a bit of cyber warfare, where it's really just the usual upgrade problems.
Yeah.
Here comes Ben Stokes. Full delivery and a big inside edge from Bonner hits him on the back pad. Could have gone onto the stumps. Maybe a little lucky there. Playing a fair way away from his body on that occasion.
Yeah, playing outside his eye line there, so it's always more a matter of guessing than hitting the middle of the bat. Took the inside edge, but generally he's a pretty solid player. Is Bonner, and he's shown that he's prepared to build an innings again today.
Yep, as Stokes comes through once more, wide of off stump and left alone by Bonner. Yeah, he doesn't. He's one of the batsmen on the circuit at the moment that doesn't have an obvious weakness. There are quite a few stroke players around, I think, who can do damage if they are able to hang around at the crease for a little while. Bonner's a little bit more old school in his approach. It's more from the ground up what he's trying to do.
Yeah, I'd like to see what he could do against Ashwin, Akshar Patel and Jadeja on those wickets that they're playing in the series against Sri Lanka on.
Bonner defends once more towards cover. There will be no run. That's the end of the over. I think it will be drinks now, so we've got plenty of time for one hit wonders. It's 101 for 2. To give you a quick update on the score.
Well, Ravi Nair says, do men at work qualify with land down under? I don't think they do. I mean, Who Can It Be Now was a big hit before land down under, and there were several others, I think. And of course, Last Ketchup with their classic, The Ketchup Song. He sent us a YouTube link to that. I don't know it myself.
You see, I think to be an authentic one-hit wonder, it can't be a novelty song. It has to be a kind of serious band that thought, this was the start of a career that would give you a kind of 2-page Wikipedia discography, but turned out to be the one and only highlight. I mean, it's not Joe Dolce, What's the Matter You, and God knows respect and all that. It's a band that thought they were going to make it, and
you're ruling out Too Sexy for My Shirt then.
Well, I think the less Right Said Fred we have in the world, the better it is.
Rebel Scum nominates Big Area by Then Jericho, a one-off 80s classic. I've never heard of it. To be
Well,
honest.
then
I'm
Jennifer-
getting a real insight into the demographic of the Guerrilla Cricket listenership here.
Oh, that shouldn't have been used to you. Although I was shocked yesterday to discover Jacob was only 22.
Is he only
No.
22?
God, he's brave throwing himself in here.
Well, I'll tell you what, Matthew Fisher, I've just looked up, and he's younger than my elder boy, Jesper. And Matthew Fisher looks like he could be Jesper's father. I mean, I know they have tough paper rounds in Yorkshire. I mean, we've all seen the adverts for Hovis after all, but I mean, he does look a lot older than his 24 years, doesn't he? I mean,
He does indeed. MX Grand Theft Autos, one-hit wonders. Wigfield, Saturday Night.
oh yeah, I like Saturday nights. Yeah.
And Gina G, just a little bit.
That's not because that was. I don't think that was a one-hit wonder because she was a Eurovision person, and either that was the Eurovision song, and then she had a subsequent hit, or she had an earlier hit, and then that became the Eurovision song. So I'm not having Gina G.
Here is Jack Leach after a little break. No, it isn't Jack Leach after a little break. That's the oldest trick in the book from BT
they
Sport
gotcha.
on me there. Yeah.
They're still breaking. Jeff Perkins says Gollum would call him nasty woke sisters. And Nessa says my nickname as a kid was Prawn, as in Sean the Prawn. A couple of people still use it. Well, I promise not to, Sean. Jeff Perkins says, boo, the Platinum FM listeners deserve the best Stokes jingle. That's for you, Bear. And it says your anti-malware software doesn't block Windows upgrades.
You know, my favourite nickname. I wish I could remember who the name of the boxer was, but it's a post-war boxer, I think, who fought out of sort of Glasgow, and his nickname was One Way Ticket, and he was called One Way Ticket because he always went home in an ambulance.
Jesus.
It's very good.
That's a bit drastic.
It is a bit drastic, but you know, boxing's a hard sport now. You can imagine how hard it was in 1948, 49, around that time.
Yeah. Nestlers nominates the Vapors for turning Japanese.
Ooh,
Which is almost a novelty song, I think.
This ball
What?
is. Oh, sorry.
Oh, then Gary. Yeah. No, well, this ball is turned into the leg side. There will be no run.
I always have that. If I move from ball by ball to summarising, I always have that problem. Turning Japanese, yes, somewhat dubious lyric. Kirsten Dunst did Turning Japanese in a kind of Japanese anime costume, which is quite a sight on YouTube. I promise you that. Not her finest moment, I have to say.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Wokes in, and that's flicked into the leg side, just short of the man under the lid there. Maybe half a chance. I'd be interested to see that again. Do you reckon bounce a foot short?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Brian Barish throws in How Bizarre by OMC.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Now, Old Fire at your request has done a retype. He said, One Hit Wonder, Only Living Boy in New Cross by Carter the Unstoppable Sex Machine. One of my favourite bands.
Wokes through, and that's cut at by Brathwaite, but no timing, fielded at point.
Pulling together nicknames and that tweet there, Neil Carter, when he played for Warwickshire, was known by Andy Bradshaw, long-time listener, as Carter the Unstoppable Six Machine, as he was a hard-hitting number 9 or 10.
As Wokes a little bit short, Brathwaite defends, gestures to something behind the bowler's arm, maybe distracted slightly on that delivery. Another dot.
Dear. In response to my photo of Go West for Andy's concert this Sunday, I lost it now. Sorry about that. We're having a problem with this. Chris Carr said Gone West by the Pet Shop Men of a Certain Age.
Wokes once more in the channel outside off. Brathwaite on the front foot defends it towards extra cover. No run again, so it's 5 dots to start this over. West Indies still 406 runs behind, so England well in the driver's seat.
406 for a long time. That was the highest chase in the Test match. Am I right in that, Jez? It was.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was now.
I think was it.
It was quite easily done too. It was only 3 wickets down or something like that, wasn't it?
Wokes in, and Brathwaite defends the last ball of the over, so it will be a maiden. Score stays on 101 for 2. So who beat it? Was that Sarwan and the West Indies?
I think it
I
was
shall look it up during this over.
I think it might have been South Africa who beat it. I'm not sure. From memory, 406 for 4. I'm thinking of, but I may
that
be
sounds
wrong.
right. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, I think that might have been South Africa's score, and away in Australia.
I think 406 for 4 was for a long time, 20 odd years or more, the highest fourth innings chase to win a Test, and it was beaten, I think, with 438 from memory. But all of this could be just jumbled up because most of the time I was listening to one-hit wonders.
So yeah, I've just got it up here, Gary. India v West Indies, Port of Spain, 1976, 406 was the record as Stokes comes through wide of off stump, left alone.
Did Gavaskar get a double 100 in there?
I think you might be right. Is that when Clive Lloyd decided to go full fast bowlers? They had a trio of spinners, maybe.
It was around that time, but it was very much a response to Thompson and Lilly working them over in '75, I think, in Australia.
Current record 418, West Indies v Australia. So that was when Sarwan got the century.
Yeah.
And there was a South Africa v Australia one in there, 2008. 414, which is second.
That's the one I was thinking of,
Yeah, the 406 for 4 was Port of Spain in 1976. India beat the West Indies.
Stokes bowls an action replay of the first ball of the over, outside off stump. Horner's shoulders arms once more.
Gavaskar get a double 100 in there? He always scored runs against West Indies.
Let's have a look. Gavaskar got 26 and where are we? 102.
102, maybe not the double 100. Yeah. He got that he got the double 100 in a chase, I think, against England at the Oval, which they fell just short.
Oh, Stokes in, and there's a big shout. The finger is up. There's a question of height potentially, but Bonner was trapped on the crease there by a ball from Stokes, which handled into him. I think leg stump's definitely in play here, Gary.
I think it's going over the top of leg stump, to be honest. But England looked very confident.
It was a big shout from Stokes. He turned around, jumped arms high in the air, almost in celebration. Let's have a quick look at the action replay. It does hit him high, but he's not in the air. The front is sort of hit him on the crease. Front foot is planted just above the knee roll. It could be a bail trimmer. Might just be passing over. What do you reckon, Jez?
Yeah, I'd have it just going over the top of leg stump, I think. But it's going to be close either way.
Yeah. The England players look a little nervous. We're just getting confirmation here that it misses the inside edge of the bat. Passes quite close to... or does it miss the inside edge of the bat? I think it probably
really
does.
Nice call, isn't it?
Yeah, it probably does.
Yeah,
there's a definite... It definitely moves offline towards the pad.
Yeah, you might be right, Gary.
No, I think he has hit that, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's hit it as well. Yeah, you can see the seam changes in its orientation, I think. Although even that's hard to tell.
It is. It's very close. It's a frames difference between the two, but it does look like there is a slight deviation.
I'm going to say this from the studio. I think that's optics. I think the fact that it changes direction is that the pad folds in, and that changes the direction of the ball as it's folding, as it's hit.
Well, it could be that too. It's quite close. I'll be interested in this one. I think, looking at the DRS, it's been given out. Umpires call.
Dear.
Oh, sorry, not been given out. Umpires call, has it? Because
yes, it's been given out.
Sorry, it has. Yeah. Why did it say you retain then? Oh, of course, because it's umpires call. So it's out. Is the upshot? Sorry for being a little bit confusing there. The main thing you need to know.
'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Yeah, I think there's an element of luck in that for England. It was clipping the bails. There is a question about the inside edge, and as Bear says, it might not have hit the inside edge. It could just be an
I'm going
optical
away
illusion.
now. Gary, come back.
But it was close. It does mean that England have got the breakthrough. In the context of this game, they'll be very happy with that as well. The Nuggety and Nkrumah Bonner dismissed, which will bring a new man to the crease. Jez, while we're waiting for that, do you want to see if there's any Twitter reaction?
Indeed. Farong advises that he's back to an ice during internal from interval from Centurion. Bangladesh 7 for 314. Storms in the area may bring dear lessons. So they went well over that 285 we were talking about previously. They must have finished on really well. That's a good sign for the series. Old Fart places the Urban Spaceman by the Bonzo Dog Dooba band. Oh yes, I love the Bonzo Dog, but that wasn't the one-hit wonder. They had several other things that I regarded as hits.
You know,
one of the best bands ever.
Yeah, I saw Neil Innes not long before he died, actually, at Greenwich Theatre. It was great to see one of my heroes of music, but also of television. His Innes Book of Records is an extraordinary avant-garde series, if you want to have a look at that.
I actually made a jingle for Johnny Bairstow from a Bonzo Dog Doodah band track that we used to play quite a bit, actually. I can't remember how it went now.
Ben Stokes will continue to new man Jermaine Blackwood.
Who's the Jamaican guy that's never lived up to expectations with batter ball? Yeah. Who's the guy who will get out when the ball's moving about? You're damn right.
Yeah, yet to get into the series really, Jermaine Blackwood. As Stokes come through wide off stump and left alone. Although it is obviously only his third attempt today. So time for that still.
I'm not sure about the shaft music as the jingle for Jermaine Blackwood. I mean, if there was a shaft cricketer in the West Indies lineup, it would surely be Chris Gale, wouldn't it? He's the Richard Roundtree of West Indies cricket.
Not any longer, I don't think.
No, maybe not. Maybe not. He would wear the mohair suit and the big fedora very well, though.
Yeah. But I don't think he could do the action stuff quite as well now.
Maybe not. 3 slips in a gully for
defended by Blackwood, but a fair way away from the pads. Feeling for the ball slightly. It brings the over to a close. Breakthrough for England. It's 101 for 3.
One-hit wonders coming thick and fast from
Right.
Sophie and KL. Uptown Top Rankin by Althea and Donna.
Oh, yeah.
Blue Darba D by Eiffel 65. That's from Ed Agnew. I
don't know. I mean, like, what's your threshold for hit here? Like,
Yeah.
just because it's on at a school disco doesn't mean it's a hit. I feel like the song has to be good.
I like it, so it's a hit. That'll do. Nessa's got several. The Lars, there she goes.
Oh yeah, heroin
Groove
song,
is
that
at
one.
the heart.
Yeah.
Grand Van 3000, Drinking in LA.
You see, there's the one-hit wonders that weren't really one-hit wonders. Because I was thinking of Betty Boone, you see, but she wrote a lot of songs later.
Chris Wokes is in, very full, and Brathwaite plays wristy on drive. Finds the fielder though.
As
run.
did the very glamorous Kathy Dennis.
Well, I mean, we could go back a bit. Jeff Perkins has got Euphemia Allen, who composed Chopsticks in 1877. Well, I could go to Henry VIII and Greensleeves, although I doubt he actually did write it, but he's reputed to it.
As Wokes delivers, and that's fence stat by Brathwaite, dropping it into the offside. There is no run. And one of the things I've been struck by, just to bring us back to the cricket briefly, I mean, I don't want to interrupt the never-ending stream of one-hit wonders, but
don't worry, you won't. Believe me, we know our listeners. You won't.
I have been slightly surprised at how quickly the pitch seems to be disintegrating here in Barbados. I heard, as Wokes is through and defended, I heard some of the local pundits saying that they thought it might turn on days 4 and 5, but we saw Leach really ripping it earlier on today.
Yeah, the ball was still relatively new at that stage, of course. I think it seemed to turn rather less as the ball got softer.
Yeah, it depends what you mean by really turning it. I mean, he turned it a bit, but if Stuart McGill was bowling on this, he'd be pitching it outside leg and it'd be beaten off. So, it's got a bit of turn, but not a huge amount.
Wokes defends. There is no run. It does look though that there are some serious footmarks developing here early on the third day of the test.
But it should. We've got ourselves into this sort of mindset that if things are less than perfect for batsmen, that somehow it's a bad pitch. And I know it's going relatively early at the moment, but it's not unplayable by any means.
Here's Wokes once more and defended by Brathwaite. I suppose as well, England batted for 2 days on it, so they it's not as though we're in a typical situation for the second innings of a match here, is it?
You see the brilliant century by Karuna Ratne in the last test against India, with the ball spinning and bouncing and doing all kinds. It shows that it can be combated. And we're towards the end of the first session on day 3. It's doing a bit, so be it.
Wokes in and defended once more by Brathwaite, so that's another maiden for Chris Wokes, a couple in a row now. Score stays at 101 for 3. West Indies 406 behind.
So Jay Grover gives us Sabrina with Boys, Boys, Boys. Ferron nominates One Night in Bangkok, which I think was written by Tim Rice, was it right?
It's from the musical Chess. Murray Head had that hit, so I'm not quite sure that can count as a one-hit wonder because it was from a very successful stage musical, which is excellent. Not Fred is a big fan of the musical Chess.
Right. MX Grand Theft Auto says Matthew Fisher is older than his years in the same way little Sammy Curran is younger. That's a good point. Yes. Arthur Brown, says Chris the Choir, for no apparent reason.
Stokes in, and Blackwood tries to punch that through the offside, gets a hint of a leading edge, and it goes towards mid-off, no run.
Jez, I can just say one word to you, which is fire.
Right.
The crazy world of Arthur Brown.
Right, gotcha.
I honestly, fellas, one word in 3. Stokes, a ballooning half volley really. Blackwood doesn't make the most of it, finds the man at extra cover, gets away with that one, the England all-rounder.
England have taken wickets at good times, haven't they, so far in this innings? And somebody's going to turn around and say, well, there's never a bad time. You're absolutely right, there's never a bad time. But just as players have started to look comfortable and started to time the ball, England have got them out. And Craig Brathwaite has felt responsibilities as opening batsman and captain anchoring the innings to go slightly back into his own shell.
Stokes in, and Blackwood defends. Yeah, I did think that with Bonner. He was looking. I don't want to say ominous because I'm not sure Nkrumah Bonner ever looks ominous, but it did look like it was going to be tricky to get rid of him.
Yeah, it did. It started, as we've seen a lot of half volleys. We've seen a lot of half volleys pushed, but he started to drive them. We're seeing Blackwood at the moment pushing the half volleys because, of course, he's only faced 6 balls, so he's a bit reluctant to go through with the shots.
Stokes is in, and it's defended again by Blackwood. No run.
And just as he started to look towards putting away the 4 balls, the initiative was seized from his grasp because he was sawn off by, well, DRS shows it was a LBW, but I think he was very unlucky to be given out on the field.
I'm going to really rush through these. Dupe from Mark Davies. Ian Charles, in response to your comment that people who say they're good safe drivers are not, says, I'll take comments that can be about cars, cricket or golf for $500, please, Alex.
Stokes in and he hits backward on the pad. The umpire's given it not out. That one came back in a long way. Stokes actually has his arm out, I think gesturing that it might have gone down leg. There was a lot of excitement initially, but I do think this one may have done too much. It was quite the delivery though.
Yeah.
Well, that is a 5th day delivery on the 3rd day. I was saying earlier on that we should expect a bit of misbehaviour from the pitch, but it shouldn't be creeping quite as low as that.
I think this might have been closer than we thought. England have obviously not decided to go for the review. The DRS timer is up, but it sort of, I don't want to say shot along the floor, but it didn't get up as high as I think Blackwood thought, and it did move back in a fair way. Stokes in again, and Blackwood aims a drive, but the final delivery of the over, it goes back to the bowler, so it's 3 maidens in a row, I make it, for England, potentially 4. And it is looking like a good mini spell for them at this point.
But we haven't seen the replay yet, but I think it was quite close, that LBW. But sorry, Jess.
I still think it was going down. Brian Barish gives us Kiyo Sakamoto's Sukiyaki in the US, anyhow, because that was the only hit there before he died in 1985. So in one fell swoop, Naylor has disallowed Agadoo, Spitting Images, Chicken Song, and Y Viva España. You are so cruel, Gary. That's from Ravi.
I think if we just had another replay here of this option. Yeah, that was smashing into leg stump. I think maybe the exaggerated way in which Blackwood played it, sort of falling over and waving his bat all over the place, convinced England that was going further down the leg side than it was. But it was very out. Is how I describe it. Not half the ball. It was leg stump was taking a pounding. That delivery.
Stokesy saying "fuck." You can see.
Jack Leach will come back into the attack. His first delivery slightly over pitch, and Brathwaite treats it very carefully, properly forward on the front foot.
I made a comment at the Guardian below the line yesterday that using the DRS is going to be critical to getting the 20 wickets, because these umpires are not very good. So
you really should stay away from below the line, Gary. No.
Yeah. Brathwaite defends Leach's second delivery on the back foot this time.
Well, I do spend time above the line at the Guardian. I feel as though I ought to spend some time below the line. And to be fair, it's one of the less crazy places on the internet.
Yeah.
So Leach comes through once more. It's defended. We've got a short leg, a very short silly mid off in the Tony Gregg position, and a slip around the bat. So pressure on Brathwaite. As Leach picks up the ball and returns to his mark. Here he comes, tossing it up on the stumps. Brathwaite goes for a drive, but no timing, and he finds mid-on, where Mahmood does the fielding.
Don't worry about some of these references, Jack. They used to say the sign of a misspent youth was being good at snooker. Well, the sign of a misspent youth these days is knowing some of these references. I think we could have been doing things far more constructive than what we were doing.
As Leach is in, and it's defended by Brathwaite. One more delivery this over. I think it'll probably be the last of our little spell together. It's 15-29.
Of course, Agadoo was not a one-hit wonder, because Black Lace had upwards as well, as did Spitting Image.
What about Here Comes the Night? Then, did they make any other hits?
Don't know.
Leach in, defended into the offside. There is no run. That's the end of the over. West Indies remain on 101 for 3. It is exactly 3:30, so we will pass over to our new commentators.
Oh no! You're going to have to lean forward and do it. Sorry.
Well, I'll say goodbye then, because I'm not on the rest of this test. So I have work on Saturday and Sunday. So I've been delighted to have a couple of days on the mic at Guerrilla Cricket for the second test, leaving it in a very interesting state, I would suggest.
Okay, Andy, I'm sorry, but has Andy got his cans on? Andy,
yeah, we're all here.
The one-hit wonders mean that we still haven't got past 19 minutes ago with Aiden and his one-hit wonders.
Oh well,
okay?
we'll just close those off then. Done them long enough.
Right.
There's possibly.
I'm here. We are.
There's possibly a reason why I'm so relaxed, which we'll come on to.
Sliding back into action. Stokes, who's amongst the wickets straight away this morning. And he's onto the back foot, goes Blackwood, punches towards mid-off. And there is no run. Still going well is Jermaine Blackwood. He's old. He's new to the crease, of course. Craig Brathwaite is still going very well on 40. Blackwood new to the wicket after the fall there of Nkrumah Bonnet. LBW to Ben Stokes. Jack Leach, the morning's other wicket taker for England. We said they'd want 2 for the morning, England, as that's a good high elbowed defence. Gets a warm round of applause from the slip cordon. There's Jermaine Blackwood, but there's no run. So what a start for Ben Stokes, Bear.
Yeah, it was, and they should have reviewed that one in the last over, shouldn't they? Really did. I mean, the problem was Ben Stokes was the one who said, "I think it's going down leg," didn't he? So if he didn't trust his own bowling, no one else is going to review it for him.
Over the wicket, 3 slips go down, over pitch, driven straight to cover, and a fine diving stop by Alex Lees, in fact.
So do you have 3 reviews for the whole innings now?
Yes.
Even so, that should be enough to have a punt every now and then.
Yeah, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
But I think that's the original thinking behind that. That really was a good stop by Alex Lees. The original thinking behind that was around local umpires, wasn't it? It was getting 1 extra review
in case of bent umpires.
Just in case of that. I'm not that this one is going down leg. Blackwood looks to tickle it round the corner and doesn't really lay a bat on it. He's frustrated with himself. Ben Stokes, Centurion, of course, for England in very rapid order. I think there's a real sense that he'd rediscovered his mojo a bit, wasn't there, in that that first innings for England? Yeah. Superman, recovered Superman status is within the England ranks. All seems very jovial though, up on the amongst the West Indies bench. Ben Stokes, those 2 sleeves up, covering his arms, or the upper part of his arms. Bowling from that Joel Garner end with a media centre looming large in front of him.
Is it an exact copy of the Lord's Media Centre?
I think I'm right in saying it's the same architect. It's the Cherry Blair mouth look, isn't it? As this one is forward, just on the bounce back to Stokes. England have dispensed with one of those 3 slips for Stokes. What I didn't see, and I'm not sure if anyone else did, is where they had located him after that. Well, they did have 3 slips, and they now move 1 away. I think they may have reinforced that offside because they have backward point cover mid-off, and I have a feeling they pushed someone out to extra, but we're not getting a good enough view to be able to tell you that. Down go those 2 slips, wide and thumped in unceremoniously by Blackwood all the way to the cover boundary for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
But he'd been bowling really tidily until that point.
Well, I think it's a tempter, isn't it? He's been bowling quite tight. He's trying to throw one up wide, see if he can get him to tempt him to drive and get him to snick off.
Well, Blackwood's not.
He's got runs to play with. He's only gone for 7 runs.
Yep.
4 of them came in that last ball, so he's bowling tight anyway.
Anyway, I was off in the break in the green room, just poking around, seeing what was around.
Yeah.
Ooh, some sweets. And I opened this jar of sweets and had 3 or 4 of them, but they were in fact.
They were my CBD jellies. So Andy has now munched the rest of the CBD jellies that were left. I think there's about 5 of them in there.
I've got to tell you, not really paying attention because I was concentrating on a few questions to ask Mariah, our guest tonight.
So it is in fact your fault.
So well,
have you had one too?
I would have told because I know what they were. As Leach comes around the wicket to the right-handed Brathwaite, who's becoming rapidly here the rock.
But weren't you saying they're basically for Hendo to help with his rage.
Well, I bought them for him for Christmas, but he never used them. He said
So
he was
he brought
scared
them
of
back in.
using them, so I asked him to bring
That's
them in
basically
because
it.
I wanted to just eat
Leach in Brathwaite forward. There is no run. We're looking at that appeal from Stokes.
Well, so if,
Originally given not out, of course.
yeah, I must admit I originally thought it was going down the leg side, but it did hit him in front of middle. So yeah, if anybody's more irritable than usual, and I'm more chilled than usual, that's the reason.
Yeah, well, no,
This one is just pushed into the
I also
onside.
have the real way of getting it down me, of course. You know,
You've got the real deal, yeah,
I've got the
yeah,
real
yeah.
deal. None of the
Yeah.
none of the stuff that's the good stuff in there too.
105
So-
for 3 are the West Indies. Brathwaite was looking to play the Bonner role from the Antigua test here, and that one is just dropped into the ground. Do England have their silly point on his knees? Have they gone for the Marcus Trescothic kneeling at prayer whilst fielding in a very short position approach?
Also known as being old.
Is that why he does
Isn't
it?
it? It's the modern vogue, though, isn't it?
Is it?
To
Well, I've
kind of get those really low catches that are going to pop. You kind of go on your knees already, so you can just drop forward.
Well, we'll see.
Like
No,
you
they
said,
haven't.
what if it goes high?
Yeah,
Well,
this
what
one
if
is thumped though, and all that man at Silly Point could do was lift his leg and get out of the way. They won't get more than 2 for it though. They run that tidily enough. So Brathwaite will move on to 42. There's 1 ball left of this Leach over. It's his 18th. It's the 50th of the innings, and the West Indies are 107 for 3. They trail by exactly 400. I think Vernon wanted to be let in as well, so he can listen along there, ready and also ready for the lunchtime slot with David. Round the wicket comes Leach, forward comes Brathwaite. No attacking intent at all. It doesn't need to be. And at the end of that over, well, the West Indies trail by 400, 107 for 3. Andy, what have we got?
Yeah, Warren says, get it quietly as OD'd on CBD jellies, waiting for his ball-by-ball stint. Well, I'm not too bothered, Warren, surprisingly.
I'd imagine you're quite relaxed about most
Quite
things,
relaxed
aren't you?
about it. And JK said, Stokes said, fuck, you don't get that on 5 Live. I'm not sure you get anything on 5 Live. Are the BBC doing this one?
No, they are not. They have. They have
got other things
Jonathan
to spend.
Agnew there.
Got other things to spend your money on, I guess.
Indeed. Well, Brathwaite 42. Brooks.
Did
not
you
out.
know?
Brooks went for 39. Bonner for 9.
Did you know you now have to have a TV licence to watch any live broadcast on YouTube?
What?
Well, hold on 1 second. As Ben Stokes is in, that leaps up at Blackwood, who's right up onto his tiptoe to play that. Actually, in the end, exceedingly well down into the offside.
Yeah, absolutely. It's in the email you get. Any live broadcast. It says YouTube because they're still 5 years behind everything, so they haven't figured out Twitch and stuff. But yeah, any live broadcast that you can see on a screen, BBC's going to get their whack.
Wow.
Well, there you are. I mean,
we're delayed though technically, so we're probably okay.
Stokes turns, 2 slips, a gully, full and on-off stump, where it is defended pretty well by Jermaine Blackwood, and there's no run.
Yeah, but we don't show any live.
Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. Just some bloke talking on YouTube. If it's some bloke talking about, TV or video games or politics.
That's nonsense. I'd like to
if it's
try
live,
and enforce that.
well, it's in the rules.
That would take us off YouTube. I don't think YouTube really want that. I'm sure that must be the
well,
actual broadcast
technically
picture.
it's not our problem technically, but all the listeners.
Once again, in comes Stokes, drops this short, and Jermaine Blackwood was looking to sort of crouch underneath it, and it just didn't get up as much as he was expecting, and he ended up rather unceremoniously on his posterior.
Nestler
But
says,
most importantly, he survives.
in caps, 3 people in the studio, you're all going to die. Well, we've got some protocols.
Nestlers, come on, man, come in. I'd love to see you, Nestlers. It's been so long.
It's safe enough. We'll stick into our own mic.
There's windows open.
Yep.
Stokes with those 2 slips onto the hip of Blackwood, who turns him backward a square past umpire Joel Wilson, fielded by Johnny Bairstow, who thunders in a throw, taken competently, as you'd expect behind the stumps from Ben Folks. Came in, of course, originally did Jermaine Blackwood to replace Marlon Samuels. Jamaican, 30-year-old Jamaican.
I'm wearing my Marlon t-shirt today, in fact.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, it was versus New Zealand at Port of Spain in 2014. He made 63 before he fell to Ish Sodhi in a 10-wicket West Indies win.
Hasn't been seen in tests since then.
Well, he's played 9 against England, averages 47, so he goes okay. As this one is left outside of the off stump, and through it goes
Well,
to Ben Foakes.
Blackwood was in at the end of the famous victory. What was it, 4, 5, 6 years ago now, when they won at Yorkshire, chasing 300 odd on the last day.
Highest score, of course, was 112 at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
And should have reviewed.
He's been decent nick coming into this series as well. I'll just hold that thought for a moment or two as we wait for Ben Stokes. Full and solidly met by Brathwaite away into the offside. There is no run.
Have you caught much of this, Andy, before you come in?
No, well, I don't have the BT. In fact, I don't have again any TV at all. So suck it, BBC TV licence.
Jermaine Bradford got out in a pretty terrible way in the first test and the second innings, and a big waft at one when they were had to survive for 70 overs.
Well, we got a cautionary tale from Messy Jez, and this is like something from Roald Dahl. When I was 5, someone unwisely left some delicious chocolate in the bathroom, which I ate in full. Didn't take long to discover that it was actually X-Lax. Which I designed to relieve constipation, which as a normal 5-year-old he was not suffering from. So you had a 5-year-old with it doesn't really bear going into.
We're going to see a change of bowling. I'll just let you know. Saqib Mahmood is going to come into the attack. 6 overs so far, 2 maidens just for 5. So he's been economical enough for sure, but as yet without away 32 dot balls. Sorry, Andy, who else did you have very quickly there?
Jay, it correctly points out that the BBC are not only just corrupt, they're also inept. He's been threatened by the BBC for 3 years, despite having paid, and that's only for iPlayer. The red letters keep coming. They're either scared of Neville or they can't really be asked. Yep, they're just like an incompetent sort of mafia gang, except run by Alan Yentob, whoever it is now.
But I think Nestlers is working for them now, so he might not quite call them an incompetent mafia.
Warren says, in a parallel universe, is it possible that your alter ego could be your own self? Wow.
Ooh, that's deep.
Far out, yeah. And Jay says, no BBC, Andy. Always saw you as the major Archers fan. No, not really. Ambridge, isn't it? Ambridge, the Archer? Well, you would know, you never listened to it. Those are the only 2 things I know.
That it is from Ambridge. And it's from Ambridge.
Yes. Is it still going?
$3.99 is the deficit.
Neighbours finished. That was a bit of a culture shock.
Yeah, it was.
Must have been in Australia, yeah.
Well, there was something behind the bowler's arm just sticking up a little bit marginally behind the boundary sponge, and Ben Stokes it was, as if he's not doing enough work. He was the one who had to be sent over to try and do something about it.
Don't know why.
There's still a very long conversation.
Yeah, he's
obviously rattled about something.
Don't know why the England players are getting involved. Nothing to do with you.
Well, they're the ones that are going to have to trot out and probably sort it out. At least that's what Ben Stokes did.
Professional cricketers are so precious about what's behind the bloody bowler's arm now.
He looks I know I'm getting old, but he looks unkempt, Joe Root, for an England captain. It's like when Gower wore those coloured socks.
Yeah, well, was it yesterday or day one we had the...
I think they want the sight screen moved.
They do, and who has to go and do it? It's going to be the... This is like club cricket.
Something.
This is tidding...
Left a bit, left... Oh, do you have to...
Claygate wreck.
I'm not moving at every ball. Just
if they I'll tell you what, we should have Gary on here now, because if they pull a muscle now, well, that's not very Scouse, but
This is extraordinary. This is genuinely club cricket stuff here.
Because
Ben Stokes, who's that with Ben Stokes has had to go on and do that? Is it
Fisher, I think? And he shouldn't be pushing anything, the injury record he's had.
Well, that's astonishing, and they fit well.
Can you imagine if England...
I'm not doing it every ball if you're going to come over and then round a wicket.
Well, Stokes admittedly is seeing the funny side, as is Mahmood. He's got a huge smile on his face. We've just...
literally...
genuinely, park or village cricket. They'll all be in the pub for lunch. The way that was going. Over the wicket is going to come Mahmood, and he rather hurries Blackwood, who tickles it, though, safely enough to mid-wicket. And there is no run, 108 for 3.
Was that a little bit of in-swing
West Indies? Yeah.
Off the seam, I thought.
Yeah, I thought it was more off the seam. It's a little bit inside edgy. I think it would have gone over the top of the off stump of Jermaine Blackwood. Mahmood making his debut, Fisher making his debut. The red ball reset, albeit by default.
Yeah, I'm kind of
has probably got
well,
underway.
I'm kind of glad it has got in a way, to be honest.
Is anything actually much different?
Two
apart from
slips
dropping
and a gully
Gordon
go
Anderson?
down as Mahmood is in, and it's full and onto the off stump of Blackwood, who again guides it
Yeah,
purposefully to mid wicket, and there's no run.
yeah, it is. They're debutants. They're actually someone new we're trying, rather than just going back to the same. I mean, we had Overton in the first test, and he's
We've
rubbish.
got new openers every series.
Yeah, I know. Well, this is the bowling, though. Yeah, with the batting, obviously, that's been terrible for years. But we're talking about bowling. I mean, if they're going to have a reset with the bowling and you're going to leave out Broad and Anderson, surely you should try two newbies, really.
Yeah,
Mahmood.
fair enough. Yeah, yeah.
Not go to Overton, Wokes and Wood,
And two
which
slips,
is, have been used in
a
test matches
gully.
before.
There's a deep backward point,
Especially
as
if
well.
Wood needs injections to play.
Yeah.
In comes Mahmood. That
That's
does
well
swing.
bowled.
Now
Yeah,
that did
definitely.
swing and fall, and is a big shot. I thought there was plenty of bat on that.
Middle of the bat.
Joel Wilson does seems hugely disinterested. That's no guarantee of anything. And
Oh,
Joe
you wanna
Root
review that?
has
You want me
indeed
to review
reviewed.
that one that he's just middled.
Well, no, what did it come off the top of the boot onto the bat? That's what they're
Well,
saying.
I think that's possibly true. It was a very convinced appeal by Mahmood, but he's probably thinking,
I mean-
what I really want most is my first test wicket.
When I say middled, often in club cricket, the batsman come off and go, "Oh, fucking middled that," and what he means is, "I got a big edge on it."
Well,
That's-
Well, hold on.
It's
Which
definitely
has hit
boot
his
first.
Has hit his boot.
It's boot first.
It's outside
it
the line,
was
though.
in front, but is he outside
He's
the line of
definitely
off?
outside the line. Yeah.
He's out. Yeah, the impact to me looks outside the line when he gets that big front foot.
Yeah,
Well
so,
outside of off.
Take that back. His back. It hits his foot well before it gets to the bat.
Yeah,
It's just
but
that-
then it does come off the bat, and it happens so quickly that you think
Yeah.
it's.
But the boot, that left leg
He got his
is
foot to the pitch of the ball.
comfortably
When I was a kid, this is well.
Outside.
It's only one reason I couldn't bat, but it was because I literally thought that's what
impact
gets
outside. So
That's-
we shall move on.
I
Review
literally-
lost.
I literally thought that's what get your foot to the pitch of the ball meant.
Yeah, kick it.
Well,
Yeah, get as far as forward as possible, as close to it as possible. So of course your head's way behind it.
well, the Brummie raised in Rochdale will have to wait a little bit more for his first test wicket, and it's cost him a single as well, to add a little bit of insult to injury. But I think for various different
Tailing
reasons,
in.
rightly or wrongly, none of us really thought it was out.
Certainly tailing in.
No, it was a super
Yeah,
ball.
I thought it was definitely going on the stumps.
Do you know what? Again, maybe I'm old. I'm starting to think, fuck this. If it's hitting the stumps, you're out.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of getting down that thing. It gives something back to the bowler, doesn't it? In the modern game.
Yeah.
It shouldn't matter whether you're playing a shot.
No, none of that should matter. You've got ball tracking. If it's fully hitting the stumps, you're out. I don't
A
care
little reminder.
where it pitches, where it bounces.
We're live on Platinum FM across parts of the Caribbean. We'll have Vernon Springer back with us at lunchtime, chatting to David. I'm not sure what other guests they have lined up. This is eased away into the offside this time, and there is no run.
That was a no ball, I think. I saw the umpire sticking his arm out.
No excuse for that. Don't bowl them in white ball cricket. Why are you bowling them in test matches?
Yeah, true.
I can also tell you we're going to have Mariah Ramarak as our guest
At lunchtime.
at tea time, that is. Her sister's been busily engaged in the World Cup down in New Zealand, so we'll be catching up on some of that news as well in our tea time chat with Vernon, as this one is steered to gully. There is no run from Brathwaite, with a no ball as well, so a bit of a mixed I was going to say licorice all sorts, not the sort of all sorts that Andy's been tucking into, but nonetheless.
They don't taste that bad either, do they?
They're nice. Yeah. I'd eat them for their own
I mean, I'll be
merits.
honest. I've been having one a day when I come in. I don't notice them at all. It's just
Well, you know, there's diminishing returns, really, isn't there?
Well, I didn't even notice it the first time I did it. It was just like,
110 for 397 the Windies trail by. In from the Marshall end comes Mahmood. Sorry, from the Ghana end comes Mahmood, and this again a little bit of inward movement.
Yeah.
keeps Brathwaite honest but tidily in front of his off stump.
Now the question here is, can you
There's
do
no
it
run.
both ways though, isn't it? Because if you just induck it the whole time and the batsman's expecting it, it gets predictable.
Well, no, he does have an away swinger.
Okay.
Whether the conditions will enable him to bring it out, we shall find out. He's been playing in the PSL, hasn't he? Leading into this, and then prior to that he was with Sydney Thunder. So he's not been.
So it's okay.
He's not been blessed with a huge amount of red ball cricket coming into this series.
It's okay in 4 over spells.
Full, yes, full, and Brathwaite guides to mid-on. There is no running. Originally announced himself during really that ODI series against Pakistan in last year, didn't he? When England, of course, had to completely pick a brand new squad.
Yeah,
and he bowled very well too.
And
he bowled very
totally
well
won
too.
the series. Got some tweets. Toby T. TV licensed people are pests. An extended wing of the checker, I reckon. Great listening on this fine Cornish afternoon.
That's very kind. Welcome and enjoy the weather.
Be nice and Cornwall today.
Yeah, Aidan, whenever I see Brathwaite, he seems to get more than his test average of 32 and first class average of 38 suggests. A symptom of maybe being inside when slightly off form because of lack of other options. Well, West Indies not alone in that. Warren, great review decisions by J.E. Root, Crapton, as he was known at Yorkshire. That's my addition.
Yeah, well, 75 tests.
Yeah, Brian
Brathwaite.
Barish. Tony, a reminder that we're on the air in Antigua. Translation, what's your ampersand hashtag ampersand at percent language, Andy? And Warren
Yes,
says,
thank
kebab
you
and
for that.
double-decker order for Andy. Sounds pretty good.
Doesn't
It
do that.
probably
man.
does right now, but yes, that's allegedly so. This one is on the legs of Blackwood, who turns it away on the 45 quite nicely.
So
Off the bowling
can
of
you
Ben Stokes.
educate us as to actually what these things do? This
Well, the CBD in weed, you got CBD and you got THC. THC is the hallucinogenic bit that makes
Right.
you feel oof, and CBD is basically a relaxant.
the medicinal bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, if you take the CBD out, leave the rest out, it's legal. You can buy it in Holland and Barrett. But I mean,
Well, you
You're
can buy
the
it-
sort of
buy it in-
dosage, the
you
sort of
can buy it in-
dosage they give you.
You can buy it in Holland, definitely.
Yeah,
you
well,
are
that's the real
listening.
deal.
You are listening to the second test from Barbados, not pharmaceuticals with Bear. As
The one
forward
subject
comes
you're actually
Brathwaite.
qualified to talk about.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
There is no run pushed into the offside this time. 111, 4-3, one arm, one leg.
I don't know. I think
Nelson, of course, was big in he's big in Antigua. Not so much Barbados, as we were discussing on the first
No,
morning,
well,
weren't we?
On the TV, they've got Sir Curtly Ambrose and Mark Butcher, and I think they might know a bit about the topic as well.
Yeah, well, you know, a fair few people do. funnily enough.
I'm assuming you're not talking cricket on this particular occasion as we wait for Stokes. Full on leg.
Yeah, shot.
Oh, beautifully just glided around the
Oh.
corner. There is a man at long leg, though. It is Fisher. And
I just find that annoying when you're batting. You just get one really fine, and you think, "Oh, that
Yeah.
must be four," and then someone's just basically a long stop because they haven't set a proper field, and you only get one.
well, it gets Brathwaite a single, and he moves on to 43, where
Well, if
3 balls into the 53rd over. It's 112 for 3.
It's a good chance it goes fine though if you're trying to get in swingers full, isn't it, rather than square.
So I think that was the idea from Ben Stokes, who fortunately didn't do a back, a hammy, or any other part of his body lumping the slight screen along. This one is guided away to Mahmood,
Big old
who
side
is fielding
screens
there
as well.
at mid wicket.
Yeah,
And
heavy.
he's now. Well, it did, and it seemed to wobble a bit when he pushed it as well. There's Mike Atherton sitting there. He's going to be a guest on our friend Mash's Caribbean Cricket podcast.
with the old
Big friend of the show. So if you want to hear a really interesting conversation, I'm sure Mash, if you're listening, Mash, message us and tell us when that is. But just look up Caribbean Cricket Podcast and you can hear some of their fine work.
You'd think he
Our
could
own
afford
Mashal St Patrick Hewitt.
better glasses than Tesco's 2 for $3.99.
Well, they might well be. You've got very good eyesight if you
They
can
don't
tell what
look
they
it.
are. Stokes, right arm over, back down the track. Fields off his own bowling. The all-action superhero that he is for England. Rediscovered his cape and to sort of get back some of the aura of that sort of feeling about him in the first innings where he batted quite magnificently. It's 113 for 3. Remember, England declared 507 for 9. Had a little tilt at the West Indies. Got an early wicket and a debut wicket too for Matthew Fisher. That one again slightly on leg, up onto his toes and pushed towards mid-wicket by Brathwaite. Sharp single taken. It's the end of the over. He'll stay on strike. 44 for him, 7 for Jermaine Blackwood. 393 the deficit.
Well,
Andy.
the mention of not swearing is like a red rag to a bull to some people.
You just got to be careful. It's best to ignore it, and then people forget.
It's Jay, and he says, not in so many words, where's my hamper voucher? I'm sure it's on its way, Jay. We did mention it before.
Jay, you should, honestly, as a patron, you should have got an email. Otherwise, I'll message it to you at the break, because there is one, and I'll tell you what it is.
I don't think it has special sweets in it, though.
No. It doesn't have those sweets in. It does have, let me tell you, it depends which one you go for. If you go for the Century Hamper, you get Sherman Special Reserve rum. Is it Claremont, the other rum?
No, it's Clement.
You get some fantastic. You get some Piton beer. You get loads of ginger beer. You get other beers I can't remember which
Ting.
ones. Ting, yes, you do.
Loads of plantain chips.
Loads and loads
Those
of
are pretty
plantain
good,
chips.
yeah.
I can tell you a bit more in a minute where I find it. Definitely plenty of Piton lagers. It's Clement, yes, it's Clement that you get there.
I bet they do the village thing and squeeze in and over from Lawrence. Or
Well, in comes
somewhere
Mahmood.
for lunch.
Forward comes Brathwaite. Guides it to Ben Stokes at mid-off, and there is no run.
Might get 2 more in. Gary was quite happy with the over rate earlier on.
Well, yeah, you do get. You get some
geez.
fantastic biscuits as well, don't you? Shirley biscuits.
Yeah, we should say.
Several packs of Shirley biscuits.
God damn, we've neglected the GPL.
GPL. Has anyone remembered?
13. No, it's yesterday, surely.
If you want to jump on the GPL, you can now. GorillaCricket.com/competition. Guess how many runs are scored in the day. You just have to register. Have as many guesses as you like, but you've only got 5 minutes to do it. Onto the back foot goes Brathwaite.
3 minutes.
It into the onside. And I'm sorry for the late warning. We've been very diligent and effective at doing that.
Yeah. See, I've been smoking too much, and Andy's had his little sweets. See, so there's only
Yeah.
you, and you're just an older gentleman.
What am I here? Why am I here?
Unlike us.
Who's playing?
Yeah.
What day is it?
Yeah.
We have had 13 entries on GPL.
4:30.
We are ranging today from 212 up to
Excellent.
317, and you've got 2 minutes left to enter before it gets to lunchtime, and it will close.
And how
the
many
pot
how many have we had this morning? Not that
13.
many.
No, we
That's
have.
not bad. No, how many runs?
Well, we were on 76 English pounds yesterday. I think that went up from there, though, didn't it?
No, it's
but what was
82.
the
We're talking about
score?
runs
80.
today. What did they
Oh.
come out at on today?
60 odd, wasn't it?
Let's have a score.
70. It was
I've got
70 something, I think.
I've got the score
70.
card
I
here.
think it's 71 for 1. Have a look.
We scored 43 runs in the session.
Yeah, it looks that
Yeah,
way.
it's been England have bowled very tightly, and they've taken 2 key wickets, which of course as well tends to slow things down. Brathwaite, though, is
End of day, West Indies
holding
71
up
for 1.
manfully.
Yeah.
That's what, I said that as this one guided away into the onside. Again, there is no run. Mahmood has been tight and frugal. 7 overs for 7 runs. 7.5 overs for 7 runs. His economy is not the issue. Thought he might have had a wicket, but big front foot was outside of the line as it was hit. But he definitely got some in-swing.
Well,
has he got the outswinger, we were asking? We haven't seen it yet if he has.
No.
We believe he does, but it's not been brought to his game so far this morning.
Are they suggesting he's a bit close to the wicket on his follow
they
through?
might well be. I was going to say, weirdly enough,
In he comes, tries to drop that short, doesn't get a lot of bounce. And Brathwaite is easily on top of it to guide to point. There's no run.
weren't England 43 for 1 at the end of the first session on day 1? Which would be exactly what the West Indies have done in this session on day 3.
For 2. For 2 today.
Oh yeah, damn. Shut up, man.
4 wickets.
See,
Well, they were 4 for 1,
I'm not
and then
completely out of it.
they were 4 for 1. Remember,
Yeah.
Crawley going early, and then Alex Lees, of course, was there for a fair old while with Joe Root. Made 30, certainly better than his 4 and 6 return from Antigua. 33, I think he made. Mahmood over the wicket. Played to square leg this time. Johnny Bairstow does the fielding, and there is no run. Continues to be tight and probing. The clock will tell you this should be the last over. Whether England will want, I don't think England can squeeze another one in now. Possibly throw the ball to Leach again, but I think that ship has sailed from an England perspective. 114 for 3. This, we think, will be the last over of the morning. 2 slips and a forward short leg. That swings in again. But Brathwaite has everything behind it to steer it to mid-on. There is no run, 138 kilometres an hour, so it's not hugely quick, but certainly that inward movement onto the off stump. But that's lunchtime. The England players are happily high-fiving. They'll probably be the happier of the two teams with their work, I would say.
I think so.
So at the end of that session, it's 114 for 3. Brathwaite still there on 44 of 163. He's doing sterling work for the West Indies. Jermaine Blackwood, 7 off 24. As the players go to take their lunch, we are going to be babbling with Brooke. We'll have Vernon with him.
Well, there's no Brooke, so I don't know if we're babbling with Brooke. I don't know
we might be babbling with Vernon. Well, let's get Vernon on, and maybe you and I
finish some
stay and
tweets.
have a chat to him.
Yep. Jay says, I doubt CBD would touch the sides, but the run was yet to fail. He also says, talking of pharmaceuticals, he was listening to Alan McGee's autobiography this morning and he thought of the bear. Now, a teammate of mine in the over 50s, who's in fact going to be captain last year, had quite a high position in creation records round about that time, and he's got some stories to tell, most of which I can't put on air if in Antigua.
I recently caught the film on with the guy from what's his name? Oh, can't remember.
But anyway, he tells one story. I can't go into the details of it again, but he was actually told by Glenn Matlock, once of the Sex Pistols. I think that was a bit much.
Yeah, well, there you go.
At an awards dinner.
Well, yeah, quite possibly. Tone, if you want to come and sit in this seat next to me, I'll get Vernon on.
Well, if you can see if you can track down our David as well.
Yeah, well, I need to momentarily leave the room anyway. Hello, Vernon, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
I'm very well.
How are you doing?
I'm good. What are your thoughts on this morning?
Well, West Indies, they trailed by 393 runs, only able to score 43 runs this morning in 27 sterling overs bowled by England. And just going through the bowling figures a little bit, you'll see that Jack Leach would have bowled some 18 overs, 7 maidens, 41 runs, 1 wicket. Matthew Fisher, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 20 runs, 1 wicket. And Ben Stokes, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 11 runs, 1 wicket. Now, the last time that Ben Stokes, in 2019, when Ben Stokes bowled at the Kensington Oval, in which the England lost, one could, sort of remember that spell from Stokes during that period of time, and you could see him almost look like he's trying to get back into that same form there. 25.3 overs, 2 maidens, 59 runs, 4 wickets, and that's when England, I think, got bowled out for 77 in their first innings, and they lost by a huge target there. But the West Indies put under some immense pressure. I think Shamar Brooks would be very, very, very disappointed in the way that he got out. He got a wide one and really should have more or less capitalized on that. Sort of hit it in the air rather than down. His eyes kind of opened up.
Yeah.
And Bonner was a little bit a little unlucky because of the review system. It could have been a little tighter, but that's how the game goes sometimes.
Yeah. I actually think that the one that was cut by
Brooks,
yes.
Brooks.
I actually thought that the ball. I think this pitch is starting to misbehave more than people think, and I think that one just turned a little bit more than he thought it was. The previous balls had turned. I mean, there's an appreciable bit of turn, and then that one just kicked a little bit further, and he kind of followed it, and therefore toe-ended it. I think he was a little bit unlucky and a bit done by the pitch, possibly. Yeah, you're right. Look, Bonner could have been given not out, and it would have remained not out. He was given out. It was out. That's how the umpire calls it on the field. Could have gone either way. It's a good ball, though, and, Blackwood's lucky that England didn't review that one that crashed into his pads. That would have been overturned, so...
One observation I feel that Craig Brathwaite has to also be careful about, because you could tell that the England captain Joe Root, they have certainly worked out their field placing against Brathwaite. I think he has to try and keep his balance, especially the ball pitched between middle and leg, and try not to fall over, because to me now and again I think he's kind of falling over. He needs to keep his balance a little bit more, and that trigger movement with his right foot You know, he has to be in a where he can be able to bend his hips rather than looking to play the ball into the mid-wicket area. He still has to look to play the ball a little bit straighter. Because if we realize, Joe Root has brought in now almost like 2 mid-wickets in a square leg. And they're concentrating just about tailoring that ball between middle and leg. Trying to get a flick, if anything, off of Brathwaite or a leading edge, which can either rush off of him, go to the keeper, or go to one of those close catcher fielders on the leg side.
Yeah, but that'll be the analysis. That'll be people like Ayana, wouldn't they, be going, well, that's how he bats, and if we target it there, I think the pitch warrants bowling quite straight, much as it did for the West Indies. You know, and it started to misbehave a little bit. So England will be concentrating. I don't know whether Mahmood is getting reverse swing or in swing, but it's going quite late, and he bowls quite quickly. He'll offer another test. I'd like to know if he has an away swinger or one that goes away, so he can mix it up. I'm not sure he does, but could be set for some fun this afternoon. It's going to be a tense session, the next one, I think.
Well, looking at Mahmood, I maybe have to look at him again, but the couple of deliveries that I saw, I wonder if he's not encroaching on the danger area in terms of his landing. That was a little major concern for me, but I'm not the umpire, so I'll have to maybe kind of look at it, but it might be a little questionable based in terms of what's going on. But as you said, I'm starting to kind of really get a little nervous here, knowing that the West Indies will really need to get as close as possible to this total, because they're going to be batting last on this track, which means that England feel that Jack Leach or Joe Root can be able to do some danger, especially on a 5th day, with, you know, how the wicket basically is behaving, as we would say, sort of gripping already.
Yes, well, it's not going to get any better, is it? I mean, actually, it turns out it might well be a good test wicket, and it might turn out that it was a really good toss to win, and actually England, you know, I mean, this is it, Vernon, you're unlucky in a lot of ways. England haven't scored 500 runs for 13 months, and they go and score it in this innings, you know. I mean, if you get an innings like that in the time that they got it, it certainly puts England on the front foot for the rest of the test. You know, they've taken up the good batting period of the wicket starts to deteriorate, it'll only get worse. And they're still, you know, 400 runs behind. So it's going to be tough for your boys to get through this. And if they do, it'll be a great get, I think. I think England will feel, looking at this, that they'll feel they're in with a chance of winning this.
Well, as compared to the West Indies attack who were trying things, you could tell that the England plan really is to bowl as straight as possible. And so I think it's going to be very important for Blackwood, the captain and the vice captain, both Bs, Bonner back in the pavilion. You know, Bonner was the real mainstay, but when you look into the pavilion still, you still got Jason Holder, who scored 202 not out the last time these two teams met at Kensington Oval in 2019. So the West Indies will still fancy themselves and know, well, hey, but this is a different track as compared to 2019. And talking about tracks, you know, we were talking yesterday about the Antigua Recreation Ground, not Antigua Recreation Ground, so Vivian Richards Stadium track, and we're comparing that also to the Kensington Oval. I think what we have to also do is start to question ourselves now in terms of the preparation of these pitches. In the Caribbean, based on what's happening in terms of the preparation period going into the test matches, if the preparation period started, you know, maybe 12, 13 days before, then certainly it means that we're really not going to see any grass on the tracks. And I'm beginning to have to ask myself a question. In 2019, we had 3 test matches. The first test was won by the West Indies, 381 runs. Second test at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium was won by 10 wickets by the West Indies. And the third test at the Darren Sammy National Cricket Stadium in St. Lucia, England won by 232 runs. But I wanted to take you back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in 2019. And if we examine the scores there, and I just wanted to make a point so you'll get a grips in terms of what's happening. England scored 187 and 132. West Indies scored 306, and they were set 17 to win. So the West Indies would have won that by 10 wickets. The Sir Vivian Richards Stadium got 2 demerit points. I don't know if you remember that.
I don't remember getting demerit points. No.
Yeah. It was a talking point as to, you know, what happened at the track, because it was a green track and a good cricket wicket at that point in time. So I said that to mean that when we look now in terms of what is happening in the series now, where we almost have flat pitches as compared to 2019.
Well, I think that's my point, Vernon. I think that England have. I don't think this is a bad test pitch. I think there's 2 days left in the test, but if it starts to deteriorate, I think that's a good test wicket. There's a lot of luck in winning the toss in a test match, but then you have to, you've got 50-50. But if you choose to bat, then you've got to bat large, and I think England have managed that, and they've therefore got themselves a lead, and they've taken advantage. Then they'll take the advantage of the fact that they've taken that time, got the big runs, and the wicket will start to deteriorate. And if the wicket does deteriorate, I actually think that's a good cricket wicket, because a cricket wicket has to have something in for the batsman early and the bowlers late if you want to get a result. Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm with you.
So I don't think you can say necessarily. If it doesn't deteriorate anymore and it's flat, but even now I'd say it's actually doing something. The ball's turning certainly more than it did in Antigua. There's a little bit of up and down for the seam bowlers. The odd one's exploding. There's a bit taken out of the pitch every once in a while. I think that makes it a good cricket wicket. I'm sorry to disagree.
Well, you're always trying to get home court advantage.
Yes.
And so as a West Indian, you would really want to see a track which really has some bounce and an offer.
Yeah.
If we look around in terms of what happened the last time with Kemar Roach, he was on a field day during the 2019 series. So that's something that seriously that we could really more or less talk about. But like I said, it's an interesting discussion going forward. The West Indies fighting back. This is, as you said, this is what Test cricket is about. To more or less lose Bonner this morning, who's been in real rich form, and to lose Brooks might be eating himself out there and saying maybe listen, I maybe could have played that ball a little bit more later.
Yeah.
But I think his body language and his eyes opening up sort of just kind of indicated like, yes, this is a scoring shot. I'm going to pounce on this one. But as you said, the ball just maybe stopping a little bit on him, really, a little bit more bounce. And Jack Leach once again strikes for England. It seems as if the West Indians seem not to be able to understand how to play Jack Leach. He seems to be a torment because the amount of maidens that he's bowling.
Yeah.
Is,
well,
kind of
again,
questionable.
You see, again, Vernon, I think this is this is it. And the West Indies have, so far in this series, have always been chasing. They've never had the opportunity to go in front. They've lost the toss first time up both times. England didn't get a great score in the first innings in the first test, but they got enough that it took the West Indies long enough to get to and overhaul them that the game was only ever in England's kind of favour, apart from a very short period when the West Indies got their 60-run lead in the second innings in Antigua. And in this test, they're just behind from the start. So they've never had that opportunity to get in front. And I think if they're batting first or they've got a decent lead, I think they'll have more of a go at Jack Leach. But they have let him settle into the series, no doubt.
I guess we just want to also welcome from Jamaica,
yes,
Junior Codlin. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, man. It's a pleasure to join you all again.
All right, what's your thoughts on how the session has gone so far?
It's a challenging session for the West Indies, and a little not so help from the I have a problem with the DRS system, because I believe that whenever the wicket is hitting, it should be out, and whenever there is it's a bit of a give and take, but it is what it is, and Banner would have been well disappointed, and rightly so. But the wicket of Brooks, I just wonder if that shot was really needed at the time. But
it was a white ball.
It
was a white ball. He could have just played it a little later. But like I said, he's the man in the middle, because
right.
You have to still look to score. You can't just look to just be blocking more or less. It was there, and maybe he could have played it a little later and got down. But I think it was a shot that was on.
Right. The session more and less though has gone the way of England, but like yesterday, when the West Indies fight back in the second session, I believe that some sort of fight will come, and you know, Blackwood is more than less playing now for his place and his career, so he has to deliver in the second session, and I have no doubt that he will deliver. And the captain himself have to really, he has changed over the last year. He has been more attacking, more intent to score, but what's gonna happen now is that a change of role has to take place now, where Blackwood has to go on the attack and Brathwaite has to play that innings as of his whole days when he just came on 2014 and the years that follows. He has to really bog down and play that both of them can't attack. One has to be reserved. Blackwood will not be reserved because it's just not in him. But it is in Craig Brathwaite to be reserved, to kind of hunker down one end and allow Blackwood to play his shots, to be free as possible in this innings particular, to sort of bring West Indies out of this great hole that they dig themselves in with that loose shot really from John Campbell in the first dig, and that's what really brings us in this type of downfall that we're now in this present game.
Well, you know, looking ahead, and as you were talking, you know, it is going to be very also important because the England bowlers are attacking, they're bowling wicket-to-wicket deliveries, and so both Blackwood and Brathwaite are going to have to be very cautious not to get caught on the crease. And I was looking sort of technically, I'm talking about coaching now in terms of the balance and the movement of both Brathwaite and Blackwood in terms of their front foot, which is their left foot, being locked more or less, so they're coming more or less on their toes rather than on their heels in terms of the balance. And you could, Stokes is bowling a lot more in swingers, he's bowling direct at his stump, so too is Mahmood. So I think the stride is going to have to be a bigger stride, and it has to be more or less a positive stride in terms of, like I said before you came on, Junior, I was talking to Nigel, the Brathwaite is going to have to be careful that he doesn't overbalance himself in terms of what is going to be happening. But I think we got a couple of other guests on the call, Nigel.
It's Tony actually who's stepped in.
Sorry. Okay, Tony's there.
And I can see David as well, who appears to be put school uniform on specially for the occasion. But I'm not quite sure.
I wanted to know which schoolboy that was. He sort of looked like a Dickie Bird, like an English schoolboy Dickie Bird.
Well, can you hear us, David? You look like you're on the way to the headmaster's study. What have you been naughty again? No, he's. No, I think it's just us. So I'm happy to sit along and chat with you. I don't know where you've got to. I would say from an England perspective, ought to be reasonably happy, I would think. Those 2 wickets this morning. The shot that was crunched to cover and caught at cover, I think I would be disappointed with. That seemed one that Leach didn't really earn. He'd bowled tidily, but that seemed to be a... I would have been disappointed with that shot, and I guess you guys will have been as well. You know, you face the turning ball, you play solidly, circumspectly, do everything right, and then you chase one that's slightly wider and uppishly that you didn't need to, and that's the one that gets you. I'm sure you will have been, maybe you will have been chatting about that when I was off air.
Yeah, well, it's cricket. These things happen. You know, sometimes you're not playing against yourself. You know, somebody tries to outfox you, so Leach would have maybe outfoxed Shamar Brooks there. When you live to learn, sometimes you can't learn in the pavilion. You have to learn in playing, and so, you know, that will make him a better player.
Well, that is definitely wise words. I mean, I would think both spinners, and we were talking about this yesterday as well, Vernon, weren't we? But I think both spinners, there's definitely something there for them. We're only on day 3, and Leach has got the ball to turn. And then we were looking at it. It's quite interesting. I think one end is definitely turning more than the other. So he was certainly for Leach, the left armour, he was getting more turn, I think, from the bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end, and not as much turn bowling from the Joel Garner end. But Joe Root started him the other way around this morning. It's like if you look at the stats, and it seemed to me like they'd probably started him from the wrong end. I'm not sure what you two guys made of that.
Yes, and I think Joe Root was spot on to make the change very quickly.
Yeah, he did.
There's a little bit more assertiveness in his captaincy so far. His captaincy has come under question from the England media. I don't know if it's because in the media these days in England you have so many former England captains.
Yeah, and not all of them richly loved. Well, I think, from the English perspective, actually, is interesting you say that, because the big debate over here is the party line, the official line, has always been the door is open for Broad and Anderson. They may come back. It's all down to the new manager, new coach, and of course we don't have the new coach yet. Whether that ends up being Justin Langer or not, that will be extremely interesting. There's a real poacher turned gamekeeper situation if were that to happen. But the feeling, not the spoken thing, but the feeling has been very much that to give Joe Root the best possible chance, take away the two voices that potentially challenge him most. Now, I would argue that those two voices, if they do challenge him, it's because they deeply care and they have the experience to challenge him with. and actually, it's not an autocracy, and they have good experience to offer. But that he is being given, I think, the best possible free run to sort of, I wouldn't say sink or swim, but to prove his captaincy worth. And I'm with you a bit there, Vernon. I think so touch wood in this series, he's done a pretty good job, and of course with the bat.
Right.
Well, you can't question his batting ability. 2019 in St. Lucia, he came up with a big 100, and he's just continued his rich form. Back-to-back centuries here in the Caribbean. And he's in a rich frame of form, and that's why I was saying that it is so important that when you're playing at this level, once folks like Root and whether it is Virat Kohli or Labashini or Steve Smith or those guys playing, and you get an opportunity to get them early, you have to grab them.
You do.
Because if they don't, they're going to make you pay. And you saw what happened there. West Indies, Root was dropped on 34 by Joshua De Silva off Roach. And he went on and cracked 150. So you understand the reluctance here. But just before I got Junior back in, Tony, I know we haven't taken any time during this broadcast to really look at the two boards, the England and Wales Cricket Board and Cricket West Indies, have renamed the series now. We have moved away from the Wisden Trophy series.
Richards Botham.
And we come to the Richards Botham. But I really want to talk about the impact that these two guys would have made on the world scene. You're talking about a double combination. In fact, it would have been a triple combination, because Joel Garner is also part of this lineup. But Sir Viv Richards, 121 test matches from an island of Antigua and Barbados, as you consider that to be, a small island, El Camino Willett, paving way for the likes of Sir Andy Roberts and Sir Vivian Richards. 121 test matches, 8,540 runs, average of 50.23, 24 centuries and 45 50s. Made his debut in 1974 against India. And to complement that, was also a very decent bowler with 32 wickets. And then we match that now to Lord Ian Botham, 383 wickets, 5,200 runs, 14 centuries and 22 50s. And when you see a Ben Stokes, you almost see Ian Botham, the same authoritative way, very competitive, and always keep coming to you. The last person I think that we would have seen that I really rated would have been Andrew Flintoff.
Well, I think you've absolutely hit the nail on the head there, Vernon. If you look at the history of great English all-rounders, those three would always come to mind, and the gaps between them have always been interesting. Can Flintoff be the new Botham? Can Stokes be the new Flintoff? A good all-rounder is it just adds such balance to the team. My recollections of Ian Botham, well, they are many because he's very much of my era. Headingley in 81, of course, everyone will talk to. I mean, you know what us English are like. You know, he played many wonderful series, but you know, we keep gravitating back to the Ashes. But that extraordinary win at Headingley would and that series that they called Botham's Ashes. But I know he played some fantastic tests against the West Indies as well. And Sir Viv Richards, for us, I mean, is as idolised, I think, genuinely in the UK as he perhaps is in the West Indies. So where I watch my cricket is Middlesex, not Somerset, but obviously the three you've mentioned before are very much associated with Somerset. And it was so sad when the three of them left. Both of them, of course, after Richards and Garner got so badly treated, Ian Botham said, "I'm not staying at this county. I don't care how long I've been at this county. I don't care that you want me to stay. You've treated," as far as he was concerned, the sort of the ousting or for whatever reasons of Garner and Richards. Sir Ian Botham said, "I'm not having it," and he walked as well. But where I watch my cricket, which is a lot of it is at Lord's, because I watch Middlesex there. When you walk into the Lord's Pavilion, what you see is that fantastic painting of Viv Richards. It absolutely dominates one wall by the left-hand staircase, I think. And whenever anyone asks me of all those pieces of art that exist, symbolising the history of cricket in the Lord's Pavilion, the home of cricket, the one that to me totally dominates it, and I will always give you as my absolute favourite, will be that picture of Sir Vivian Richards. It is just extraordinary. It's just a superb piece of art that captures the steely glare. It's a head and shoulders shot, but somehow you just look at it and you see that swagger that terrified English bowlers for so long. So yes, you will find certainly amongst English cricket fans respect and affection in huge measures for Sir Vivian Richards, not just amongst Somerset fans, but amongst all English cricket fans.
The good thing about it is that the world is who rated Sir Viv Richards as easily one of the best batsmen that they would have seen, and there have been so many comparisons around the world. But what you could remember about Sir Viv, and you talked about the swagger, was the fear. He's somebody that, you heard so many stories, and being in the same dressing room with Sir Viv, when you would have regional cricket, just his approach, by the time he walked out, he let you know that, hey, this is my stage. Almost similar to King Chartered here in Antigua and Barbuda, folks who following Calypso, Sir Maclean Emmanuel. It was a dominance to let you know that, hey, I'm here, and I've come to take the world on. And I think that is what really has impacted it. And when you look around at other different sports, you could maybe match up that to maybe a Viv Richards and a Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan had the same aura about him. In basketball, you look at someone, go to junior now, even Usain Bolt. When Usain Bolt stepped on the track, he came to let you know that, hey, listen, you can't beat me. I'm the best in the world. And so the Caribbean has produced some outstanding sportsmen and women who at some point in time would have been motivated by the likes of Sir Viv and Sir Gary and Wes Hall.
There's a question for you then, Vernon, because I believe you coached Sir Viv Richards in the Leewards team, didn't you?
Well,
what was it like to coach him?
Well, I'll give you a story and you'll laugh. I remember the first time in 1989, the Leewards team came to play against Barbados in St. Kitts. And I was given an opportunity first to start as a trainer around the team. And the game morning, so Viv brought out 12 golf balls. I'll never forget that. And he said to me, just chuck the golf balls to me. I was the most nervous guy, Tony and Junior, because the first time I think I've seen any batsman warming up with golf balls. And after the first couple, he came down to me and he said to me, don't worry about anything. All I want you to do is just take your time and just throw the golf balls to me so that I can just stroke them back. They can come off the wall and you can catch them, just trying to get my eye in. Now remember before, when you see somebody warming up, Junior and Tony, they're warming up with a cricket ball. So more or less to see a golf ball. But this was so Viv. I was the most nervous rack, I tell you, on that morning. the issue for that would have been, in those days, you're talking about the rivalry between St. Kitts and Antigua. And so, you don't want anything to happen where you either throw a ball and maybe it hits a Viv and you hear different stories. But it's somebody who really helped me during my coaching career, because being around the Leeward Islands team at that time, starting as a trainer, he's the one who really gave me my opportunity, to ignite me to get off to England and, set up and have my coaching career. So being around him, I learned so much from, both Sir Richie and Sir Andy and Sir Viv, and Hugo was also very instrumental in my career. And the late King Frankai, I'm sure you would have known King Frankai, would have commentated some years. Bones Cumberbatch, those were the guys who really helped me in that process, especially when I started first around the Leeward Islands team.
Well, I've got another question for you as well, actually. We've been talking about Joe Root. Sir Clive Lloyd, of course, really sort of, after the poor series of in Australia, really knitted together that West Indian team that really first that had those sort of four fast bowlers in tandem, or in double tandem, I suppose, to be technically correct. And then really Sir Viv took over from Sir Clive, didn't he? If you look at the captaincy of the two of them, who do you feel was the greater captain, or would you say there's nothing to choose between them?
I don't think it's nothing to choose. The West Indies team in those days, you remember when West Indies went to Australia, 75, 76, they were bruised and battered.
They were.
By the time they got back to Australia, so Clive Lloyd, if you listen to him, decided that he had to fight fire with fire. And so Clive took a different approach and decided that, listen, I'm going to go back there, but on my own terms, by matching up and getting what he would consider to be, fast bowlers who would be able to run in. And sometimes when you look back at, Fire in Babylon.
Yeah, I was just Googling Fire in Babylon to see what year it came out, because it was going to be my next question. So you're a step ahead of me, Vernon. Well done.
Yeah, well, you only have to just look back at that and to see that the Australians, who made the West Indians, made them skip and the sort of stuff. I mean, when you hear people like when you walked in, you remember in those days we really didn't have much helmets.
Wow.
West Indians just came out with their
absolutely
caps. And you had people like Dennis Lilly and Jeff Thompson, those guys saying, "Hey, we're gonna take your head off." You know what I mean? And you wanker. Those were the words that was used. And then to see them grimacing shortly sooner rather than later after that had to be really, really, really menacing. So I don't think there was a difference between Lloyd and Viv Richards. Their records were certainly excellent. But the passionate West Indies team of that day is that they played for something. They were fighting for a cause. When they came to England, it was a chance to be able to make sure that black people who were in England were equal when West Indies defeated England. That was for the first time the people from Windrush who were able to stand up and say, "Hey, I feel proud because these West Indians have made me proud." That is what made them happy. You look at the apartheid issue during that period of time. The West Indian cricketers were fighting for a cause. Things have changed since that time. We have this Black Lives Matter movement, but it is really something that we really want. I think it's a much greater feel, and I want to give Junior a chance to maybe come in here because he maybe want to share his own thoughts also.
Yes,
on what I was talking.
We haven't met. Hello, Junior.
Yeah. Once again, it's an honor to be on Gorilla Cricket, and I do wish for the platform to grow even stronger. The issue with cricket nowadays is that you have a Ben Stokes that is willing to that England cricket is now revolving around him, and they're doing that for obvious reasons, and it's pushing the team along. And if you could see that Joe Root depends and love him a lot because he's helping Root in his captaincy, and that's what the West Indies. That's what the West Indies.
Is that a junior in the background?
Yes.
A babbling junior.
Babbling junior.
Babbling junior.
That's what the West Indies need, guys. They need somebody to be upfront, to be brave enough to say, look, I'm gonna put the fight to England, and if I lose, I lose. If I win, I win. And the West Indies, for obvious reasons, don't have the guys are in the team that wants to do it, but they don't have the backing, they don't have the confidence. While Joe Root, Ben Stokes has that confidence, because if you could see yesterday where he took the game by the head and he pushed it along, and he pushed it in England's favour, while the West Indies is timid. Our players is timid, and they're timid for the reasons that if they fail, they will not play the next game. Our players need confidence. They need the ability to go out there, play positive, express themselves, knowing that they have the backing of the coaching staff, the backing of the selectors, and most of all, the backing of the people of the Caribbean. No longer when a player is dropped, you hear a big protest. If I could take you back, when Chris Gayle was off the West Indies team, you had the former Jamaican Prime Minister coming out and talking. When last year those things, the players have no backing, they have no confidence, they have no real because when you look at a player like Mr. From St. Kitts, Karen Powell, he was brought back after, from Nevis, right? He was brought back, and you know, he had a 2 poor games. Then you drop him. No, you don't do things like that, because you're killing the confidence not only of that player, but players that are in the team that is thinking that if this happened to this player, then it can happen to me. So the players are fighting against England. They're fighting against their own employers.
The own system.
The own system, and that's not good, and that's what killing West Indies cricket. I'm not saying when a guy fails, he's not to be dropped, but you don't drop him 2 games out, because when you look at Pomal, that took 8 wickets in Sri Lanka, he came to Antigua, he bowled very poorly, but that's just 1 game. You don't drop him because he had done well in Sri Lanka, so you give him another game and another game, and then if he don't come good, then you look otherwise. We need, as West Indian people, as West Indian administrators, to put confidence in our players, to say to them, go out there and be positive, and we will back you no matter what. And this is what England is doing. They give Joe Root the ability to go out there, captain, do good. That's what we are telling you to do. You have this opportunity, you take it and you do what is to be done, and if you don't, then you know what's coming next.
Well, that's very
Junior,
wise words,
thank you
Junior.
very much for joining us during this lunch and break here, because the players are back out on the field, and we look forward in talking to you during the series here, as I hand back over very quickly to Tony.
Oh, well, you can hand up very quickly back to me, Vernon, but I've got a funny feeling I'm going to hand it straight back to you. Just let me double check. So I think between us, we're playing commentary tennis. So, well, thank you, Vernon, for handing it straight back to me. And I would like to introduce back to you Vernon Springer, who is going to take you through the first ball-by-ball session. He is going to be with me, Tony Bishop, and the inimitable poet of Perth himself, Messi Jez. But, Vernon, the chair is yours.
Right, so thank you very much, guys, on GorillaCricket.com. The West Indies after lunch, 54 was bowled, 114 for 3. That was the luncheon session. We now go into the what we consider to be the after lunch session, the afternoon session, and West Indies starting with Blackwood straight away. England captain Joe Root starting with Leach, 1 for 41 so far. He's been a torment in the West Indies batting lineup. 18 overs, 7 maidens, 41 runs, 1 wicket, and he will start quickly after lunch. He comes in now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is looking to punch that, but can't beat Jack Leach, who's coming around nicely. This is going to be a very important period of play, especially after lunch, first hour.
It's personally important for Jack Leach too, I think, Vernon.
Apex test. He's turning. Leach comes in now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is coming attentively forward. England starting with a slip and a short leg. So they would know something more about us. In fact, I maybe might have had a silly point or so for Blackwood if I was England captain Joe Root. They trail by 393 to West Indies, 114 for 3. And here's another delivery from Jack Leach. And Blackwood talking to himself. It's going to be a very important period of play. Messi and Tony.
Yeah, you know,
Indeed.
I mean, what I was thinking, I mean, Leach, the criticism for Jack Leach was, you know, if they could roll up the Taunton pitch and take it round the world, he'd be a great bowler.
Not a delivery bang on target. I wanted to ask Tony, because Tony, I think he would have followed maybe Leach a little bit more. And this is just in my own eyes. Leach just looks a very ordinary bowler to me. But for some reason, the West Indians have not been able to craft him out and master him yet. But we'll get back to that.
Yeah, we will.
He starts in again, another defensive livery to Blackwood. Blackwood working away.
Well, this is
the 114 for 3.
The problem that we've had in England, Vernon, in unearthing great spin talent, is we play too much cricket on seamers wickets. Simple as that.
So maybe you need to send some of the seamers wickets down to the Caribbean. Made over after lunch.
Well, perhaps we should swap them
for Jack Leach.
But yeah, no, this was very much the case, as they say. That's why I said that if you could roll up the Taunton wicket of sort of 2017, which was when he was bowling in tandem with Bess, they were frightening, but they were bowling on pitches, dare I say, sort of rather prepared in their favour. The test for him here is on good, hard test match wickets. I know we've had our criticisms of those, but can he still do it? That, I think, is going to be really interesting. And so far, so good, but he's not on these kind of wickets at the moment, I don't think, a prodigious turner, but he's got enough help to be dangerous. Anyway, message.
Yeah, well, actually, everybody's still having their lunch as far as I can tell, but there are no new tweets. But in terms of Leach, I would say, and I think it's not unfair what you say, Vernon, about him not seeming any out of the ordinary spinner. But I would say that I sense an improvement in him since he was in Australia. And that's helped to a huge extent by having runs to bowl at. Because when he was bowling with virtually no runs in the bank, he couldn't take risks, he couldn't float the ball, and he couldn't give himself the opportunity to actually work through a long period of time for wickets. And he's doing that better now, I think.
But we've got a slight delay here at Kensington Oval. I think the rope maybe came in just a little bit too far in.
Well, we did see. Sorry,
I like the fielding side just shoving the boundary rope back. I'd do that if I had the chance.
Well, it was really sort of village green cricket earlier, as both, I think it was Stokes and Fisher went barrelling off to move the sight screen. I thought, what's going on? If they did a back or a hammy or any other part of their body, should this be happening in international cricket?
But in fairness, the sportsmanship has been excellent between
very much
both teams here. And so sometimes it's good to see things like these happening. So that's okay. We can allow that one. Mahmood in out the ball to Brathwaite, gets a length ball and comes across in his own dodged way and defends the delivery. 44 from 164 deliveries. The West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite, hometown Barbados, and by his standards, Brathwaite will be looking to try to see if he can get a big score here for the West Indies. He's the 290th Test player for the West Indies, and he would want to get a big one, especially against England at Kensington Oval. At Kensington Oval so far. Mahmood is in now to bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is whipping this onto the onside, getting an easy single. First one after lunch. The score goes up to 153. Brathwaite is to 45. You know, brings Jermaine Blackwood, who is under immense pressure, Tony and Messi, to maybe stay in this West Indies team.
Yes, I'm just going to have a quick look at his Jermaine Blackwood's. You know, he came into this series. Well, he got a 44 for Jamaica, didn't he? A couple of 44s against, and then also in the test, he got some runs in the test against Sri Lanka.
He's
possibly a different kettle of
less
fish
than
here.
30, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He is.
The averages is not hot.
But he's played 9 times against England. He's got a high score of 112, which he got in Antigua, not last time, but before, I think. So he goes reasonably well against England.
He certainly has. He has the most of his test runs against England. Mahmood is in now the ball to Blackwood, and Blackwood is defending a good length delivery. I like the look of Mahmood. Sort of remind me of a Mark Wood, aggressively running in all the time.
Well, he's not. He's got a smoother action than Mark Wood. He doesn't look quite as likely to fling himself headlong and face plant into the turf and do himself an injury with every ball. He's been bowling very well for Lancashire. I saw him bowl superbly for Lancashire against Middlesex up at Old Trafford just before we went into lockdown. And I think a lot of English fans have been waiting for a while to see him in the attack, and it's good to see him there now. He's certainly been economical.
Here comes Mahmood in now to bowl to Blackwood. We were talking about Blackwood. In 2021, he would have played some 10 test matches, scored 488 runs, high score of 68, 2 half centuries, average of 24.440. Match that up against Kyle Mayers. 10 test matches, 636 runs, high score of 210, 1 century and 2 half centuries, average of 35.33 with 13 wickets.
I'm sensing there's a very consistent theme with you, Vernon, in terms of your who you're supporting and who should be in the West Indies team. You are nothing if not consistent. Well done.
Mahmood in now to bowl to Blackwood, and Blackwood gets another length, really defending again. I think it's what Junior was talking about also. It's giving players, an opportunity. In fact, if we look in terms of what the West Indies have done at the white ball game, Kyle Mayers is now the opening batsman for the West Indies at the white ball game. It now brings another conversation into context. Are we going to put Kyle Mayers to open for us in Test cricket? Because certainly Campbell doesn't look it. He's not cutting it.
No, he has struggled, and he struggled here as well, hasn't he? What did he get in the Antigua Test, Campbell? Well, it wasn't very many from my recollection.
Nothing to shout about. So no. you don't need to worry about that.
35 and 22.
So there you go. Yeah. Mahmood bongs away now in now the ball to Blackwood. Blackwood gets another delivery and just turns it onto the outside. Gets a quick single, hurried away, and good run in between the two Bs, and the captain and the vice captain in Brathwaite and Blackwood. Blackwood moves from 7 to 8.
You're saying that's nothing to write home about. Let me tell you, with England's opening partnership since Sir Alistair Cook retired, 35 and 22 is like untold riches for our opening batsmen. I think we'd have taken those a few times.
Well, it's funny.
You're a hard taskmaster, Vernon.
Similar the discussion is to what was being discussed around England's woes in a similar area. But Blackwood's average is only 23 all up, isn't it? And that's not good.
Here is another sneaky single onto the offside, sneaked away by Craig Brathwaite, picking up his 46th run. And the score goes up to 118 for 3. The discussion will always continue, Tony and Messi. The West Indies have struggled since the Greenwich and the Haynes opening partnership. And I think sometimes after a time when you've been spoiled by brilliance, this is something that plays with your mind because the expectation is so high. So as you were saying, Tony, you have someone like Alistair Cook who was in England still searching for a partner since that period of time.
Well, the Cook and Strauss partnership, of course, was just wonderful for England when it clicked. And yeah, they've struggled. What I can see potential in, certainly with Crawley, is a more classical stance. We seem to have had a few players who have. Rory Burns springs to mind, where you seem to have so many moving parts. There's a lot can go wrong. It's good to at least now have a couple of openers who appear to be uncomplicated in their approach.
Here is a sweep from the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite. It maybe might have the legs to bring up his 50. It does. 50 to the West Indies captain. What a knock.
It is indeed one of these.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
And he did it with one of these. If I press it right. Let's try that. Got there in the end.
Well done.
So, Brathwaite picking up his 25th half century, and a badly lined delivery there by Jack Leach, and put away nicely. Don't want to say the execution of the broom came out, but he got enough bat onto it to bring up his 50 of 167 deliveries. Leach comes in now to bowl to Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain. He's back and steering that. Can't beat backward point. Looks like Wokes coming around there. Cut that off. 122 for 3. West Indies, they will have to bat all day so far. Craig Brathwaite in this series so far, 55 and 33 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, 50 not out. But he wants to get better, not just by scoring 50. He wants to get a big one like Joe Root, 150 or more. That is what will be required. Leach will have other ideas.
Well, that one turned again, Vernon, but it's sort of short and wide and turned further away from the right-hander, so he needs to think about his line and length a little bit. There's Jack here, I think, and that was better.
Just after lunch, he's telling the ball a little different. So as I was talking, I don't know if somebody who heard me, Tony. Joe Root maybe have a microphone. He's now brought in a silly point, so we've got a slip, silly point, and a short leg. 122 for 3. Leach getting a little bite here. It's a little slow, but you got to be careful. If he lands the ball in the right area, anything can happen. Over number 57 completed. Just a little alert as if something might have been happening there. West Indies are 122 for 3, and they trail by 385 runs. Anything, Missy, from the Facebook?
Thank you, Vernon. Leah says, I don't like Leach anymore. He's clearly gone off the cliff the moment he got contact. Dave Wood says, with Wood being ruled out of the series, along with Wokes and Overton being ineffective, is the room to call in an old experienced head to the bowling ranks? Well, I wonder where they could find one of those. Yeah, it's the same debate, isn't it? And if I was Broad or Anderson, I would have taken this opportunity to say, bugger it, I'm having a holiday. I'm not going to hang around waiting for them to call me up. I'll have a holiday before the county season begins, and they're probably not cricket fit at the moment.
There's quite a lot of company for us on YouTube as well, Messrs. I've just spotted.
Okay, I'll head across there in a second.
Alright, so Mahmood is in now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood, Ken is defending another length delivery. Blackwood is going to have to be patient. He's going to have to keep concentrating, keep talking to himself, keep looking up the V. It's going to be very, very, very important. I know he's an attacking player, but game awareness is also going to be very important. Tony, I wanted to talk a little bit. What is England's summer going to be like for Test cricket?
Let me think. Who do we got? I think we have Pakistan and New Zealand, is it?
And India.
And India, Lord. Well, yeah, but India just the one test, though. That's the one they owed us for the one they didn't play in Old Trafford.
Mahmood into ball to Blackwood. Blackwood is driving again up to mid-off.
Well, I think from the reset perspective that you will have heard about, I'm sure, in the Caribbean, rightly or wrongly, and I think wrongly, this is seen as a stepping stone towards that summer, because after coming out the Ashes, this is pretty quickly, so any kind of reset is going to take time. But come the summer, there'll be a new coach in place, new coach, new philosophy, and how well things are going to work, I think, will come more into focus in the summer. So a lot of English eyes are going to be on that English summer.
Mahmood bongs away again, in out the ball to Blackwood, and again Blackwood driving. Just needs to just step out a little bit more. He's almost in a standing up position. Want to lean a little bit more with his right foot and his hips pushing forward to be able to hit that ball straight down the ground. 122 for 3. There's a no ball, so Mahmood would have gone over. And based on the technology, things have changed now. Rather than the standing umpire calling the no ball, we now have the standby umpire who now makes that call.
Of course, it's South Africa for England in the summer. That's the main test series, which I think will be a very interesting test. Very decent pace attack.
Mahmood in now the ball to Blackwood, working this one away onto the leg side, onto the long leg fielder, picking up an easy single. Gets off strike very quickly, so he goes to 9. 9 from 38 deliveries. It now brings the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite back into contention. 50 from 172 deliveries. Like I said to you, I like Mahmood. I don't know if you've been following Tony and Messi. There's a young man from the United States of America, Ali Khan. He plays for Trinbago Knight Riders in the T20 tournament. Yeah, sort of energy. That's what I see here in Mahmood also. Keeps coming at you. Mahmood wearing the number 25, a big number. And Brathwaite is staying low and driving up to mid-on. Mid-on pretty close. A different approach here by Craig Brathwaite. Yeah, I mean, this test innings as compared to the first innings at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium was a lot more positive. But England have settled in nicely. Yeah, this attack. We haven't seen Wokes today. Wokes maybe will have to bowl a number of overs.
Well, again, Wokes a bit like Leach is, the criticism is always fantastic at home and considerably less fantastic away. Certainly with the ball. And there's a big yawning gap as well there.
Here is again Brathwaite more or less just stopping that ball between middle and leg, and a little bit more balance there because at least he was playing it up the mid on and not falling over. So that is going to be critical.
Yeah, yawning gap between Wokes' averages at home and away, Vernon. That's the
Tony, can you just take this delivery as I take this call here very quickly?
I can do that for you, Vernon, no problem. It is going to be Shakib Mahmood who's enjoying his first test. Hasn't got himself a wicket yet.
Yeah.
Conceded only 13 runs of what is now nearly 10 overs. He's right arm over and in, and rather squares Brathwaite up, but it's rather edgily away into the offside. It is the end of that over. It's 124 for 3. And Messers, we've been deserted. It's just you and me. But tell us who else is there.
Well, I was just going to give you an update from Centurion, where Bangladesh are playing South Africa in an ODI. Bangladesh with 314 for 7. South Africa are 74 for 3 after 18.5 overs. So it could be a very interesting game, that one. Leah says, I have now identified the one critical failure in West Indies cricket that keeps them from greatness. The slide in their bats. They slide in their bats the wrong way up. You need to keep the spine of the bat down to ensure it's grounded. And Richard Lafette commenting on the review that England didn't take that would have been out. He said it didn't look remotely out.
Leach is going to continue to Blackwood, and he just nudges forward to push to mid-wicket. There's no run. 9 so far for Jermaine Blackwood. 383. The 2 wickets went down this morning. Nothing post-lunch as yet, but of course we've only been for just south of 20 minutes so far. That one is beautifully guided by Blackwood. There's no third man. That's going to go all the way for 4 runs. Just wide of the off stump, and elegantly and easily slid down to third man. Played that beautifully, didn't he, Messers?
He did. I'm just thinking this pitch seems to be less worrisome than it was this morning. There doesn't seem to be an unevenness of bounce or cut.
No, there hasn't been, as we wait for Leach. Left arm around. Again, he's onto the leg stump, looking for the ball to come back into the right-handed Blackwood, but Blackwood guides.
Sorry for that, Messi and Tony. I just had to deal with an emergency there, but everything is okay. Thank you.
2 big wicket, and it's back to you.
Yeah, so Leach fighting away. We're on day 3 here of this Apex Test match being played in Kensington Oval. Here's a punch by Blackwood into the cover area. Looks like he might get a boundary. No.
Oh, yes.
Yes, it does. So Johnny Bairstow toiling hard, diving away, and very disappointed with himself that he really didn't stop that. Blackwood now goes up to 17. The score goes up to 132 for 3.
One
Blackwood
of these.
is 50. So very positive.
Yeah,
the good thing about that, Tony and Messi, is that here was Blackwood very balanced, playing off of his back foot. Good bounce, good carry, and good high elbow. Good execution of the shot. comes quietly forward again. Looks like he wants to bat all day. It's under real pressure. Jermaine Blackwood. West Indies trail by 375, Tony.
Well, yeah, you were taking your call when he hit the first 4, and that was, he just glided it down to third man, and from outside of off stump played it superbly. So he is looking in tidy order for West Indies' perspective. If he can stay there with Craig Brathwaite, and they're there towards tea and beyond, it'll look a different game, I think.
Here comes Jack Leach, the left arm spinner. He's been the talking point of the Caribbean slip. Comes quietly forward is Blackwood and searching for it. Looks a little bit more accomplished. One thing for sure I can tell you, Tony and Messi, is that Blackwood is going to put away anything that is offline. I don't have to tell you that. He's going to play an aggressive game. As we look at the England bowling figures, Jack Leach already is into his 21st over. 8 maidens, 53 runs, 1 wicket.
What a great test that is for a kind of a fledgling attack from England's perspective. As you say, Wokes they're not really trusting. You've got Fisher and Mahmood both making debuts. Leach that's got a real point to prove in terms of his ability to bowl consistent long spells effectively away from home. That's 3 England bowlers who will all have to be working hard on their accuracy and consistency. So I think this is potentially quite beautifully set up.
They've done a nice job so far. 59 overs bowled. Mahmood into bowl to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is punching that, more or less just turning that to the short mid-wicket fielder. He's having a look at it. One thing for sure is that Brathwaite is going to be unsung with his concentration. He's really a fighter. And he said he was very disappointed the way he got out in the first innings against England at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I don't think he wants to repeat that. He'd want to be able to get a big score, a big 100 at Kensington Oval.
Yes, indeed.
Mahmood in out the ball to Brathwaite. Brathwaite turning this into the square leg area, and will come back quite easily for a comfortable 2. Johnny Bairstow. Sometimes the ball just follows you, Messi and Tony, for some strange reason.
Well, it certainly used to when some of those fast bowlers that we were talking about at lunchtime were bowling.
Yes.
They follow the likes of Brian Close and Geoffrey Boycott, of course, famously when Michael Holding was unleashing fire at him. Still, I think possibly the most, well, certainly one of the most theatrical overs ever bowled in Test cricket. It was phenomenal viewing.
We could talk about that all in our lifetime. Here is another delivery defended from Mahmood by Craig Brathwaite. He's 52 from 178 deliveries, and the over rate this morning, 27 overs bowled in the first session, not bad at all. Tony.
Well, indeed, the flea ringing in their ear from those 2 docked points from the Antigua Test. So, I mean, when you're fighting at the bottom of that World Test Championship table, the last thing you want to do is be giving away extra points. So well done them. But it was
Tony, I don't believe in that, right, Tony? But we don't have enough time to discuss that one. Here's another sneaky single onto the offside. England fielders maybe a little bit deep, but England can afford to, based on their score. 507 for 9 declared on day 2, 150.5 overs, 46 boundaries and 8 sixes, and they scored at a run rate of 3.36. West Indies using 7 bowlers during that period of play. We have a review here for leg before. I thought that was
from this morning. Yeah, that was from this morning.
It was
the coat of paint.
Yeah, well,
it was enough, wasn't it?
So you've just done it and given the Gorilla Replay wicket, I think, Vernon. Everybody has to do that at some stage.
Certainly. When we look back at that decision on the television replay screen, sometimes we like DRS and sometimes we don't like DRS.
Well, that was a ball. That was a ball just nudged by Blackwood to mid-on off Mahmood.
England toiling away here, and they maybe feel that they're in with a chance of getting to this middle order of the West Indies team on 35 for 3. but the captain and the vice captain stands in their way, and Mahmood looking to get his first test wicket. He's bounding away. He now to bowl to Blackwood. That really was like almost like a ripper, Tony.
Yep, he can move it in both ways. Can Saqib Mahmood? Again, a lot of English fans have been waiting to see him, and glad that we have. Messers, YouTube.
Okay,
You were heading to YouTube at one point.
Yes, I was. There's a couple of comments post-lunch on YouTube from Yahweh saying there was a captain's knock from Brathwaite, and Fed Up said, I wonder if Broad and Anderson are having that holiday in Barbados. And why has the word reset suddenly become vogue? It has dire consequences in global terms. Is my chat too volatile for this chat? Let me know. I can easily bugger off. No, that's fine, Fed Up. And if it did become too volatile, I'm sure we could tone it down for you. Andy Murphy said Broad would have sorted this out. Maybe not.
So we starting with Leach. Joe Root ringing the changes. He's now pulled the short leg out. Short leg is now gone to a short catch in mid-wicket, the traditional way. Not really the traditional mid-wicket for the left-arm spinner, but he kept the slip point in. And the slip. Leach in now the ball to Quick Brathwaite, and Quick Brathwaite plays exactly where Joe Root wanted it. That's right there at the short mid-wicket area. Dan Lawrence, Tony, pretty mystical in terms of his bowling approach. We'll talk about that if we have the time.
Well, the description we've used many times is like a frog in a blender. he's all arms and legs and all kinds of stuff going over the place.
That's for that one. You've been following the women's cricket, Tony and Messi.
Oh yes, very much so.
Yes. West Indies getting
excellent games
by a nail biter over Bangladesh. I just thought that the player of the match really should have gone to Campbell, who scored the only half century of the game. I was a little bit surprised that Eddie Matthews got the man of the match. Had it not been for Campbell, the West Indies would have been not being able to get to the respectable total that they needed. And plus, she was very vocal as the wicketkeeper. She kept the West Indies in the game.
Well, West Indies are very much in that tournament.
Yeah.
Currently lying third,
I was a bit
think.
sorry for Bangladesh, though. I mean, it would have been a great achievement for them to have won, and it was so close.
The other thing which we also have to pay attention to is that Shamila Connell also went down in that game, and this is now like the third time that we've had a West Indies women player going on in an international game. I think that's going to be a cause for concern, but we're here with the Test cricket, 135 for 3. Leach again is worked away into the onside for an easy single. Can't stop that. Brathwaite goes up to 54. Blackwood was on 17. He now comes into strike. Tony, is this my last over?
I was just looking at timings. You've got Jack Leach. I think you can squeeze one more in before we're going to be joined by Bennett Gazaram, who's going to do his little debut ball-by-ball session. So we're looking forward to that. But I think we'll give you one more, Vernon. You're
Thank you very
swinging
much.
along so magnificently. We don't want to interrupt your flow.
35 from 101 balls. The silly point on the short leg now comes into strike for Blackwood. And over number 61 is completed. And if you're wondering what's happening on Platinum FM 97.9, we have teamed up with Gorilla Cricket to bring you the third day's play of the second Apex Test Series. They're playing for the Richards Bottom Trophy, and I'm pleased to be in real great company with Messi and Tony.
We're very delighted to have you here.
Warren says it sounds like there's a BBC radio play going on in the background, complete with shoes on feet and slamming miniature doors. And Leah says, speaking of frogs in blenders, always remember that only the polytron can turn small animals into soup-like homogenates in 30 seconds. And she sends us a very old advertisement for a polytron, which those of you on Twitter might enjoy looking at. And we're up to date. Oh no, we're not. Now, Matt's Musings says, I remember the fierce and fast bowling quartets of the West Indies brought to Australia every few years. He mightn't have been the best, but I found Patrick Patterson terrifying, and I was only watching. Yes, it was pretty impressive, some of the stuff they brought. When they came to the whacker, which was then a really fast wicket, it was something else again.
Mahmood is being worked into the short middle era. Can't score is, in fact, yes, Brathwaite was able to get a single in a misfield. And Fisher is having a little laugh about it. The partnership now with 36 from 103 balls. Brathwaite goes to 55. And just wanted to pick Tony's brain already. Tony, who will England have in their? In fact, that was Dan Lawrence. Sorry,
yep.
Would England have in their lineup for the summer that we have not seen yet? That you think will get into the England Test team?
I think Liam Norwell might get a look. Who's the bowler who they haven't brought out here? I think we'll just hold that while this ball comes in.
Yes, again played up the mid-off. Score remains on 137 for 3. Blackwood 17 from 48. Brathwaite 55 from 185. So you were talking about, is he a left armer or right armer?
Right armer.
Okay. So what, you England don't have any left armers anymore? What's happening?
Well, there is that is a challenge. Who, Andy? What left armers can you think of? Well, Topley, but he's more of a left arm specialist.
White ball, you mean?
Yeah, white ball specialist. Sorry,
right also Sam Curran.
Sam Curran, but we'll just hold that thought for a second.
I'm extraordinarily unenthusiastic about Sam Curran.
Here is another boundary here. No, it's back. It's saved. A little squeeze past the gully and backward point area down to the third man boundary. And saved 2 runs quite easily in the end. Had some run, had to get on his Manchester United football skills there. Trying to look to see who the player was. Trying to make that happen. Blackwood just opening the face of the bat.
You could have picked Liverpool or Manchester City there, Vernon. It's interesting you went very old school.
I'm a Man United fan, so I'm sorry about that, folks.
Well, you're as well located as most of them.
On 40-3 here is Brathwaite driving again. Ben Stokes will have a little chase, but he'll pick up a couple of runs quite easily. And so this score motors on to 142 for 3. Brathwaite 57, Blackwood 20. The partnership growing after lunch. I think the West Indies, the first hour play is going to be very important. We've had 30 minutes so far. So maybe with my new partner taking over, maybe England might just get some wickets. West Indies trail by 365. Partnership 41 from 106 balls.
Jeff Perkins says we're crazy to take Vernon off unless it's just to change ends.
Well, probably fair enough. Yep, should be Bennett, and I have David has joined us. Hopefully, he may still be in his school uniform, but hopefully not outdoors somewhere where he should be somewhere we can hear him. So it'll be Bennett and me actually on social media, and David who's going to take us, who's going to summarise for the next spell.
142 for 3. We're on day 3, broadcasting live from, as we would say in London. We've got Messi in Australia, Vernon Spring in Antigua and Barbados to Platinum FM 97.9. Mahmood is in now to bowl to Brathwaite on driving, can't score. And over number 62 has been bowled. The score is 142 for 3. I wonder if we can find the babbling David Brook. Is he anywhere around?
Who knows? He's a man of mystery. But David, are you there?
I'll catch you tomorrow.
Thank you, Messrs.
Well, you know where we are on tweets. You've been listening.
David, are you there?
Sounds as if we can't find David. Tony looks like I'll have.
It's all right. We have Bennett, who's
we have Bennett.
Happy to take over ball by ball. Andy's next to me in case David doesn't appear. Vernon, you'll be with us at tea time.
Yes, I will.
As I will, I believe is it Mariah who's joining us?
Mariah is supposed to be joining us at tea time. So that should be an excellent Caribbean link-up.
Really looking forward to that one. And we're going to hand over to Bennett. Thank you, Vernon.
Bennett.
Thank you, Vernon.
Bennett.
Thank you, Vernon. Thank you, Tony. Good evening, listeners. To all of you out here, this is session 2, day 3. Jack Leach continuing the attack. He comes in That's a good ball just on the off stump. Jermaine Blackwood reaches out on the front foot and just plays it defensively. Just after lunch, Tony, things looking a little bit more comfortable for West Indies?
Yes, I mean, I think Brathwaite's been terrific. He's been superbly watchful, and Jermaine Blackwood's looking steady.
Indeed, here comes Jack Leach again, second ball of the over. A bit shortish on the off stump, a bit of turn there. Blackwood goes right on the back foot. Enough of time, they're playing it right underneath his eye, pass extra cover all the way down to the boundary. The boundary there for Jermaine Blackwood.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, picked that up very quickly, and I do get the feeling, I'm probably going to sound like a stuck record. I always want people to score faster in Test cricket, but if West Indies want to have any impact on this game, they've got to score faster than 2.4 and over, and to do that, you've really got to pick up on any kind of length from the spinner, which he did very well there.
Absolutely, David. Yes, so certainly a nice looking shot there. Jermaine Blackwood can be an explosive batter if he really wants to. Jack Leach comes on here again, a bit shortish. He nicely pushes this towards the short extra cover region, and then they scramble through for a quick run. I can see some intent in these two just after lunch, slowly but surely keeping the scoreboard ticking. The loose balls are being capitalized on, moving the scoreboard by just taking those singles. Very important, I think, in this stage of the game. You just don't want the game to go ahead of you. Isn't it, David?
It's Andy, actually.
Oh, Andy, sorry. My apologies.
No, thank you.
Yeah. So, Andy, yes, that's a better looking delivery on a good length. And Jermaine, it's Brathwaite this time on the front foot. Brathwaite has been the cornerstone of the West Indies batting for a while, hasn't he, Andy?
Well, yes, to my knowledge. You're probably asking the wrong guy about actually what's happening in the longer term, because I don't see the games if I'm not here, but as I understand it.
Yeah, okay. That's a foolish delivery on the leg stump, driven nicely towards the mid-on area. Mahmood Fields, no chance of a run. 147 for 3. They trail by 360. Partnership 46 runs. Jack Leach comes in again, neat and tidy on the leg stump again, drawing him to the drive. Brathwaite drives straight to the fielder at mid-on. No chance of a run, and that's the end of the over. West Indies trailing by 360, 147 for 3. Over to you, Tony.
Well, it's hi to Leah, who's sending us some pictures. It seems to be a conversation between her and Warren, and I'm not too sure of the conversation, but we're very glad that she is with us. I'm just going to have a quick look over on YouTube.
She does say you can't stop here. This is bat country.
Yeah, I did see.
I appreciate. Yes.
Okay. Fed up saying, but I wonder if Broad and Addison are having that holiday in Barbados. Why is the word reset suddenly popular? Is my chat? Oh no! And the last one said, at last someone has responded. I'm not alone. Thank you. Yes, no, you are not alone. Fed up, and we're glad you are with us on YouTube. Thank you for joining us. Back to Bennett.
Thank you, Tony. It looks like a bit of a change in the bowling here. It's young Fisher, Matthew Fisher, who's got 9 overs, 2 maidens, 20 runs and a wicket. The dream first over that he had. First over boundary, first ball boundary, second ball, the magic ball that got him in the wicket column. Matthew Fisher, what a journey he's had. It seems he's made his first class debut at the age of 14. His mum and sister are here to watch him through in Bridgetown. Matthew Fisher, this time he's bowling his 10th over.
Let's give him a quick jingle.
It's Matt Fisher, the solution that you see. Bowls real fast, but a dodgy physique.
Beautiful action there. He comes in on the leg stump, moving away, further away down the leg, and this time Blackwood nudges this ball for a quick single down towards the long leg area, and the scoreboard tickles 359. Oh, sorry, they trail by 359. The score 148 for 3. Blackwood moves on to 26.
Well, they've got to be patient, the West Indies, while still trying to keep the score going, and that's what they've been doing. But it's not a bad gig for the England seamers at the moment, because they got the 4 of them, and Leach is wheeling away at the other end.
Fisher comes in this time on the leg stump and got him a bit of a tangle there as he wanting to play it on the leg stump and didn't really sort of get anywhere near the ball, going away from the leg stump. A loud appeal, a half-hearted appeal there by Fisher, and no chance of a run. And this particular delivery, he just was looking to open up, and he got himself cramped up, didn't he, Andy? He didn't.
Yeah.
He just was in no man's land there.
He's a bit
Tony?
too side on there to play that shot. You need to get back and across. So I'm told anyway. You wouldn't know it from watching me bat, but
I've seen you bat. I think you're running yourself down.
Matthew Fisher.
Oh.
Here he comes in. That's driven beautifully there. Lovely looking shot there by Brathwaite, and that will reach the boundary ropes and taking him on to 61 there. 152 for 3. Slightly over pitched, and Brathwaite looking quite comfortable in just placing that between the extra cover and mid-off area. A nice looking push there. He's a bit of a father, isn't he? He likes his...
Sorry, yes, no danger of mistaking that for me batting, certainly. But Fisher and Mahmood sometimes just bowl these full balls that really just tail straight onto the bat for that cover drive from 6th stump just onto 4.5, and it's a nice ball to get.
Matthew Fisher again is on the leg stump, and some kind of a touch there. I think it was off the pad. The players looking at each other, looking for any kind of any more evidence that they can gather to appeal, but they decide against it. That ball just pitching on the leg stump and moving further away. I think it caught a flannel on his trouser there, and no chance.
I think so. A lovely seam presentation from Matt Fisher there, to be fair. Lovely straight seam as that ball went down the pitch.
I love his action. He lets a beautiful action, doesn't he? Very straightforward.
Yeah.
Very strong action too, and this one a bit of a shortish ledge, climbs up on him, and Brathwaite very, very comfortable going on the back foot, just knocking it dead in front of him on the leg stump. No chance of a run. Score remains 152 for 3. Brathwaite on 61, Blackwood on 26. For the listeners who've actually tuning in now, West Indies have lost 3 wickets. Campbell out yesterday, 4. Brooks out today for 39. Leach and Fisher, the wicket takers. Stokes actually got the wicket of Bonner as well. So that ball just played away on the onside. No chance for a run. The score remains at 152 for 3. Over to you, Tony.
Yes, indeed. Leah sent us a picture.
Horse with a sword.
A horse with a sword by the looks of it. No, I think it's a gun, Andy. It looks like a gun to me. I'm starting a position for Leach to play 30-30 in a splattery Brave Star movie. Brian Barish is saying the English Test Cricket Reset, sponsored by Microsoft. English cricket, turn it off, turn it on, back on, and see what happens.
Yep.
I think that's probably true. Hi to Jay, who's just walked into a Thompson quote, he says, wondering why my Gonzo tattoo was glowing. He's also saying hi to Andy. O'Neill Harris says, great to hear the Gorillas today. Well, it's always good to have you with us, O'Neill.
Yeah.
We're delighted to be with you.
And if you weren't sure what Jay was talking about, he successfully, air quotes, guessed I was going to see Go West on Sunday, but he did his research, and that counts as well.
Well, it does indeed. And yes, I probably didn't. And well done for spotting. You need it. With many of Jay's tweets, though, I sort of need someone there to just
to interpret.
If you don't know what Jay's telling you, this is actually what he means.
A filter, yes.
A change in the bowling here as you come back. It's Joe Root, the skipper, bringing himself on. We're on the 65th over of the innings. West Indies trailing by 355. We're on the 3rd day here in Bridgetown.
This is an odd one for me because I feel that the England bowl, the seamers are just getting the ball to reverse, and now might be a time to have 2 of them on. Having said that,
Joe Root, sort of very first delivery there, sort of making some inroads already there, sort of giving Blackwood something to think about.
We were saying quite early, the pitch is turning. You know, what support in the spin department are you going to give to Jack Leach? Surely Root will give himself a go, and finally he has.
Yes, he has, and Joe Root is quite competent with the ball. He has shown us in the past, and that one turned on the off stump coming in, and Blackwood equal to the task on the back foot, gently pushes it towards the deep extra cover region, and the batsman go through for a quick run, and Blackwood moves on to 27. Blackwood is a batter who can actually get the scoreboard ticking quite fast. I don't see him hanging around for too long. I can I can feel that there's some momentum now creeping into the innings. What do you say, guys, gentlemen?
Yeah, I think so.
Ball on the leg stump. This time, Brathwaite, the ball on the leg stump, he normally gets himself in a kind of an awkward situation, doesn't he? Sort of almost gets into a no
He's
zone
a bit
area.
square on, yeah. I have to say I'm not sure about root bowling round the wicket. I don't think it's turning that much.
Yeah, it's a different angle. That's the ball on the middle and leg stump, and Brathwaite comfortably pushes it back to the bowler. Brathwaite's looking solid here, 61 runs. He's been there from the beginning of the innings, looking to anchor his team. This is what he's done so successfully for West Indies over a period of time. Root comes in again, right arm round the wicket. This one's on the off stump again, a bit short. Brathwaite watchfully taps it there, just in front of extra cover, and the batsmen easily go through for a quick run, and the scoreboard moves out to 154. Brathwaite is the key, isn't it? We need to sort of England will do well to get Brathwaite out, because this is a lethal combination. Root comes in again, and this one's on the middle and leg, nicely sort of tickled away towards the short mid wicket. No chance of a run. What do you say, gentlemen? Lethal combination, these two?
Well, just quickly, Tony, before the tweets, I'd just say it certainly does seem to be incumbent on Blackwood, I think, to pick up the scoring rate. Brathwaite's playing the anchor role. These two, if they've got a 50 partnership, they've been in for a while. West Indies have got to look to get on the front foot at some point if they have any prospect of winning this game. So you would think Blackwood might be the man to do that, Tony.
Yes, well, Leah, who knows about these sort of things, says apparently the current CEO of Microsoft actually wrote a piece for the 2017, I think, Wisden India. Who's that, Leah? Who is? I mean, I used to have Microsoft as a client in my working days for many, many years, but that was in sort of Steve Ballmer time. So I'm not sure who is the current CEO of Microsoft. Let me know. You can message me that one privately. It may not be of any interest to the rest of the world.
England have set up what we used to call the wall in club cricket. They've got two mid wickets almost holding hands. One's on the edge of the strip and one's almost directly across from them. It's very strange, but it's a field specifically set for this in swing.
That's a good observation, Andy. As Matthew Fisher again goes straight to the exact position that Andy was referring to mid, because it looks like they're bowling a bit of a middle and leg line here, because I think, as we spoke earlier, Brathwaite has that kind of knack of getting himself in an awkward situation when the ball's on the leg stump or so, and I think the Joe Root and his team really sort of looking to try and see if they can exploit that, how he gets into an uncomfortable position there when he plays the ball on the leg. So Fisher here again, looking quite good, looking for some reverse swing here as he comes in, bowls again on the leg stump, and nicely played towards deep square leg area. The batsman goes through for a single.
Yeah, I was talking about maybe doing this at both ends, but of course it depends on the way the ground works, and maybe the ball's only going to swing in from one end. It's quite often depending on wind direction and slope and stuff like that, so maybe they don't actually have the option from the other end.
Yeah, and the way Matthews sort of Fish is holding the ball before he takes off, it sort of indicates that he's looking for some reverse swing. He's hiding the shine of the ball as he comes in. Here he is as he runs up to the wicket, and this is shortish again on the leg stump, nudged away towards the deep square leg area, and the batsman goes through for a second. Do you think, Andy, that they should resort to these tactics now, sort of leg line bowling?
I'm never a fan. I think Test cricket's got issues. It needs to address these, and it's up to individual captains to actually play some attacking and interesting cricket, and not just go to a defensive plan just because they haven't got a wicket for an hour. I don't think it does the game a lot of favours.
Interesting thought, and I kind of noticed even down under with the Ashes, we had that short ball kind of a session, didn't we? Matthew Fisher again, nicely played, a foolish delivery on the off stump, but Brathwaite looking to sort of play towards the onside. He's very much of an onside player, isn't he? And he's really sort of determined to steer the ship this time around, Tony. And Andy, what do you think?
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with being an onside player. Kevin Peterson always said you make your money on the leg side.
Yes, and earlier on he was trying to play Jack Leash against the spin a few times as he came in. Shortish delivery way down the leg side, looking for that leg line delivery. Could be close to a wide, as the umpires have a close look.
I don't think it was. That's not how you make your money as a bowler, though.
Not in a test match, no. But you know, it's a very Indian thing to do, to sort of play against the spin. Dravid has talked about it. When the ball is, say, spinning away from you, you kind of get across it and over to the side it's spinning, so the ball's coming into you, and then you're kind of playing it back where it comes from, is the theory. And it's certainly a viable way to play.
And this one outside the off stump and didn't really climb up at all. It kind of almost died on, and with a low bounce went through to the wicketkeeper. No chance of run. The score remains 156 for 3. West Indies trail by 351. Tony.
Well, request first of all. Chief Wardo said Joe Root might have the best jingle, and you didn't jingle him up. You're absolutely right, I didn't. So, but here he is.
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he will be found. It's Joe Root. It's Joe Root.
So that was me told.
Always funny how when someone's in the team as long as Joe Root, they sort of have a new jingle every 18 months or so.
Well, you've got to keep things fresh.
You have got to keep things fresh. I always did like the Beastie Boys one, Root Down for Root.
Yeah.
For those of you tuning in, it's Joe Root here, sort of in bowling his second over. My name is Ben. I've got Andy here and Tony here with me. We are just getting closer to the tea session on day 3. The second test in Bridgetown, West Indies versus England. Joe Root, here he is, and again Blackwood looking for that opportunity to sort of rotate the strike, which is a great thing. One more run as he punches it towards the extra cover region, and the batsmen go through for a quick run. 157 for 3. Brathwaite on 63 taking strike. Blackwood on 29. Root comes in again, right arm round this time, floats this one up on the off stump area, and this time Brathwaite again plays it to that mid-wicket area. We've got 2 mid-wickets there parallelly.
Well, he bowled 2 overs over over at one batsman. Now he's gone round to the other, so maybe that's just a batsman-specific thing.
Indeed, I think he's looking to cramp up Brathwaite on that occasion. This one's just pushed away towards this on the leg side, and the batsmen go through for a quick run. Joe Root has sort of certainly shown what he can do with the ball, hasn't he?
On turning wickets. When did he get that 5 for in India? Yeah.
Well, yeah, he was. He came to the party in India, but I think I could have probably got some turn on those wickets.
Here he is, and but there's no chance of a run. But Matt Parkinson, I really don't know when he will get the opportunity. He's been in good form, I hear.
Well, welcome to the Legion of England fans saying the same thing, Bennett.
Here he is. This time it's driven across Blackwood. Nice looking
beautiful
shot there. He beats the extra cover region, and that's the boundary to Blackwood. It's 33, and West Indies move on to 162 for 3. Oh, sorry.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah, we're just having an advert for some pies on the screen, and rather appropriately after that ball, which was a bit of a part-time spinner's ball, and it was pounced upon by the batsman.
Richard 999 says, "Why Noakes imitating Asian?" Oh, Folks, I think that should be. I don't think
it's so funny. Noakes could be Stokes, Wokes, or Folks,
or John Noakes,
or
John Noakes from Blue Peter.
The
imitating Asian keepers with the stream of gibberish
John
chat
Noakes.
sounds pathetic. Great ball Warney was okay.
Well, wicket keepers, they always want to be involved, don't they?
Well, that is very true. Leah, we talked about Leah, and the Microsoft CEO is Satya Nadella. His piece is indeed in Wisdom India 2017.
Matthew Fisher starts a new over on the off stump and driven nicely away to the extra cover area, and the batsman go through for a single. Runs coming quite easily now, Andy, in the last few overs.
Relatively, and as I say, they should be really. It seems like a good time for the West Indies to up at least one gear. Certainly
Absolutely.
for Blackwood, yeah.
And I
It's the
remember
old ball
the
as well.
similar time yesterday when Stokes was actually consolidating along with Root. There was a time the runs were quite drying up, but then after some time they sort of built up the momentum. Matthew Fisher, right arm over, and that's a nice delivery, sort of bit of a bounce on just outside the off stump, and Blackwood comfortably plays it, goes on the front foot and plays it back to the bowler. So West Indies trailing by 344. For those of you tuning in, West Indies lost 2 further wickets this morning. Back the wickets of Shamra Brooks, 439, caught walks for Leach, and Bonner, their mainstay, who's been the rock in which the whole innings was built last test, was out for 9. LBW bowled Stokes.
Thought he was a bit unlucky.
Indeed, he was, and I think perhaps that's probably the only way. And this particular delivery outside on the off stump, a bit foolish length, and Blackwood nicely leaning onto that and placed it past at the extra cover area, and the batsman picked 2.
Doesn't really look that threatening to me, Fisher. He's got a nice shape and it's all fairly accurate, but no, England seem to have a stream of bowlers, Overton and Robinson, and they're all a bit samey. And as you were saying quite rightly, asking where the left arm option is.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys chatting about the left arm option. So Reece Topley is more of a white ball specialist, I take it. Matthew Fisher, here he is outside the off stump, the ball dying a little bit on with that left, and he sort of didn't get hold of that, hit the bottom of the bat there for Blackwood, no chance for a run. And Garton, is he a sort of a white ball specialist as well?
No, but I think he's still pretty raw.
He is pretty raw, George Garton.
Yeah.
Topley, I'm pretty sure it's a choice driven by dodgy injuries.
Yeah,
not able to get through the longer format.
We're lucky to sort of have him back, isn't it? Sort of after so many years being away. I think we missed that left arm angle, don't we? So here comes Fisher again, right arm over, just outside the off stump, and nicely played. It placed, and the fielder there couldn't get hold of it towards a sort of cover area, just going past the outstretched hand, and the batsman come back for 2. Is it 3 or 2? Yes, 2 runs to Blackwood now.
England also missing just a genuinely quick option, but that's kind of our own fault because we keep breaking our quick bowlers. God knows when Jofra's going to come back. He's the man everyone's forgotten.
He's been out there doing some bowling, hasn't he, in the nets?
And we're doing things like playing Mark Wood on pain injections, which should not be happening.
Mark Wood comes in, and this one's again played very comfortably on the back foot, no chance of a run. And yes, we also have the other Ollie Stone, right? Ollie Stone, the other fast bowler. He's broken down as well.
He's a sick note, poor lad. All kinds of struggles.
He also on the naughty step?
Not so sure about that.
No, he wasn't he? For some tweets from when he was 12 or something.
No, that's Ollie Robinson. That's Ollie Robinson. You're getting your Ollies confused. You're a tangle of Ollies.
Many apologies to Ollie Stone then. He didn't, as far as we know, tweet anything naughty when he was 12, demanding suspension from Test.
Was that the end of the over, by the way?
Yes, end of the over.
I shall hop onto YouTube very quickly. Where, quite a few people. The people speak, says Josh Cooper, because we played that. Josh Cooper also said that the Stoke short ball stuff in the Ashes was the single worst plan in the long tragic history of bad bowling plans.
It's certainly
probably
up there
right
or down there.
Chief Wardo saying thanks for playing the jingle. You are absolutely right. The people spoke and we delivered.
Roots ready to start the next over. Yes, Stokes, we're lucky we're having Stokes here with just coming back from injury, bowling those short ball spells. We're lucky that he's still here. There he goes, Brathwaite again attacking that leg stump. Joe Root, middle and leg, and more towards the leg stump, making him uncomfortable. The 2 mid wickets are waiting. Joe Root's trying to hatch a master plan here to outthink Brathwaite. Here he comes, right arm round. That's over pitched a little bit, but Brathwaite on the front foot, looking solid here, plays it back towards the mid-off area. No chance of a run. 167 for 3.
Well, England certainly don't want to break Stokes because of what he brings with the bat, but they do seem to be conscious of that.
Indeed, Joe Root comes in.
Got away with it.
On the leg stump, and he this time tries to pull it away. They didn't have any control over that. He certainly sort of lacks a bit of confidence on that area, doesn't he? The middle and leg area, Brathwaite. Joe Root trying to exploit that. Here he is, over pitched on the leg, looking comfortable this time, just playing it, placing it, almost nudging it, and just pushing that towards the mid-big deep area. The batsman goes through for 168 for 3.
Quick question for you, by the way, Ben. Leah wants to know, what's your Twitter handle? and how can she follow you? So you got a fan, you better tell her.
Well, I am very sorry to say I'm really not very active on Twitter.
He's a wise man.
Joe Root comes in, and this is a nice looking shot there, played towards the mid-wicket area, and to no chance, just a one run. Gentlemen, do you think England's missing a trick by just bowling this leg line and getting the batsman just comfortable, the scoreboard ticking?
It's just a bit nothing going on for me. I'd just like to see them be a bit more patient. I was talking earlier in the day about patience, and don't just come to some drop into super defensive mode, just as I say, just because you haven't got a wicket for an hour. Goodness me.
Oh wow, what a ball. Joe Root suddenly banging that right in the middle of the pitch, and it climbed well over Brathwaite's head there, and there was a bit of
the speed gun still said that was only 94k, which is, you know, slower than what Jadeja bowled, certainly, but
Indeed.
Stokes wasn't getting any bounce before, but Root did. Mind you, he did pitch that about 5 yards in front of him, so maybe that was it. Okay, we're going to have a bit of a change around.
We should indeed. It should be Jack who is ready to join us. I'm going to go and take a wee break, in more ways than one, depending on how you want to interpret wee. And who else is it? It's the Bear. So it should be Jack, Andy and the Bear. Bennett, fantastic. What an assured debut that was. We're hoping to hear plenty more.
See you
Thank
again
you
soon.
very much, Tony, and thank you very much, Andy, as well. Thank you, listeners. Have a great evening.
Who's on what? Who's on what here? Who's doing what?
Sorry, I was talking. I'm on ball by ball.
Okie doke.
Well, not right now because it's a drinks break. So
Right. Okay. That must.
talk about the adverts.
I'm probably on tweets then.
Yes, Jack's on ball by ball. I was just about to say, I don't know why Joe Root's bowling around a wicket. Surely he should just be bowling over the wicket, standard lines.
I thought so. Again, they seem to try to come up with these wacky plans instead of just getting the better bowlers on and have them bowling.
Yeah, I mean, they're only 13 overs from the new ball, which they'll get just around about tea, I guess.
Warren's asked me if I'm suffering a bit from the DTs. No, not yet. Not coming down yet.
Nah.
Yeah, how are you doing, Andy?
In all honesty, fine.
They don't do anything.
They're very weak, these things, I think.
Well, aren't they just sort of like to relax your muscles a little bit?
Yeah,
it's not the psychoactive stuff, is it?
No, of course it's not. That's the thing. It's CBD. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to buy it everywhere, would you? It's basically just it's like herbal medicine.
Well, I thought you might have got some US imports. I did search the web for the strongest ones I could find because I figured they wouldn't really do much anyway if you bought Holland and Barrett strength. So I went hunting around the internet and found the strongest ones I could find, but they still don't do much. No, they taste all right. They're quite sugary.
They were nice, yeah.
Yeah, but probably if you eat about 5, but they're 40 quid for a little tub of like. How many
but I probably had about 10 quid's
you
worth.
You probably did actually. There's only about 20 in there for 40 quid or something. So.
Have you thought about reaching out to Holland and Barrett as a potential partner? I mean, I feel like that would fit the vibe of Guerrilla Cricket quite well.
I just bypass all that high street shit,
Okay. It looks very nice in Barbados if you want to be made jealous about the weather. Although it's a beautiful day in London as well.
Yeah,
it's been nice. And some of my... I think they've parked their flag somewhere. We can't see it today, but some of my homeboys from Winchmore Hill are there today. That's John, Matt and Simon. And they've been posting lots of pictures to our WhatsApp group, and we're all going, oh no, we're not jealous. Good. Glad you're enjoying yourselves.
Yeah. Looks nice.
Is that the cricket club Winchmore Hill?
Yes.
I've actually played a game there.
On the front pitch, it's very nice.
Yeah, on the big boy pitch.
Who was that for?
It was for I Don't Like Cricket Club.
Oh, okay.
So not. It was just a Sunday friendly, but we were.
It wasn't against the renowned Winchmore Hill Tigers, was it?
It was against Grace's Cricket Club, I think. Actually.
Oh,
they
right.
used to share the ground a couple of years ago.
Yes. That would have been more than a couple of years ago, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe 3. 2019, I'd guess.
No, Winchmore Hill Tigers take up the Sunday reigns these days, and we've played Grace's, one of our regular opponents. I Don't Like Cricket should come back and play us at some point.
Well, I mean, there's a slot in the diary, Andy.
Well, it's
always looking for a game.
Very much in demand. We are in the fortunate position of having a nice ground to play on, and people want to come to us, and we pretty much only play home games now, which is nice.
Oh, that's good, man. I used to hate the travel.
Yeah.
Some cricket's about to break out, funnily enough, I presume.
There is some cricket about to break out.
That was drinks, wasn't it?
Matt Fisher will continue as he trundles in past the
He
umpire.
does trundle a bit for me.
Yeah, in the channel outside off stump. It's defended by Blackwood. There will be no run.
Decent wheels though. He's into his third spell probably, and he's still getting up at 138. That's not bad.
Well, as I was saying, not too much of a workload. 4 seamers and Leach bowling a lot of overs, and even Roots bowling a couple now.
Yeah.
So I only realised about an hour ago that Ollie Robinson isn't playing in this match.
Only an hour ago.
Yeah, this is.
I think he's just grazing down at long leg the whole time.
Here comes Matt Fisher. It's pushed back past the bowler to mid off. Ben Stokes does the fielding.
That's a long back spasm, it has to be said.
Is he on the tour?
Yeah, he's on the tour.
Yeah, he's on the tour.
Yeah.
And everyone was having a go at his fitness before he went on tour, and then he hasn't played the first 2 games. So you can imagine the furore that's been going up around the press about that one.
To be honest, I think with him, he's quite a big boy, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not. And I mean that from the structural size of Ollie Robinson, not the beer gut. Yeah. As here comes Matt Fisher. Wide off stump defended, and I sort of think with players like that, particularly fast bowlers, it's not often that you're going to get extended streaks where they play 10-15 tests in a row. They're going to be a bit in and out of the team. Think about Hazelwood. The one I always think of from an England point of view, going back a few years, was Chris Tremlett. Like he just was never fit enough to play every game, and
except for the
if you're
2010
that big,
Ashes.
well, yeah,
And then
but
he only played like 2-3 of those tests.
Yeah, but he won them when
I
he
think
played.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's fit enough,
so I don't.
He's fit enough now. If you see any pictures of him.
Yeah.
He certainly is. Here comes Fisher again, wide of off stump. A little bit of swing after it passes the bat, but Folks got good hands and he takes it comfortably about waist high. So I sort of think that with Robinson. I'm sure there is a little bit of a fitness issue there, but he is pretty big, and he has been bowling a lot of overs for England.
But the other thing is his action's quite economical. It's not like he hairs in. I mean, I imagine, and he bowls in the sort of low 80s. I mean,
well,
he looks like the kind of
there's a height
bowler.
thing there, though, isn't there?
Yeah.
He bowled faster than low 80s. It's just the way we track how the speed as Wood comes. Fisher comes through. Wide of off stump and defended by
another injured fast bowler.
Blackwood, down to 128 now, so he's lost 10 kph in an over. Fitness is terrible.
Well, I think we definitely overbowled Jofra. There was certainly that Ashes.
There's no doubt about that. Yeah.
There was that Ashes series at home where whenever Jofra wasn't bowling, everyone would say, "Where's Jofra?" And why isn't Jofra bowling? Well, because fast bowlers. If you try and make fast bowlers bowl 20 overs a day, then you're going to crock them.
Yep. Here comes Fisher. Final ball of the over. Shoulders, arms. Does Blackwood.
I'm going to disagree. 20 overs a day, I think, is about what they should be bowling a day. However, they were trying to bowl Archer about 40 overs a day.
Well, every over. Onto Twitter, Leah was saying that was slower than Jadeja. It means basically nothing, as Jadeja bowls faster than the majority of England's pace attack. Not far off. And Jeff Perkins says, well, if you're turning to demagoguery, uncensored Stokes jingle, please.
Ooh. Well, maybe when he comes onto bowl, we shall.
Yeah,
here's the thing, fellas.
Yes.
I've got a question for you. A medical question, and I thought I'd come to...
medical question?
You're in the right place.
Yeah, you just talk to us non-doctors, yeah?
Earlier on, I was drinking a glass of water, and I'd knocked my front tooth with said glass. And I've chipped a very, very small amount of tooth off my front tooth. Like, not painful, but I can feel that it's sharper than it should be.
I know, it's annoying, yeah.
Yeah, what should I do here? Just ignore it?
Just ignore
that's
it,
happened
absolutely.
to me. Yeah, good few times.
Cool.
Yeah.
I chipped my front tooth when falling off a bike when I was about 7. It must have been a new tooth because I still have that chip.
Yep.
Wait till you have dreams about them falling out. That's when you start to worry.
I look forward to that. If there are any doctors out there, do let me know. Or dentists, actually.
If it's painful, go and see a dentist.
There's no pain, then it's fine. I've eaten an apple.
But I know you can't. I know what you mean. You can't stop putting your tongue on it and going, that's sharp. Yeah.
It'll be fine, I think, in a few hours. Or a few days, more like.
Exactly.
Part of the mouth, won't it? Ben Stokes. Here he comes. past the man in the white hat, the umpire, wide off stump, driven at by Brathwaite, but he sort of played that with his hands, not really his full body, so he only rolls to mid-off. There's not a lot of venom in that shot.
Should have reviewed that one earlier, shouldn't they? Christ.
Well, you've got 3 reviews. Ben Stokes, a man who's much... other people's teeth are more in danger than his own, I think. And I don't necessarily mean bowling.
Yeah. Is Stokes new into the attack here?
Probably,
He
yes.
is, so
Yeah.
maybe I should play that uncensored jingle then.
Well, we can do that. Wide of off stump, and Brathwaite likes to feel bat on ball, pushing it towards point, no run.
There you go.
I got up Ben Stokes, and he called me a oh, if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean. And
Here he comes again. Stokes short, and Brathwaite rides the bounce. Fielded by Mahmood at mid-on. No run.
looked up and said, "You angry redhead, you'll get fined again."
There you go.
Is it over?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's one. Is it? Oh,
Yes,
you
it is.
should have been here back in the day. Ravi Bapara jingles that lasted a minute 15.
Yeah. Here comes Stokes. Is defended once more by Brathwaite. Are West Indies playing for the draw already?
Well, no, but you know, there's
Well, I mean, they're not going to win, but are they just like, let's just bat as long as possible?
well,
here?
they have to. But I mean, the other thing is they've lost 3 wickets, and now, you know, we're about to go into tea, and a new ball's due, so we'll get maybe an over or 2 before tea, and then they'll come out and have to get themselves minorly in again. I guess you only have 20 minutes off.
But
Straight
I would
after
say
tea
though,
against a new ball.
the
They've only
thing
scored
is-
160 runs.
The thing is,
170 runs.
it's not like the 4th innings where you can literally score no runs. I think runs are still a
Yeah.
factor to
Well,
draw
that's
them.
what I mean.
Here, Stokes full, defended by Brathwaite. Yeah, I mean, it's every run they score is one that England will potentially have to go out and get again if they bat. Might move the fielders around. There's definitely a benefit in doing something.
I think
reckon.
so. I'm trying to rein myself in and not go full Alan Green and just complain because it's only 2.5 runs and over, which I do find dull. But it's Test cricket sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, it is. But I do think they're missing a trick here. England won't mind us at all. If they get the second new ball with 3 wickets down and they can pick up 3 wickets with the second new ball, then they're kind of into the tail, you think.
Ball from Stokes defended. It's a maiden for England's red-headed all-rounder. 169 for 3.
And yeah, they'll probably end up with a lead of around, 200 or just under or just over.
Which might give them, have a dip in the second innings, might give them some time
to get a result.
Maybe.
Yeah, definitely so.
Leah says if Ollie Stone grazes at long leg, the question is where does he ruminate and defecate? Well, in the woods for the second one, I should think. She also says ignore your chipped tooth, Jack. It's the toxically masculine thing to do.
It's not toxically if it doesn't hurt, what are you worried about, man?
I don't think it's toxic masculinity. I'm just
Exactly.
hard. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
That's
You're real hard, yeah.
completely different thing, yeah.
Well hard.
Okay, we're going to get proper.
Well, you do live in Peckham.
Proper spinner, proper
Yeah.
spinner back on.
Yeah, Jack Leach.
Jack Leach.
Well, we've got his jazz
jingle
bar
too.
jingle.
Yeah.
Or what have we got?
The same one that we always play.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
That's Chris Rea, isn't it? On the beach.
Ah, yes, that sounds right. Yeah.
Here is Jack Leach, who I think's bowled reasonably well. 1 for 59 his figure so far. Starts with one that's too full and too far down the leg side. Folks, though, leaps across to take it. Prevent any buys.
I think he's tried too hard for the wonder ball, hasn't he?
Well, he can be a little bit like that, and I think that's why his average in the 4th innings is 18 and his average in the 1st innings is 84. It's as he comes through once more, finds the outside edge of Blackwood's bat, but it goes on the floor to short third. They come through for a single. In the I don't know if Leach has got another way of getting wickets other than sort of the, I don't want to say wonder ball, but a lot of his wickets do look pretty impressive. I'm thinking back here to how he got Rohit Sharma a couple of times in that series against India.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you get turn and there's a bit of bounce and you can bowl reasonably straight and you're a left-arm spinner, all options to get people out are in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as Leach is through once more, and maybe kept a little low. Brathwaite plays it carefully. It drops into the pitch, no run. Very slow, that delivery.
I'd also say, on your point, yeah, but the spinners mainly get their wickets in the second innings anyway, unless you're playing in India, I guess.
Oh,
you'd expect to have a higher average in the first innings.
But lower
Here is Leach again. Chops it to cover, no run.
Yeah, 84 is a bit high, but you know.
It's a bit high. Nathan Lyon's about 30 the whole way through a match, isn't he? He's remarkable for his consistency.
Yep.
It's to be fair, we don't like to give Nathan Lyon credit, but it's a high bar to compare spinners
it is,
to.
yeah, but it's
finger spinners anyway.
Leach is through, defended by Brathwaite.
This might be unpopular, but I have to say, I reckon Jack Leach could turn into an English Nathan Lyon if he was given the time. I do think he's got the skill set to do it. He's certainly got the ability.
I don't think I just think he doesn't do enough against left-handers at all.
Yeah, but he'll learn that. That's what I mean. He'll learn.
Here he is again. That's probably the right area. Brathwaite plays it well though, going back, dropping it into the offside. Just one from the over, 170 for 3. Andy, how are we doing on social media?
It's gone fairly quiet, as it often does this time of day. I think people have had something to eat and everything just starts to drift
Friday
away.
night, man.
Yeah,
I imagine
Friday
they're
night
on the
as well.
Raz, aren't they?
Sure, not
well, the younger members of the team.
Well, exactly. I was going to say no. I can say probably not our listeners, and they won't take offence.
Well, plus there'll be some. It'll be lunchtime somewhere and midnight somewhere else, or 3 in the morning. Even
5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
Just got Swan's figures up here. 34 first innings, 27 fourth. So he's the great English benchmark, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, and you've got to.
I think that 84's just got to come down. If it was 40 or 45, it would probably be acceptable. But
how many games has he played?
Who, Leach?
Yeah.
I think we'll be looking up towards 20 now, I reckon. What do you want to play? I'll set an under over, shall I? You like that?
I like that.
Here comes Stokes. Wide off stump, punched by Blackwood, but not timed. Bairstow fields at cover, no run. What did I say? 20. So is it more or less than 20?
I'd say. I'm trying to.
Well, I should say it's 19.5, shouldn't I?
Yes.
So
I'm going to say under. I reckon it's about 16 or 17.
It's always over.
It is exactly 20.
Okay.
Over 19.5 then, yes, because Bairstow's played 80 tests, and I was my head almost exploded.
He's great.
Yeah, well, we play so many tests now, don't we? Really, that's the thing.
I saw that, I couldn't believe it.
Stokes is in, and Bairstow fields again at cover. Very similar pattern to those two deliveries.
I mean, the thing is, nowadays you can get 2 winter tours in, sometimes 3, can't you? If you do 2 mini tours and a normal tour, you get 1 in October. If you do the Christmas tour, you get 1 at the end of the season where you go somewhere sort of October, and then you come home for a bit or do something, and then you start off for your winter tour, which starts in December, goes through to January, come home again, and then you're off somewhere for March.
Yeah, well, this is why I wonder if the captaincy doesn't finish him off, whether Root can maybe catch Tendulkar.
Possibly.
Well, it's on the cards. Stokes in full, defended by Blackwood. It's probably him and maybe Virat Kohli, if he gets it back together, are the only 2 that could catch him, aren't they?
Certainly going through a lean spell. Kohli.
Smith couldn't?
I don't think Smith plays enough.
Yeah, possibly.
Well, given that Australia basically don't play away, it does not help.
And Smith lost a year, didn't
he?
True,
a year and a half.
True.
Yeah.
Alistair Cook could have done it if he'd have carried on. He
well,
wasn't
again,
that old
but
either.
This is what happens. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Stokes short. Blackwood sways out the way. Not quite as threatening as it could have been, that ball.
Everyone who scores that amount of runs almost invariably becomes captain at some point. And that takes, I think 3 years off your career, if not your life.
Well, yeah, best batsman make him captain. You know, it's that old scenario, isn't it?
which, to be fair to Sachin, he certainly managed to resist. I'm sure he was offered it many times. I think he had to be pressed into it to do it, as a stand-in.
As Stokes winds up for the 5th delivery of his over. Oh, that was a nice ball there. The in-swinger. He'd tried to set Blackwood up with a few that went away. That one came back in. It found the inside half of Blackwood's bat. But to be fair to the West Indian, he did enough there to keep it out.
Just about closed the face in time, didn't he?
Yeah, England. I'd like to see a bit of a way swing, but I'm guessing they'd have to bowl the other end where they want to bowl the spinners from.
Something like that. But as I said, the new ball's going to be due in just before tea here.
Yeah, it's been a bit conspicuous in its absence, swing for this England team, I think, on this tour. Wide of off stump by Stokes. Blackwood again pushes up to Bairstow. So 2 maidens in a row for Ben Stokes, and we head to social media.
Yeah, which has woken up a bit, which often does when you accuse them of not tweeting enough. Warren says we've all popped a dozen of the Bears jelly babies and we're chilling. Good news. O'Neill Harris says we're still here. Great coverage, thank you. New voice to me, which is always good to see. Valerie Sheriff. I'm listening here in Austin, Texas. I'm American and hubby is the Brit. I count on him to explain crickety stuff to me, but he's not home. It's up to you all to dumb it down for me. Thanks. Well, we can always do that without trying sometimes.
Yes.
Can you see that one from Swing It Both Ways, Bear? Can I read that one out?
From a cloudy Cincinnati. Has the poo storm from yesterday afternoon cleared up? Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a storm in a teacup, I think.
Yeah, forget about it. This is Gorilla. Shit happens, you know.
Yeah.
I unfortunately I was West Ham, so at West Ham, so I missed all of that.
Good result.
Leach
going well, yeah.
Knocked out to deep mid wicket. Will there be 2 here? There will not be. West Indies sort of sauntered through for that single. I think there may have been 2 if they pushed it. Although it was Bairstow in the deep. Go on, Andy.
Have genuine Champions League ambitions? Do you think?
I don't think so. I don't actually support West Ham, but my dad and my 2 brothers do. So they took me along for the ride. It was actually, I genuinely say, a pretty entertaining game of football and a very good atmosphere for a change at what I think is the worst football stadium I've ever been to.
I've never been to not been to the new one. No.
Here is Leach, flat and a bit leg size, turned round the corner by Blackwood. He'll have to do some work there. I want to say Zach Crawley, but I don't think it was. Whoever it was did field the ball though inside the road. A couple of runs to Blackwood.
Still a long way behind, aren't they? Crikey.
It must be difficult to put it out of your mind that the other team's got 500 on the board.
Yeah.
I know you go one board at a time, but everybody's human.
Yeah, I guess you really need to be zen, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Brathwaite seems
has
quite
been.
zen.
Yeah. He has, yeah.
Man, when he talks, very chilled, man.
Going out to bat on a Saturday when the other team's put 260 up, even if it's a good wicket and you've got a chance, it just seems so far away.
As Leach is in, full face of the bat from Blackwood, defends it. No run.
And there's always that chance that a wicket brings 2 or 3 and, next person's got to settle in.
Yeah, I always feel like if you're the fielding team, you've got a chance now as well, because this is one of the times in a match where I'll do this ball. Leach in, defended again by Blackwood. It's one of the times in a match where even set batters start to think a little bit ahead of the game. Was it 6 overs to the new ball? They'll be thinking we want to make sure we're in there, and that can sometimes get in your head, I think.
Well, just any time you're mentally not in the present is potentially a distraction.
As Leach tosses one up, it's defended by Blackwood into the leg side.
You see,
no run.
For me, he should do more of just bowling that ball. Sometimes you just bowl a stop ball for a couple of overs, make them think about playing it every time. Because sometimes it'll bounce slightly different, and that's it's got nice little dips on the right line.
As he sends another one down in the postcode as the ball before, maybe a bit too leg side.
It's a lot too. He bowls a lot too much a little leg side.
Yeah, defended, no run. So what are you saying, that he should take a leaf out of the Panesar book?
Well, I think exactly. On a turning wicket, it's going to do a lot of the work for you, and it's certainly going to keep him quiet. If you're left-arm spinner, I would be looking to bowl middle, just outside the middle stump, middle and off. If you're trying to, the odd one you want to try and get middle and leg, but if he's trying to bowl a leg side line, it's often quite easy to get inside, even when it's turning. I think it's just a bit too far that way. I should just concentrate on blocking them up for a couple of overs. That's how you build pressure, isn't it?
Well, that's
It's a
right.
test match.
I mean, I used to bowl away swingers that were so slow they basically spin pace. Certainly in international cricket, they were slower than spin pace, I'm sure. And the same kind of thing, I used to overdo it and try to bowl middle and leg sometimes and bowl the wonder ball, because I did swing it quite a bit, but it was so slow. Oh well, pitch it up. They usually got themselves out.
Ben Stokes continues. A length delivery, straight a little bit towards the leg side, and Brathwaite tries to flick it round the corner, but actually makes too strong a contact, I think, and it goes to the fielder at square leg. There's no run there.
Yeah, Mayank reminds us that Tendulkar was India captain twice, and I remember that because you reminded me of that last time I was on, Mayank. Thank you. He did it in a couple of spells in between Azharuddin and Ganguly. Hated it. His form went to shit, and the pressure was too much. Well, it's not an easy job for any country, but with India, when India are not doing well, man, that's a tough job.
Ooh, bouncer from Stokes. Brathwaite ducks underneath. Well played by the batter. Not too bad a bumper that from Stokes on a fairly placid wicket.
Looked about the same as Roots, to be honest.
I didn't think that was a bad ball. I bowl leg spin, Andy, and it's about once a match I send down a bouncer, and you'd be surprised how often people get themselves in a tangle.
Be surprised how often people get themselves out to that. No.
Wicket keepers don't like it.
No, I'm sure.
Especially at that level, yeah.
Stokes is in. Turn into the leg side, no run.
A fair few expletives and buys going through, I'd have thought.
Well, it's more like, why don't you fucking tell me that you're going to bowl that?
Have you got a signal? You got to have a signal.
I haven't got a signal, no. So normally I just decide I'm going to do it at the last minute, because otherwise I think your whole body language
you will
changes and the batter
telegraph
knows something's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can just I know. Your keeper genuinely needs a signal.
It works though. It's effective. I'm surprised that more people don't do it. As Stokes is in, that'll be turned round the corner by Brathwaite, and it'll be a single. As Dan Lawrence is the man who has to jog after that and bring it back. I think at top level cricket, where batters have a technique, probably less effective.
Shouldn't really.
Yeah.
Turn your camera off for a minute. Thank you. You're on in 3 minutes. We'll get another over in this formation probably, and then we'll have a little switcheroo. Tone's back in, I think, doing ball by ball, if I'm correct on my little thing. Tone doing ball by ball. Jason and Bennett will be back.
Stokes in, and backward sort of chops across the line at that one. It was on off stump, and he's played it maybe some more leg side than the textbook would tell you to play that shot. Although I think the surface is so lifeless, it doesn't really matter where you hit it as long as you keep your eye on the ball.
I think it's going to perk up a bit when a new ball comes.
Possibly, yeah.
Well,
maybe it's a
England
combination of surface and ball.
We'll be hoping so. So who's going to take that, do you think?
Well, I think it'll be close enough to tea that it looks like they'll go Wokes. Fisher's been off for a while now, hasn't he? I mean, they'll have to worry about bowling 3 overs maybe before tea.
Well, they could choose not to take it till after tea. Sorry, Jack.
But that's all right. Punches to point. There's no run. Go, you make your point now. I'll be quiet.
Well, I think he's saying they might not take it before tea. I'd probably take it as soon as I can.
I suppose there's a theory of slightly having 2 dips if you get 3 overs before and then come back after.
Especially
we've got half an hour till tea.
Yeah.
So there'll be 3 overs a leach in that. So they should have time for an over or 2, shouldn't they?
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't really matter if you're only going to bowl 1 over at each end with it. You just put someone on. One more over.
O'Neill Harris says, shit happens is something that you're not supposed to say on the radio. Well, I just said it again then. It does say it's difficult for the gorillas to change language. This radio thing isn't going to work. Well, we've done it before. We've been on various more official streams, and we've had.
I didn't know we had to moderate our language. I thought we were on.
We're on Platinum FM in the Caribbean, so we excuse ourselves for we are an internet fan-based commentary service, and occasionally things do go wrong.
There's Leach is in. His shaved dome glistening in the Barbados sun.
Yeah, he's put some factor 45 on that, I would hope.
As here he comes once more from round the wicket, a little too full and blocked by Brathwaite. do you know his name isn't Jack?
Isn't it?
No.
No, see, I didn't know that. So tell me, what is his real name?
I can't remember. So I know it's not Jack. He winds up once more onto the hip of Brathwaite, who flicks it to short, backward, square, no run.
Is Jack his middle name?
Matthew.
Is Jack his middle name?
It is, yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's not so bad. I thought I just made it up. I'm going to call myself Jack, you know.
As he comes through once more, and Brathwaite
Big fan
stabs.
of Pirates of the Caribbean or something, and you know.
That was yeah. So clearly he doesn't like Matthew then. I mean, why else would you call yourself by the middle name? Unless his brother's also Matthew.
Maybe he really likes Jack.
Maybe.
Tosses that one up. Defended by Brathwaite.
I don't like my name. I don't like Nigel.
It wasn't unknown in my day at primary school. If there were two of you with the same name, the teacher would ask one of you for your middle name, so as not to get
possibly.
confused.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
No, it's not fair enough.
Oh my word! Oh! I thought he'd ripped one past the edge and clipped the off bail, but it's actually just Wokes behind the stumps, being quick. A really good ball to finish things off from Jack Leach. It's 174 for 3 at the end of that over. I'm disappearing. I'll be back after tea. And cheerio, fellas.
Likewise, while we change over, Warren's given us a comedy gif of the GC radio delay button pusher, which is a button being pushed every 3 times a second. Yeah, and Jason rightly points out that that factor 45 could bring the match referee in if Leach, wipes his head and then wipes the ball. You're still not allowed to put any sweat on the ball, is that correct, Tony? They'll let me know in a minute. Yeah.
It is correct. Yes.
I believe that's the case in domestic cricket as well. Recreational cricket, you're not allowed to alter the ball now anymore.
Well,
it's
good, because it's quite
laws.
unhygienic. People licking their fingers and then spreading it all over the ball.
Well, that was the voice of Jason. Ben Stokes is in bowling to the stubborn and effective Jermaine Blackwood, who's on 41, who just pushes it back down the track. I'm joined also by Bennett Olegazaram. Again, after his assured debut. Hello, Bennett.
Jason. How are you? just a quick thought on trailing by 3-3-3. As a matter of coincidence, his 3-3 is there. That's what West Indies are trailing by at the moment. Leach looking quite lovely out there. Just nice turn, nice loop, finding good rhythm.
Yeah, he's been going pretty well. Stokes is though the man in, and he's flicked off his pad by Blackwood, backward of square. In rushes the fieldsman. I was trying to work out who that was under the floppy hat. It's Matt Fisher, who's done pretty well on his debut, although rather stalled after his second delivery. He's been tidy without being penetrative. Beautifully textbook take and removal of the bails by Ben Folkes, but the batsman very comfortably home indeed. Yeah, it's been an interesting day. I think the West Indies now will be starting to feel much happier about life. This partnership has been quite superb for them.
It's certainly been an attritional day because they've scored 100 runs in 3.5 hours.
Well, it's not necessarily about the.
But it's
they
time
lost
out
the
the
early
game, which
wicket.
is what they want.
Well, I think that's absolutely true. I'm trying to see what this partnership actually is. But after they lost Shamar Brooks and they lost Nkrumah Bonner, there is no doubt that these two have really steadied that ship. I heard some mention of Jack Sparrow. Well, the Caribbean waters are being kinder now to their island hosts. Ben Stokes is going to continue. Bowling to Blackwood, 2 slips and a gully, and this one is guided down towards fine leg. 2 fielders converge. They will just take a single. Yes, Bennett, I was looking at the position of those fielders as well. They seem to have come forward rather more for Stokes and are more staggered than they had been earlier in the day. Are they just sensing that the older ball is just not doing as much and that they're going to need to come closer?
I just have a feeling that Stokes will probably start doing his body line, kind of, what he did down under again, because he's trying to see if there's any reverse in there, and perhaps he'll go back to deploying that tactic.
In he comes again, and it's onto the off stump of Brathwaite, and Stokes tries to do a rather cheeky little back flick, which is probably why he's out there playing cricket, because that wasn't exactly Diego Maradona.
Wasn't.
But there we go.
Tony, what do you think of Chris Wokes? Has he justified the fate that has been entrusted on him as a sort of a team leader?
Well, no, he's rather had that greatness thrust upon him rather than earning it. I mean, everyone will remember his fantastic performances against India at Lords and at home, as this one leaps. My word, where did that come from? Brathwaite just about is able to play it down towards third man. Jack Leach sets off in hot pursuit. Thank goodness he's wearing a great big floppy sun hat on that pate of his. It's 2 runs for Brathwaite, but some bounce came out of nowhere there, Bennett.
I think he is, as I mentioned previously when you asked, he's looking to bend his back a little bit more, Tony, and that was a result of that, that he does have a reputation of being able to do that with the old ball on hard surfaces like that, a bit like Neil Wagner does for New Zealand, over and over again and again, and he gets plenty of wickets for them. Stokes trying to replicate that.
Well, he's going to see what he's got here. This one's a decent ball on a full length, and Brathwaite is tucked in behind it and pushes it away into the offside. Yeah, folks, I mean, if you take out Root and Lawrence, then Chris Wokes by far the least used of the England bowlers, just 9 wickets for him. He's not been expensive as such, none for 24, but neither has he really looked overly penetrative. 13 wickets for young Fisher, 26 for Jack Leach. This is Wokes' 13th over. Saqib Mahmood, he's bowled 12. So they do seem to be cautious, shall we say, with Chris Wokes at the moment.
Do you think...
As Stokes is in, and that is weighted and again dabbed really down to third man. That is going to go all the way, and it's going to go all the way for one of these to third man. Just an opportunity to play that jingle, which is just so lovely. The third man theme.
It was a lovely shot deliberately played there, Tony, wasn't it? He was waiting for the ball and just sort of played it very late, and that's Brathwaite-like kind of batting. He just take too many risks for the ball there.
No, it was soft hands, dropped the wrists, didn't he? And just guided it. Jason, who have you got there?
I've got Stringy Brathwaite and O'Neill Harris both saying that, in their opinion, people often go by their middle name when they're a junior. Some also, O'Neill says, some just...
Leach, that leaps back. It's a big shout. Has he got him in front? Umpire Joel Wilson stares implacably back down the track and finally shakes that head of his.
He may have got a bit of bat onto that, Tony, I reckon, because the English fielders weren't very keen either.
Well, Joe Root, I think Joe Root is doing a lot of signalling and nodding and sharp intake of breathing. I'm not sure, Bennett. When you saw it again, are you sure there was some bat on that? As this one again spits a little bit, sorry to cut into there, and that one is guided just, well, I wouldn't say guided because I'm not sure he was in control of it, but down to the man on the 45. Bennett, you were saying?
I was going by what I was seeing from the fielders, because they're not even folks. None of them were interested at all whatsoever, and hence, I was led to believe there may have not been an edge, but they're not really sure. We're not
possibly height and awe. As that one does come back in, that is a much better shot. England think they have their man. Joel Wilson again is like one of those dogs in the back of a car, except he's not nodding, he's shaking. And he has nothing to do with it again.
3 really immaculate balls, Tony.
Yeah.
One on top of the other. Really, really good bowling by.
Well, let's have another look at that one. It pitches outside the line. I think the outside line of leg. That's the issue. He's trying to bring the ball back in from outside a leg to the right-hander. And of course, if you pitch it outside a leg, you can't give it out. And that has cost England two, boarding house scraper butter in the distance outside a leg, but it was enough. And Joel Rolston, I think, on both occasions, I mean, goodness me, we give the man a bad time when he gives bad decisions, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on both of those, wouldn't you, Bennett?
I would definitely, by all means. It's quite difficult with the naked eye without any replays. It must be very, very difficult for the umpires out there.
Well, now here's one of the golden old rules of cricket, and that is the newest boy in the camp gets to put the helmet on and field at forward short leg. And sure enough, Craig Overton has trotted out lurch-like to pass that helmet to Alex Lees, who is going to have that job, and he's in at forward short as Leach comes around the wicket. And again he gets some movement. Nicely played by Blackwood this time. I think he's adjusting that angle, is he not, Bennett, to try. He's conscious that if he keeps pitching it outside a leg, he won't get the LBW.
Yes, he is consciously looking to sort of bring a little bit more in, but I think they're so used to bowling that Midland leg line.
And he comes again. Oh, that one hurries Blackwood. He's played on the back foot. Not one I'd say he was... Well, he got the bat down in time, but it didn't look like the shot of a confident man.
Very testing over from Leach. He's working over Blackwood because he's getting 6 balls to bowl at him. They haven't rotated the strike at all.
184 for 3. I tell you, Jack Leach he's been hypnotised to believe it's Taunton in 2017. And again, this one forward comes Blackwood, plays it nicely into the offside, no run. An excellent maiden over from Jack Leach. Every ball an absolute spitter and a tester. Well bowled him, Jason.
O'Neill says, Tony, that's not a back flick, it's a Rabona.
Was that what it was attempted to be? Well, thank you for that.
Warren says, where is Parky? Well, don't get people started on that. You'll have Gary Naylor wading in.
We'll all be going on that one.
And there's some love for Bennett from Leah, who says, well, I for one like the addition of Bennett. It may be a German or trans thing, but I really like the South Asian accent. I plan to take Hindi lessons this year.
Oh, well, that'll be fantastic. Bennett, where are you? You're from Sri Lanka. Whereabouts are you from in Sri Lanka?
I'm originally from Sri Lanka, but settled in London. From Colombo, Tony. That's where I grew up, Colombo.
Isn't Colombo the place with the most test grounds in one city?
Indeed, Jason. Indeed.
It's got 7, I think it has at last count.
Yes.
Well, here comes that change of bowling, by the way. We've been talking about it. We've been saying he's only had the 9 overs. He's going to get a 10th. It's this man.
You could have a whole series just in Colombo.
It is indeed Birmingham's finest, Chris Wokes.
Yeah, just going back to what you were saying, Jason, earlier. I mean, Sri Lanka is a small island anyway, so it's not like it's a big place. But Colombo is where most of cricket is played, and yes.
He also has the 2 slips and a gully, all well staggered. And Brathwaite comes forward, steers him towards extra cover, and they take a single. Actually, did they not take a single, or has it been our?
They took a single.
They did take a single. It's our intern trainee BT captioner asleep at the wheel again.
Brathwaite was berating Blackwood because he was slow on the mark to notice the single. He was halfway down the wicket shouting at him, come on, there's one there.
Yeah.
Bennett, you were about to say.
Yeah. Quick observation. I mean, last over, that working over from Jack Leach, to me the key was keeping Blackwood on strike for the whole over. And that's what really
in comes Wokes. Again, he's got a bit of fire in his belly this time around, because that lifted a little on Blackwood, who stands tall to drop it into the ground by his feet. We're going to look at previous LBW chances as well to Blackwood. That was definitely that looked to me pitched out. That last one that off Stokes they should have had. He knows it. And Wokes is on his backside rather than on his mark for the start of his run. It looks like he's having a little bit of shoe trouble. We're seeing his big old stockinged foot, Ollie Pope, yet who probably should have a sun hat on with that complexion. Three of them out there. Stokes, Bairstow and Pope. I mean, together, that's I reckon whoever it is, Nivea or someone, should be sponsoring those three, because they must get through absolute bucket loads of the sun cream. Number 25 for Wokes, 185 for 3 for the West Indies, and these two have recovered superbly, but that new ball is due in, well, a shade over 2 over, a shade under 2 overs, 1.4 balls in fact. This partnership now has rocketed along to 84 off 33.5 overs. So I suppose it hasn't been quick, but what it has been is highly effective. And I wonder, seeing Wokes now, is this either Bennett limbering up with a view to taking the new ball and getting his looseners in early, or is it that they don't expect him to take the new ball? What do you think Joe Root's thinking is there?
If you look at it, I mean, Chris Wokes was not used at all in the last sort of hour or so. So I think, as you said, they've kind of kept him fresh, waiting for the new ball, and giving him over or two before the new ball is taken. But I think, just an observation, England would do well to try and sort of restrict the singles to keep one batsman that they can bowl to, because what I find is that although they're scoring the runs, they are doing it with a little bit of discomfort, aren't they? It's not like fluently coming in the last few overs. Yeah. And Blackwood's not looking as fluent as he was sort of a good hour or so ago.
Well, Chris Wokes is ready to continue after a bit of remedial footwork. Blackwood is on strike, and that hurries him a little bit, and he little hops in the air as he pushes it away towards mid-wicket. Round of applause from folks at the wicketkeeper and Crawley at slip for one that hurried him a little.
Still getting a bit of shape with the old ball. I mean, that's moved very slightly out the hand and then cut back off the pitch, but it was well covered by batsmen.
Well, we're having a close-up look at Chris Wokes. I'll tell you about it in a moment. The two slips go down. That's a lovely high-elbowed forward defensive from Blackwood, way towards extra cover. I mean, he had a great big hole in the front of his shoe.
I did notice that as well, Tony.
Yes.
I don't know whether, I mean, some of these players, they do have these.
They cut them on purpose, don't they?
Yes, because of the certain parts of the body, like how the leg is like.
I mean, I've had plenty of slippers at home that have ended up looking like that.
Generally.
Yeah. So yeah, my home slippers maybe, but I've not gone and played a test match in them. In comes Wokes. Oh, again, high elbow, defensive shot, but very elegant defensive shot from Jermaine Blackwood. But again, it's away to extra cover. So it's a decent over from Wokes. Just the single off that first ball. We continue.
On YouTube, Lockie, the 6th, says, almost 4 a.m. here in Queensland, lying bath, drinking Cointreau. I misread that initially, is lying in bath of Cointreau. Cricket and gorillas up together.
Well, in comes Wokes. Just hold that thought, Jason, as this one's steered down on the 45. Single taken by Blackwood. He should keep the strike as well. Oh, it's leg byes, but either way. In fact, umpire Dogood can't quite decide which leg to put up in the air and tap to let us know. So he ended up doing it twice. Both the right leg version and the left leg version. You can take your pick, whichever one you prefer. It was still a leg bye. Jason.
And Nazmood, also on YouTube, says, a cricket fan that doesn't want cap, unbelievable. I'm not sure whether he's talking about one from the players or one for the sun in the West Indies.
Well, indeed.
How do you imagine it's baking out there?
I've just seen a tweet somewhere about me from Warren, but I'm going to leave you to read it. As we wait for Jack Leach. 1 for 63 for him. He's bowling to Jermaine Blackwood. That one doesn't turn as much as others have, and Blackwood seemed to have an age to step back and just play that defensively.
It's been a remarkable spell of bowling from Jack Leach, hasn't it, Tony?
Well, it's certainly been some fair bit of stamina for Jack. And that's slightly uppish, past the man at forward short leg. In fact, it's down towards fine leg, and Johnny Bairstow sets off in pursuit. They will take 2, I would expect they've taken 2. Yes, they have. Our graduate trainee in the BT captioning room finally managed to work out which button to press. But it was indeed 2 runs. Lawrence was the man at slip, or at leg slip in fact. So we do have a conventional slip, a leg slip and a forward short leg surrounding Jermaine Blackwood. And this one is whipped off his toes to Johnny Bairstow, who's at backward square. There is no run. Actually, surrounding not quite right, because you need a silly point as well to genuinely say it was a surround. It's sort of it's a 3-sided surround.
They are looking to attack the leg stump, aren't they?
They are indeed. Leach in onto the back foot goes Blackwood again. Johnny Bairstow's in the game. So they are, you're absolutely right, Bennett. They are working away at the right-hander, looking to try and get that one to pop up, either to backward square or to forward short, or indeed to Lawrence at leg slip. In round the wicket, it is. Jason, round the wicket comes Leach. That one goes to mid-wicket, there's no run. 1 ball until that new ball is due. Will England take it, Bennett, straight away?
I mean, since nothing's happening, I mean, they've tried Joe Root, Jack Leach is sort of suddenly, not really making things happen as
in comes
promised.
Leach. Blackwood plays towards mid-wicket again. It's the end of that over. 2 runs were from it. It's 188 for 3. The Windies. The second new ball is available. While Jason reads you some messages, we will let you know straight away if it appears.
And we'll start off with one from Warren that you were chuckling about, Tony. Do you put your Italian loafers on for test matches, Tony Bishop?
I don't know. I think it's Warren who's one of the people who has this vision of me living in some sort of palatial mansion somewhere, which I'm not entirely sure is true.
Well, it's better than having a pair of brothel creepers, I imagine.
Well, I don't live in a brothel, no. Not to creep around. It looks like we have taken the... Oh, did it come out and go back again, or were they just doing a swap over? I think the new ball has been taken.
Yes, it's been taken.
Yes, it has. I'm just looking for our new ball jingle, but I'm not sure I can find it. You recall where it lives, Jace?
In play, I think.
Is it selected in play? Oh, here it is.
New balls, please.
Yeah, well, it's going to be. We were speculating whether Chris Wokes was just being given an over, or was his last over with the old ball to give him a loosener, so he was ready and loose when the new ball was taken. He has been entrusted with it. What do you make of that, Bennett?
I'm sorry, Tony, I just lost you last week.
No, I was just asking how you felt about Wokes with the new ball, but hold that answer for now. A little bit of swing. Brathwaite is in behind it, away towards cover. There is no run.
I am looking forward to seeing him with the new ball, Tony. It'll be quite disappointing because given the opportunity that Chris Wokes has not got for over the years, he's always been there. He's been Mr. Reliable for England. He was the best Test player sort of in 2020 for us. And I think it's a great opportunity to prove critics wrong that he can do something outside of England as well.
Well, yes. As in comes Wokes. Brathwaite plays solidly back down the track to him. Apart from, obviously, Antigua, his previous 3 tests, he's played the West Indies 3 times. They've all been at home. 13 wickets at 23 against the Windies he's taken home. Best of 5 for 50. At Old Trafford in 2019, he got rid of Shai Hope, Shamar Brooks, Holder, Dowrich and Raheem Cornwall. And that occasion, as England won by 269 runs. Different proposition in Barbados though. And up onto the back foot goes Brathwaite, guides it wide of Ben Stokes, who is patrolling mid-off.
And
we'll get a single.
Is that Chris Wokes is not somebody who loads in the limelight. He prefers to be the one just behind, under the shadows, just doing his workman-like, batting, bowling, whatever he does best. I don't think he's enjoying being in the spotlight because he's not somebody he likes to be behind the shadows of like Anderson or Broad, but this time I think the pressure of being the main sort of fast bowler is probably
two slips and a gully for him. That catches Blackwood fairly high on the bat, but it dribbles its way really to Ben Stokes again at mid-off. Yeah, he was described once as the cricketer you'd most likely take home to meet your mum. He's just sort of charming, likeable, lovable. Sometimes you want him to spit a little bit more fire, perhaps, don't you?
Exactly. A bit like sort of, when he gets left out and all that, we don't hear any.
A bit more broad-like, yes.
I was about to say, but then I reserve my comments there.
Woke's in, he comes again, who's not broad-like here, and that is played tidily enough by the very solid indeed Jermaine Blackwood. He's only 4 away from his 50, 46 for him, 76 of course for Craig Brathwaite, who's been batting superbly.
Sorry, Tony. Sorry, there is a lag on my line. That's why I can't know whether you stopped or whether you were continuing. I apologise for that.
No worries.
Tony, I was just going to ask you, do you think England's missing Anderson and Broad?
Well, everyone's asking us that. Wokes is in, and that's driven straight to Ben Stokes again. It's been the Stokes-Wokes partnership this over. 3 balls on the drive. I'm not sure Wokes will be too bothered about the fact that Brathwaite and Blackwood are looking to drive him. And every time Ben Stokes, Bennett caught the bat pretty high up and was a little bit lofted.
It did there.
But there was no run.
Some kind of action with a new ball.
Well, 189 for 3 are the West Indies, 46 for Blackwood, 76 for Craig Brathwaite. And we've had 1 over with that new cherry. It was a maiden, but Jack Leach is going to have a new ball in his hand now. I'm going to ask you about that in a moment, Bennett. And he starts with an absolute pie that quite rightly gets spanked away to the cover boundary, although it's slowing up. It might even get caught. Oh, it does. Who was that who was chasing after? I got a feeling it might have been Wokes, actually. And having bowled that over, no, it wasn't. It was Matt Fisher who went herring after that. It was a horrible delivery from Leach. It seemed to wriggle away from him. It was wide of off stump.
I really think, Tony, that sort of England's missing a trick here. Having a new ball. Again, Jack Leach has been bowling for a long time, and he will come into the equation after the new ball wears out. I really think it would have been nice to give one of the 2 debutants a go with a new ball to see whether there's anything for them, because once the ball gets older, as we saw, there isn't anything much, and they've taken the new ball for a reason. So I really think that, or maybe Roos just giving him 1 over to see whether he'll be, and also he's lost his control now. He was bowling so well with the new ball, shiny ball, slippery ball in the hand. He's lost his control, so it's not really working for them. Let's see how it unfolds.
Well, that's a marginally hasty conclusion, Bennett. He's only bowled 1 ball with the new ball, but We'll wait and see what the next 2 do before we statistically agree with you. But I take your point.
Hard ball's good for both slow bowlers and fast bowlers.
Well, it is
because of the extra bounce.
That is an oft cited argument, and not to be disagreed with.
Also hurries on just a little bit more.
In comes Leach. That one does a much better ball, just on sort of 3.5 stump line, really, outside of off, and left by Blackwood, and taken confidently as ever by Ben Folkes. 1 for 68, remember, 192 for 3, 315 the West Indies trail by. That one again is short and wide and crunched away through cover. This one I think is definitely going to go. Yes, it is going to be one of these. And indeed, not only is it that, but it is a 50 for the excellent Jermaine Blackwood, who has batted superbly.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky, inducing reverie.
And that one's wide of off stump again and left.
Jermaine Blackwood is a very dangerous player. If he gets into his groove, he can take the game away from England in a very, very short time. So I'm hoping that sort of we can make some inroads here.
Well, no, absolutely, and he's batted very nicely indeed. Leach gets that one to rip and turn. That was a better ball. That's what Joe Root. Joe nearly called him Joe Leach. That's what Joe Root's been looking for. The one that nips away off the pitch with the new ball, and that absolutely turned and leapt. And I'm sure Captain Root will be feeling just a little bit happier about his decision, because Leach has gone for 7 in this over. He's in again to Blackwood, and again he beats the outside edge. England heads go back in frustration and anguish. It doesn't get the wicket. It nearly did. It was an excellent last 2 balls. So it took Bennett really 4 balls to get into his groove. Those last 2 were what the doctor had ordered, if the doctor's Joe Root.
Absolutely. I mean, there was a school of thought, I'm sure, in getting him to sort of bowl that. But it'll be interesting to see whether he continues, although he bowled a few good balls there.
Well, the other reason I think for Leach getting the ball, of course, was it got us to tea. So they have indeed taken tea. They have taken tea with the West Indies on 196 for 3. The not out batsmen are Craig Brathwaite on 79 and Jermaine Blackwood, who has just reached his 50, and we are going to any second now welcome David Brooks.
Thank you very much indeed, Tony and Bennett and Jason. It's time for some babbling.
With its new theme tune, apparently.
On the Tea Time Show, we have Vernon Springer joining us. He's been with you all day. In fact, I'm joining you. And all the way from Worthing in West Sussex, via Yorkshire, Phil Martin making his guerrilla debut on Babbling with Brooke. Hello, Phil.
David, how are you? Fantastic.
Well, great to see you, Phil. And Vernon, you'll be interested in this. Well, hopefully not just you, Vernon, but a few other people as well. In that, did you know that Phil Martin here was watching the Leewards match at the Antigua Recreation Ground that you were describing just the other day? Phil, talk us through it.
Well, me and the missus, we took a trip to Antigua. I used to work at British Airways, and there was a game on, which I, just out of curiosity, went to see where it was, and it was actually at the Rec, and it was Leeward Islands versus Windward Islands, and it was on around the 26th, 27th of January, 1990, if you can remember that far back.
Hold on, let's just check with Vernon. Vernon, I know that you have trouble sometimes remembering what happened last week. Can you remember what happened in 1990?
It's a long time ago. It's 32 years ago.
It is a long time ago. But you're still going strong. And Phil, you're still going strong as a club cricketer. Tell us about that trip with your missus to Antigua Recreation Ground for the Leewards versus Windward Islands match in 1990.
It was a lot of fun, actually, because it was just by chance that the game was on. But actually, we bumped into Peter Alice, if you know him, the golf commentator. He was there. But what I liked about the whole thing was at the Rec, there were 2 teams going at it, and they had quite a good side, I remember, because Richie Richardson was playing. There was Curtly Ambrose was bowling. And these were all young lads at the time, of course, and very, very quick. And on the Rec, the outfield wasn't so good, I remember. But I think we were the only tourists in the crowd at the time, and everybody had radios, little radios, and they were listening to the commentary. And I remember the commentator was, you could hear him quite plainly because he was sort of like in a little room at the top there, but everybody could hear him as well. Plus, you could hear him on the radio, and it was a really entertaining game. And I think it was the first time my wife had watched a cricket game outside of watching me play. So it was a real eye opener for her.
And did your wife, who I know his name is Kim, she's probably listening to this broadcast from Worthing in West Sussex. Did she appreciate the different quality between watching you play and watching Richie Richardson and Viv Richards play? Did she appreciate that, Phil?
Well, it was, the quality was just on par about David. No, it was what she thought was it was the speed of the bowlers, because I remember a couple of batsmen got hit, and I was going like this, and of course the crowd were going, "Oh, you English guys don't know what we have to put our batsmen through." So you always at that time, I remember England were getting a pace in because they had such a great fast bowling attack. But what we didn't appreciate was these matches. They were having it as well, because they were having to face those fast bowlers on a regular basis. And it was a really, really, really good game. I remember there was a lot of really nice fried chicken as well, or barbecue chicken in the corners where the ladies were cooking as well. It was nice. Good atmosphere.
Well, it's interesting that you recall the fried chicken so clearly. Vernon, do you recall what you would have had for lunch that day, and in what capacity were you at that match, and were you the coach at the time?
No, but I think that might have been a red stripe game.
Yes, it was. Yeah,
it would have been a red stripe game. If
the red stripe, is that the 4-day competition?
Well, that in those days, Red Stripe sponsored that competition.
Yes.
I think I just want to kind of take you back to the time basically of it, and just to give you an idea. But in those days, the fact would have been that this game, Leeward Islands won by innings and 15 runs.
Yeah.
I could give you the score there in terms of Windward Islands. They were bowled out for 254.
Yes.
Leeward Islands, they would have had the services of. I'm just trying to just pull up the Leeward Islands. Okay, Leeward Islands scored 526 for 8 declared.
526 for 8 declared. That's as good as England.
Yeah. Leeward Islands scored 526 for 8 declared. So in that game. Windward Islands 257 and 254 for 9. They won by an innings and 15 runs. In fact, the Leeward Islands team that time around would have had in Luther Kelly, Stuart Williams, Richie Richardson, Keith Atherton, Hamish Anthony, Wals Donato, Elline Baptist. Richie Richardson was the captain. Livingston Harris, Noel Gishard, Curtly Ambrose, and Kenny Benjamin.
Yes.
That was the Leeward Islands team. The Windward Islands team would have had Lance John, Julian Chaz, Donnelly Joseph, Joey Peer, John Eugene, Junior Murray, Thomas Kentish, Neil Williams, Winston Davis, Javian Etienne, Ian Allen went on to play Test cricket. Winston Davis also played Test cricket. Junior Murray,
yes.
Donnelly Joseph also played. So was that, and as you would know, originally the Leeward and the Windward have played as combined islands. So you would have had matches between Leewards and Windwards to pick the combined islands team, but they would split by that time. So the Windwards was on their own and Leeward was on their own. So it's always
when was
a local
the split? When was the big split? When did you go your separate ways from the Windwards, Vernon?
It would have been around about that same time, 1988, 89. And
was there any clearly the Leewards would be okay with Viv and Richie and LD. They can look after themselves. But would there be any concern that Windward Islands would be strong enough to put out a team on its own?
Well, Windward Islands always had good players. Whether you like it or not, you had the people like the Irvin Shillingford and the Grayson Shillingford and the Norbert Frill. Windward Islands have always produced outstanding cricketers. In fact, if you follow the history, David, you would know that. So Franco always said that the best of the talent would come from the small islands, which would be the Leewards and Windward, which is the OACS. When West Indies, after Lloyd's era, would have dominated cricket at one point in time, the Leeward Islands and Windward Islands, you had the Junior Murrays, the Winston Kennett, Curtly Ambrose, Richie Richardson, Stuart Williams, Keith Atherton. I mean, those are the amount of players. At one time, we had like 7 to 8 players on the West Indies team from the OACS.
And that Windward Islands team, did I hear you say Neil Williams? Is that the Neil Williams who later played for Middlesex?
Yes.
Yes.
With great distinction.
Yeah.
And I believe got an England cap. Am I right in that?
Yes, I think he did get an England cap. He
Yeah.
played one test.
Played one test. Should have played a lot more.
I mean, the other thing about the game was that was quite exciting for me because I used to watch. I was brought up in Wales, so I used to watch Glamorgan a lot, and Winston Davis played for Glamorgan quite a few times as well.
Well, Winston Davis, of course, we all remember with great fondness, and so tragically, a tragic accident has left Winston Davis paralysed from the waist down. Still huge character, and we send our best wishes to him and from all the guerrilla cricket and the Caribbean community. We haven't forgotten you, Winston, and one man who does a lot of work to raise funds for Winston's testimonial, Steve Stevenson, another name in England, from England with the Bristol club, Bristol West Indies. Take you back there. Sorry, Vernon, keep going.
Well, he was Winston. I'll give you a spell, David. I saw Winston Davis. I think we were playing against Barbados. It might have been 19. Franklin Stevenson has scored 100 and something at Warner Park. It might have been one of the fastest spells I think I've seen between Andy Roberts and Winston Davis at Warner Park. In fact, you had Winston Davis from the Lozak Road end, and you had Andy Roberts from the top end, and more or less the pavilion end. And while a lot of people were maybe concentrating and looking at Sir Andy Roberts, I don't think anybody was really paying attention to Winston Davis, who was very, very, very lanky and had good pace. And the Windward Islands over the years have always produced some real outstanding fast bowlers. And you take it back to people like, Cameron Coffey and Nixon McQueen. Yeah, even Norbert Phillip. You go way back.
Norbert Phillip, of course, who played for Essex, and Cameron Coffey, who played for Surrey and was a miserly bowler was it Surrey or Hampshire in county cricket, and a miserly bowler in Test match cricket too. No one could ever score more than 2 runs and over off him.
You had people like Grayson Shillingford, who was around for a period of time also too. So the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands per se, you have right here, as we talk, close to us, Montserrat, where one of the top umpires from the Caribbean came from, Basil Morgan. You would have had Lionel Baker, who would have played Test cricket, and then you go down to Anguilla, you had Omari Banks, and also Jamal Hamilton. Those two. So the smaller islands between Montserrat and Anguilla have always produced some outstanding talent, and you don't take anything away from the OECS, who would have produced some outstanding players. This was so when I was picking you my brains and I told you my 3 top players, I had to include El Camino Willett, who started like a long time ago. I know you're not in favor of what I said.
No, not at all. I was surprised by what you said. For those listeners who didn't hear our conversation, I asked Vernon to name his top 3 combined Leeward Islands players of all time, expecting to hear, obviously, Viv Richards, expecting to hear the name Sir Curtly Ambrose, Sir Viv and Sir Curtly, and I think we all expected you to name Richie Richardson as the 3rd, but you didn't. Tell us why you chose Willett over Richardson.
But my 3, like I told you already, was Willett, Richards, and Andy Roberts.
Oh, so Andy Roberts, sorry, you left Curtly Ambrose out. He's in the next commentary box to you, Vernon. You better be careful, man. You don't want him knocking on the window. You don't want him knocking on the window like Sir Viv did that time, coming up to the media centre. Remember that?
So, El Camino Willett became the 146th Test player, 49 years ago. So you got to understand that you can't rewrite history. And when somebody opens that door, you really need to salute them. You have to salute them in a very big way.
Absolutely. We salute you. I haven't got his first name. Right. One more time.
El Camino Willett.
El Camino Willett. We salute you, the first Leeward Islands player to represent the region.
Spot on. You have it.
Was he playing in this game, or are you determined to work him into every tea time slot?
I
don't think he was he?
He wasn't playing. No. Now, bringing the story up to date, looking at this West Indies team, and further than that, looking at the players available for selection, Combined Islands, how many players are they contributing to this West Indies team? And you've got the likes of Kieran Powell, who you were talking about at lunchtime today, and Junior was with us from the West Indian Supporters 2020 Association, who said he's never been given a proper run in the side. he dominates cricket at regional first-class level, so he's one name. And can I give you another one to throw into the mix, Vernon? And that's Obed McCoy, the left armer who's impressed everyone with the white ball. Is he able to bowl with a red cricket ball as well? If so, why isn't he in the squad? You wanted a left armer. You wanted Ray Reefer. You wanted Ray Reefer, you and your Barbados chums. You're always trying to get the Barbados players into the team. What about Obed McCoy, one of your own?
You can't get everybody, David. There's only X amount of test matches per year, so everybody
need a left
won't be able to
armer.
play.
You said yourself he did a left armer inside. He's not even in the squad. Not even talked about.
But he's just also come back from injury, so it's
fair enough.
You have to give him a break.
I'll give the man a break. But what about Kieran Powell? Would you like to see him opening the batting with Craig Brathwaite instead of John Campbell?
Well, let me just say to you, right, that sometimes you are confused by the West Indies selection panel and their policy and what they're looking for. The players from the Leewards and Windward Islands have always been given a hard deal, even when Willett paved his way. And so you always have to, perform 5-6 times better than, players from Jamaica or from Barbados or from Guyana. While other players are given relaxed periods of time, the players from the Leewards and Windwards have always had to work their butts off, and they're always under pressure. They never seem to be relaxed. If you even look at an Alzari Joseph, are we seeing the real true potential of Alzari Joseph? Alzari Joseph played county cricket last year, came back to the Caribbean, and had to sit down on the bench and look at Shannon and injured Shannon Gabriel play.
Well, come on, Vernon. Judging by the comments we've had from many of your compatriots during the coverage on Guerrilla Cricket, which of course is being broadcast across the Caribbean region on Platinum FM and many other FM stations to follow, a lot of people are saying, what's he doing in this team? Should be on the bench now. He's gone for a lot of runs, hasn't fulfilled his promise, and hasn't bowled well. In fact, he could be the difference between the two sides.
So which game were you looking at, David? So you agree with that? You couldn't be looking at the same game that I was looking at.
I'm watching this game. Which game were you watching?
Oh, yeah, but you telling me that. So you telling me that he bowled bad. So there are days like that.
That is what our friends on social media. I mean, I try not to listen to the babble.
They're not the selectors. They're not the selectors, David. So
are you happy with Alzari Joseph? Vernon, are you comfortable? Given the strength in depth.
So I'm saying to you, David, I'm saying to you, you have to give people an opportunity. You can't give somebody one test and drop them out.
You've got Anderson Phillip. I'd like to see Anderson Phillip given a go.
Well, you'll have to wait, David. You'll have to wait.
How long? Only 3 test series. Got one more
there you
test.
go. There you go, David. There you go. It's a 3 test series. Let's come to England, David, because I'm not going to let you to get away here, right? Let's talk about Wokes, because it's a serious situation. Should Wokes be in this team? So let me put the shoe back on your foot now.
Clearly not.
Why?
He shouldn't be anywhere near the team. How can you leave out Broad and Anderson in order to bring on the next generation of players? You leave out the best two bowlers. You leave out Broad. You leave out Anderson. You leave out your 2 best bowlers, and you go to the new generation. Chris Wokes is 32 years old. He's only 3 years younger than Stuart Broad.
David, we've passed that stage where we know that Joe Root, you told me why Anderson and Broad didn't come to the Caribbean. Did you not tell me?
Well, I was...
Joe Root is trying to create his own niche.
That was a private conversation, Vernon.
No, but hold on. Under Joe Root, Chris Wokes has picked up 78 wickets. Under Alistair Cook, he's picked up 48 wickets. Did you know that?
I did know that. How many of those wickets, Vernon? How many of those wickets were away from home? You've got his home record, which is excellent. He would be the first name on my score sheet.
But you're going ahead of me. You're not giving me a little chance, and I know you want to come into babble. He's got 94 wickets in England and 32 away.
Only 32. How many in the Caribbean?
I'm not worrying about the Caribbean.
How many in the Caribbean test level? How many is he going to get in this match?
How many matches have we played in the Caribbean?
Not only do I think he should be on the bench, his own captain, Joe Root, thinks he should be on the bench. He's only bowled 11 overs in the whole innings. Phil, it's got to bring you back in because the players will be back out soon. The evening session's about to start. I've got a big one message, Phil, for the listeners across the Caribbean, please, Phil.
Yes.
That was great.
Enjoy the match. It's one match. I think it's going to be
back
fun.
on. Brathwaite's on 79. Blackwood's on 50. Thank you to Vernon Springer, the voice of Platinum FM, who are joining us for this coverage of the evening session. And don't forget, all the action on Gorilla, Cricket, and back to Bear and the boys in the studio.
Yeah, it's me, you, and Werner are on now for this half an hour, Dave.
Yeah, I find the school teacher is forgetting his period of time here.
Exactly. I think you're entirely right. I don't know what's going on. The first ball.
I didn't want to be too tedious on it.
Okay, it's all right. I'm doing commentary, Dave. I'll keep you under control. That's a beautiful drive by Blackwood straight after tee. First ball, third over with a new ball, and it's gone for 4 runs. I should play a jingle, shouldn't I, really?
I think that tee time
you
went
should
very
play
pretty when you're
Brathwaite. That one, the boundary to Brathwaite.
Yeah, it's Brathwaite. Well, you're still going to get a 4 jingle.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm gonna turn the crowd back on.
Oh, to have your power, Bear, the ability just to turn the heat up of the crowd. And I don't think they're going to need too much encouragement. Well, certainly the West Indies fans have seen a fantastic partnership here between Craig Brathwaite on 83 and Jermaine Blackwood on 50. What a partnership for them. And
99 from 231 balls. Very important partnership in period of play.
Very important. That's still a long way to go, though, Vernon? 307 behind as that ball is left alone outside the off stump by Brathwaite, and there's no run. Again, I guess if these two guys get through this new ball without England getting a wicket or two, then, you know, the trail to parity is on, I guess. England desperately need a breakthrough with this new ball. I think you get about 30, 35 overs where you can really hope to force a wicket. After that, it becomes, you know, it's a grind. Still some turn though. That one's full, driven back, maybe aerial for a bit, but driven back past the bowler.
Nobody catching that, Bear, I'm afraid.
No.
Vernon, take that, Wotes.
4 more runs.
Take that, Wotes.
He has been expensive when he's opened the bowling though. I mean, his first 2 overs in the last, I mean, he went for 25 after about 10, so he's going at 2.5, but he went for about 12 overs in the first 2. For his first 2 overs when he opened up the game. Same in the last test, he went for 30 and 3 overs at the beginning of West Indies' first innings in the Antigua test. It's a bit of a problem when you're an opening bowler. Has he bowled him? No. Oh, shoot. Played with a angle bat by Brathwaite. Didn't really move his feet. Got a thick inside edge for a minute there. I thought it had gone back onto his stumps, but instead it had gone back onto his pad and just dribbled out on the offside. And there is no run.
I'd love to ask Vernon whether you actually wanted to see Brathwaite out there to vindicate your point about Wokes, or are you happy that the West Indies captain is still there on 87?
Me or Vernon? I'm sure Vernon. That one maybe kept a little bit low, but Brathwaite right behind it, clips into the leg side. He's batted really well, hasn't he? 87. It's a slow grind, 248. But as I said earlier, you know, West Indies are behind the 8 ball. They're trailed still by 303. They've got to grind it out to get to the score. I don't think you can be particularly flamboyant when you're chasing 507 to stay in the game, can you? I mean, you've really got to get as close as you can to it, and that takes time and diligence.
I'm glad that you made that point because I was listening to some of our counterparts for the day, and it almost sounded as if like they wanted a T20 game. This is Test cricket.
Exactly.
We've been complaining that the West Indies have not been batting, and now that we have to also understand that the West Indies are not playing against themselves. They're playing against England, and England are competitive. So we have to respect that England are bowling well.
Yeah.
And the partnership before lunch, after lunch, 28 overs with 82 runs. Is a major improvement in terms of West Indies batting.
Yeah,
absolutely right.
Fisher is into the attack from the other end, and he works the first ball just behind square on the leg side. Does Blackwood, and he gets himself a single and immediately off strike.
I think the difference in the two teams, and if we've looked at 2 test matches so far, because we consider this a second test in terms of the batting men. Ben Stokes' innings in the first innings for England really took the game away. I mean, he just came out and authoritatively just said, listen, I'm here. This is my stage. That was the difference. That's the only difference that the West Indies don't have. The West Indies don't have a Ben Stokes. That's the only difference in their batting lineup.
Worked into leg side and there's no run. There's a lot of teams have a Ben Stokes, but Jason Holder's numerically pretty much number 1 or 2 in the all-rounder standings for the last couple of years. I know he's not as destructive.
Is not the same authoritative way as a Ben Stokes. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Even though he might be the number 1 all-rounder based on rankings, we're talking about a Stokes who can come and just take the game away from you and lends his authority. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, hold on. After this ball, Fisher is up to the crease, and that's again just angled in at leg stump, turn around a corner, long leg all field, and it'll be another single. But that was my point to you earlier, Vernon. West Indies haven't actually been in front at any point in this series so far, by the fact that they've lost both tosses, and both times England have managed to get either good runs or enough runs on the board in the first innings that West Indies have had to be diligent all the time. And I think there will be a point, well, it's only a 3-test series actually, so there's only one more game to go. But if they get the chance and they get ahead, someone like Jablain Blackwood can go, can't they? I mean, he's not Stokes in the fact that he bowls as well, but he's certainly can be flamboyant and aggressive, as that's clipped out into the leg side, square this time, and I think it's Leach down there. It's fielded, they'll get back for 2.
The point that I was also trying to make is that you can't have all the players being the same, where you have from 1 to 6, everybody's style is the same.
Yes, I agree with
that. You need to have an aggressor, you need to have somebody. So when you look into the West Indies team, you have somebody like a Carl Mayers. Carl Mayers is somebody who's going to push your opponents back.
Yeah.
That's what sometimes that you need. Blackwood is somebody who's going to take the fight to you. That's what sometimes you need in a team.
Yes, that's my point. He's at number 5, so that one's left alone through to the keeper and there's no run. But England have had those problems for years as well. I mean, we have Rory Burns, we had Dom Sibley, who's about the slowest man on the planet, and then no one could bat at number 3. I mean, the amount of times in the last 24 months that England have been 18, 20 odd, hardly above 30 for 3 down is, loads, virtually all the damn time. I mean, it's a miracle when we got past double figures sometimes in Australia. So, every team is suffering that. I think there are a fair few teams around the world are suffering from that at the moment. So that's defended on the back foot, back up to the bowl, and there's no one. I noticed at lunch you were talking about how the West Indies still crave after Greenidge and Haynes, great opening partnerships in international cricket are actually hard to find, and if you look at modern times, they're very hard to find.
Well, Bear, can I just pick you up on Dom Sibley there? You said he was the slowest opening batsman on the planet. We found an even slower one. Alex Lees. It was like watching paint dry, and he dipped absolutely scoreless. And if he's the solution to England's opening batting problems, then I'm the solution to the vacancy for the West Indies president.
All right, so David, so you think that Hamid should have been given another opportunity in the
No, I do certainly not, no.
Okay.
But that's our problem, Dave. We're going through people because no one can do it,
Well, you're choosing someone, you have to go back to Fletcher, Nasser Hussain regime. You pick someone out of county cricket and you back them. You pick the wrong guy.
Yeah. That's close. He's gone right across his stump.
Who's your guy? Who's your guy, David?
My guy, Vernon, is Tom Haynes at Sussex, who's been scoring mountains of runs. He's got a fantastic technique, and unlike Lees, he keeps the scoreboard ticking over. You don't want someone hanging around like a limpet.
Not entirely.
Well, bring back Sibley then, Bear. Can't have it both
Well,
ways.
no, because Sibley kept shoveling it to someone on the leg side, didn't he? He'd shovel it he'd play across the line and just chip it up to mid-wicket. That's why he got dropped. That's it's square on the leg side, just behind square, and there's no run. And he'd get himself in, much like Lee's there, survive a whole session, get 20 runs, and then
they got a single.
Sorry, they got a single.
Don't let David distract you.
And he'd just chip it up to the field on the leg side. The amount of times he got caught down the leg side was ridiculous. But, and then Rory Burns, he kept going across his stumps, and he's a hell of a lot of moving parts, kept getting himself LBW or bowled. If he'd get runs, he'd get runs, but the amount of times that Rory Burns was out under 10 didn't outweigh the amount of times once he got above 10, he'd score runs, but he hardly ever got above 10. I mean, it's opening in Test match cricket is one of the hardest jobs in the world, in sport, I'd have thought. Blackwood is facing up. Wokes is in again. It's a little too straight from England. It's always on the hip. These guys are in now. Both are over 50. I mean, Brathwaite's only 11 from 100, and those sorts of balls are easy to clip down a long leg and get yourself rotating the strike.
You said one of the hardest jobs in Test match cricket is only the batting against Wokes and Fisher.
Well, it's still never easy.
Well, of course, it's not easy. It's not the most difficult job in Test cricket.
Opening against these two, no, but someone like Bumrah and Shami, that's played out in the offside and there's no run, or Hazelwood and Cummins or Hazelwood and Stark. That's not easy. It's not, it's not easy.
It's not easy, If it was easy, we'd all be doing it there.
And how many openers have England gone through in the last 2 years? I mean, Alistair Cook went through 13 openers on his own. None of them stuck. Wokes is coming in outside the off stump, left alone, through to the keeper, no run, 1 ball left in the 85th over. And the West Indies have started well after tea. Survived the first 30 minutes. 40 minutes now.
I think we have to give credit to how well this has been an important partnership period of play. 109 of 246 balls. One has to give real discipline and maturity to Jermaine Blackwood. 54 for 121 is certainly batted well.
Yeah, and if England had reviewed, he wouldn't have got off naught. Damn. That's played on the back foot,
word is if,
no run.
So let's forget that one.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. I still don't know why they didn't review it, looking at it, but Stokes felt it was going down leg side, and he was the bowler, so that was that.
So the beer.
Rebel Scum's been in touch there. Sorry, Vernon, I want to get our tweeters in. Rebel Scum's been in touch to say he's warming up for commentary on Guerrilla Cricket nicely, and Brian Barish has rather cryptically sent the initials MROW. Don't know what you mean, Brian. Please explain. Bear, you're into the over and under mark. You might be interested in some of the odds offered by Bet365. Other bookmakers are available. And I've helped myself to some very interesting bets, which I'd like to run through shortly.
Oh, okay. Fisher bowls in the channel outside the off stump, and Blackwood just gets forward and there's no run.
Test me on this in cricket, in play betting is a lot easier than picking the winners at the Cheltenham Festival.
Oh, yes. Yeah, especially when you're watching. I agree. Anyway, go. Throw me some odds.
Okay, I'll throw you some odds. Right. For a start, Jermaine Blackwood to score a ton. 5-2. 5-2.
Nah.
5-2.
I always think those ones on the big scores are real skinny.
Okay, this 85th over to score more than 2 runs off this over.
Yes. That's defended
annoyed
on the
to
offside.
see Fisher bowling though, because he's bowled very tightly. He's been very impressive. Matthew Fisher making a very good day. But 1 for 36 off 14, so he's only going at 2, under 2.5.
No, he's going for over 28. No, he's going for marginally over 2.5 and over. He's going just over 2.54, something like that.
Yeah, I need a 3 in this over really, and 2 balls have gone.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it now. I'd bet on it before the over starts.
Too late now. Yeah, it's too late now.
There were only 4 balls left. I want bigger odds than that. Left alone.
No, I mean, I'm already on there.
Oh, right. Oh dear. Left alone outside the off stump. No run.
Okay, here's another one for you. West Indies score after 90 overs. Vernon, can we have your judgment? What do you think West Indies will score? This is the 86th over, so there's 4 after this. What do you think the West Indies total will be after 90 overs?
220 for 3. 220 for 3
is exactly the trigger point.
It's a tricky one. They're not stupid, the bookies, funny enough, Dave. I'd be tempted to go under 223. I wouldn't really want to bet anything under that. That's defended up towards mid-off and there's no run. I want 12 runs in 5 overs. I want them to give me 12 runs in 5 overs. So at the end of this,
we've got to hope that Woke stays on. That's the only chance we've got.
Well, yes. If at the end of this over there were 210, I'd go over 220 but under 223. But unfortunately that's the bookies margin, so they're not going to give us that one. 2 balls left in this over from Fisher. He's 15th, 1 for 36, got a wicket with his 2nd ball in Test cricket. Is that is defended by Blackwood back to the bowler, and there is no run, just a length ball.
Here's another one for you, Bear and Vernon. Runs at the fall of the 4th wicket. Again, Bet365. Other bookmakers are available, 888 and Skybet, offering odds as well. Over runs at the fall of 4th wicket. 236. Over or under?
236. I'd be tempted to go over that with these two set. And looking at, having said that, he just nearly gave it away to Blackwood. Trying to force one through the offside on the back foot, just whizzed past the outside edge through to the keeper, but he got away with it. He wasn't out. Genuinely beaten though, full shot. Ball didn't do much, but it was hung out there to try and force a little edge. Nearly did. End of the over. We got any more socials, Dave?
We're waiting for some socials. I'd like to send a message to our listeners across the Caribbean on Platinum FM 97.9 and all the other FM radio stations here for Vernon Springer and this Guerrilla Cricket coverage. Vernon, how do the West Indies supporters like to get in touch with the station? We'd love to hear from you in the studio. Would it be a WhatsApp? Could we set up a WhatsApp group, a WhatsApp message? WhatsApp number?
I'll send you a WhatsApp number.
Fantastic. That'd be great.
I know I wanted to ask you and the Bear something, because I'm not going to let you get away today on the 3rd day. Did England handle Jofra Archer properly?
No. That's a simple answer. No. Over-bowled him massively, and particularly.
I realise that David is pretty quiet on that matter.
No, I think David agrees.
At the YouTube.
I think everyone in England agrees on that. I think that Joe Root just saw someone really quick, fast and bouncy with a really smooth action, and turned to him all the time, and eventually it broke him. Leach is into the attack, short, outside off stump, and Brathwaite can just rock back, try and late cut, but can't beat Wokes at backward point.
I'm very disappointed with the way England treated Jofra Archer. As a Sussex supporter, having seen him perform with such skill at county championship and one-day cricket.
Defended by Brathwaite, just out in the offside on the front foot.
He's gone backwards. They played him in the wrong role. They wanted a speed. He's a much more skillful bowler than that. He's a Courtney Walsh. He swings it both ways. He's a very good bowler. Completely misused and abused by Joe Root and the England management.
Leach tosses that up, and it's a bit too full. And it's defended by Brathwaite out to cover, and there's no one. I think it was almost a symptom of that. I think that Joe Root actually realised that he was more than just a bang-it-in bowler, and he did have skill, and that's why he overused him. It's like, well, he can bowl really quick, but he's also got all these other skills. Got himself, and therefore just bowled him way too much, as that's defended back down the track. There's no run. I mean, there was a test series in New Zealand that we covered, and basically he just kept turning. The pitch was really placid, and we were out in the field, and they must have scored 450 or 500, and he just kept going back to Archer, just kept bowling Archer, defended into the offside, and there's no run. And it was like in one innings he bowled 45 overs.
But David and the Bear, the media, some of the folks who are on the media, they caused that too, because number of times they just felt like Archer was just almost like the saviour for the England bowling attack.
Yeah, well, they did. Everyone thought so. Well, when you're England, that's left alone outside your stump, there's no run. We generally don't have genuine fast bowlers that we can use to intimidate other ones. It's like having a toy that you never have, and then suddenly you're given it, you're like, ooh, wicked, and you just you use it all the time, and you overuse it, and you play with it too hard, and it breaks.
The other thing before I get off that I wanted to ask David and the Bear, something which is plaguing me also in the Caribbean, is why are our fast bowlers having so many injuries? And I find that the concept of the folks who are dealing with the physicals and they have the guys in gym rather than automatically running.
Absolutely right. Too much downtime, life in the bubble. You go to the gym, you add all the bulk, and then you get injured.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's reasonably straight by Fisher, arrowing in on the stumps, but well defended by Blackwood.
Vernon, when you were coaching the Leeward setup, how much time did Sir Andy Roberts, Sir Curtly Ambrose, Kenny Benjamin, and Eldine Baptiste spend in the gym?
Well, what I will say to you, those guys were always running. If you talk to Courtney Walsh, you ask how Courtney Ward said he was just running all the time. Ambrose, that's what they did.
No
That's
weight. No guns.
No weight. You know, that's what I'm saying. The whole concept has changed now. You know, everybody's bulking like a bodybuilder.
Yeah, I know. Things can break. There's more muscle to break. Nicely played by Blackwood. Bunts it down behind, cuts it. Not great force, but great timing. Behind square. Wokes chases it down to the boundary. Just can't haul it in. And it's going to run away for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That's a nice shot. Just let it come onto him and rode it down there. Go on, Dave.
It was a very nice shot. That one's reminded of Vernon of the comments of Andre Russell, a man incapable of playing bowling more than 4 over spells, who blames it on the amount of time he spent in the gym as a youngster trying to bulk up to poor women. It's not cricket.
And once again, that's 2 leg sidey from Fisher, and that one's clipped square, and suddenly runs are coming along. If you had a bet over 3 runs in this over, Dave, you'd have been fine. There's been 8 so far. They've gone down to the boundary for another 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
On YouTube, Bear, Rashford Holic, welcome to you, says, "Where's the shisha pipe, Bear?"
What? This?
Where's your shisha pipe?
It's here.
It's not shisha, is it?
Well, that's what people call them. It's a vape. It's a vapor.
Oh, what brand are you using there, Bear?
I mix my own, Dave.
No, not the mixture, the actual pipe.
I don't know. It's just a battery. You buy it online. Aegis.
Thank you very much. Other brands are available. Hopefully we'll see them supporting this series.
Oh, for me, I haven't smoked a cigarette for about 6-7 years now. I just vape. So much healthier. Although I am addicted to nicotine, which is a bad thing. As Fisher comes into bowl, and on the back foot is Blackwood, pushing it back up to the bowler, and there's no one. They look comfortable again now, don't they, Vernon? They've got themselves back in after tea, been out there for nearly an hour, and looking good.
I think if these two can bat all day, it certainly will be a change of fortunes in the England dressing room.
Well, yeah.
They'll now start to be thinking like, hold on, is this West Indies team serious? The partnership is 117 of 263 balls. So it's troubling times for England.
Yep. Well, this is what you hoped for when you came on this morning. That's played up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Don't forget to send that
I still feel the Bayer, David, that this test match is wide open.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I've just taken a couple of result bets as well. But Rashford Holic also says in his on YouTube, I think West Indies can make this side better with Akil Hossain coming in for Pomal. Is Hossain in this squad, Vernon?
No.
Fisher is. Oh wow, that's very full. Trying to York. Blackwood. He tries to clip it in the leg side. He's managed to jab his bat down on its own. He's not.
I mean, I'm no professional cricketer, Vernon, but is the game really different when you play with a different colour ball? Surely it doesn't make it no difference. And Akil Hossain's clearly got the temperament, the character, and the ability to play Test match cricket. And I put it to you, it's only the outdated qualification process that West Indies players have to go through. He was on tour in India with the West Indies team, so he didn't qualify for selection for this because he hasn't played domestic 4-day match. It's foolishness. Third test, don't forget, at Grenada National Stadium on that's on March 24. But a lot of time left in this game. And thank you very much to windrushbay.com for coming in with our special offer to Guerrilla Cricket listeners, the 50 hamper and the Centurion hamper. They've put together some of the finest rums and mixers and snacks.
They have indeed, and if you use the code WBGC, you get 10% discount just for Guerrilla Cricket listeners. And if you're a patron,
and
you get
20%, and a full 20% discount for Patreon subscribers. Bear, how do people become Patreon subscribers? Or how do people become Guerrilla Cricket subscribers?
Hold on, that last ball was just played out to the offside into the deep for a single. You just go to patreon.com, look for Guerrilla Cricket, patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. Choose your tier. There are many tiers to choose from, and depending what benefits you want, that is too short by Leach, just outside the off stump. Blackwood on the back foot once again, pushes it out to cover, and there's no run. And then you will get an email, and it will give you the code that will allow you to get a 20% discount. but only if you're a patron. It's played on the back foot, back towards the bowler once again. And of course, as a patron, you get lots of extras. There's a weekly podcast. $10 patrons get a mug after 3 months. When you've been a $10 patron, you get access to the archive. You get your name on the glory roll, rolling around on YouTube and Facebook to the world endlessly when we're on air, as that's defended square on the offside by Blackwood. Goes out past Root at cover, and they'll get themselves a single.
This is an important innings for Jerome Blackwood. Make no mistake, although you're vice captain, you don't get a guaranteed place in this team as vice captain. And he needed to score runs today. He's answered his critics. I, for one, wanted to see Kyle Mayers take his place, but he's answered in the best possible way.
Leach again round the wicket. Lunges forward, Brathwaite defends it stoutly, just drops it into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, they've batted well, the pair of them. They're still a long way behind though. Long way to go in this test match. They've got a long way to haul themselves back in. Leach once again works into the leg side, and there's no run. I mean, at this rate, they're going to have to bat the whole of tomorrow as well, just to get to kind of around about parity, one would have thought. If that happens, game's a draw, isn't it? It's done and dusted.
Well,
you can't be so sure about that, De Beer, because what I'm saying, if West Indies get as close as possible to this total, or even pass it, remember that you have to go and bat on this track. So anything is possible.
Yeah, but true. But there would, like, literally, if it took all day tomorrow, there'd be 1 day left to get 2 innings in. That means the pitch would have to disintegrate incredibly right at the beginning of the England innings for that to happen. You'd have thought, because if West Indies can get up to our score, it says that the pitch hasn't deteriorated enough to make it.
Let's see what the score is going to be at the end of the day's play. Yeah. And then we could talk that far.
Yeah, true. Fisher is in, and Blackwood defends it into the leg side, and there's no run. The pitch hasn't missed. There's a bit of turn in it. There's a bit of bounce, but not much.
The variation by Leach has also been good. I thought, as you rightly said before, when England took the new ball, I wouldn't have brought him on. I would have maybe tried out 2 seamers, because he was already going for a good spell there. But I guess Joe Root has decided that Leach is his trump card. Yeah, well, he has, but he's only taken the 1 wicket so far. That's worked into the leg side. Out to mid wicket, can't beat him. And there is no run. He's already bowled 31 overs. 31 overs, 11 made and 74 runs, 1 wicket. And before the day is finished, I'm sure he's going to bowl another 10. Yeah. So he might end up bowling, by the time you look at it, about 41 overs, as compared to the next bowler there, who's Macho Fisher, who's now into his 17th over. Yeah. But I think that's always, if your spinner's bowling well on this kind of wicket, that's defended easily enough by Blackwood up to mid-on. There's no run. On this type of wicket where it's not really offering any lateral movement, there's no great pace. There's a bit of reverse swing later. The ball is getting roughed up enough. Your spinners should be bowling majority of your overs if it's offering something to them. Spinners love long spells, as a spinner. But I think, in fairness, De Beer, both sides have been guilty that once a partnership has been created, the bowlers have been trying different things rather than sticking to their consistent plans. I kind of agree. Both teams. On the back foot again, Blackwood punches that once more up to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, I think you've got to go boring sometimes, haven't you, to buy the wicket if nothing's happening. Like you were saying yesterday, you bowl dry outside the off stump, or bowl it straight and have a leg side field. But make sure you keep bowling it in that place rather than both sides of the wicket. You bowl both sides of the wicket, you're gonna get milked for runs. Fisher comes in, 5th ball of the over. England 220 for West Indies 220 for 3. Worked out to mid wicket once more on the back foot. Just turn there by Blackwood. No run. Brathwaite is 90 of 264 deliveries. Blackwood 63 off 141. This is the 90th over. It was a hard slog for West Indies in the field, and it's proven to be a hard slog for England in the field. The wicket every once in a while does stuff, and if you're an England sport, I guess you're hoping something happens with a new ball, but it's already 10 overs old.
because it gets harder as the ball gets softer. It becomes quite easy to score runs. Fisher in again, and once more Blackwood off the back foot punches it, but straight to cover this time, and there's no run, and that ends the over. We're going to have a change now. We're going to do one more over.
Let me just leap in with some tweets and messages from YouTube. Message from Lockie6, who says it's almost 4 a.m. 4:30 here, actually 4:30 here in Queensland. Listen to this, Vernon. I don't know whether you enjoy your cricket like this. This is how they do it in Aussie. He's lying in a bath, drinking Cointreau, cricket, and listening to gorillas. He said Cointreau, cricket, and gorilla go together like all the things that go together well. What about the rum?
Well, you know, I've had a lot of that rum. The chairman's reserve is rather good, I think.
Now that's in the Centurion hamper,
Absolutely.
which is available for just £85 with the discount. And if you're £90, and if you're a patron subscriber, you can get that Centurion hamper for £80.
That's correct.
And you go to windrushbay.com. Don't complain to us. We don't bottle the rum up.
No.
But our friends at windrushbay.com do all that for us and change a bowl.
Indeed. Sakib Mahmood is back into the attack, and immediately he's attacking the pads. It squirts out on the leg side, and they'll come back for 2 as it's chased down by Alex Lees, I think. See there, if you're going to bowl this line, Vernon, don't you just and there's only one person at mid-wicket, surely you have a square leg either up or just behind on the one, and then you have a mid-on as well, and if you're going to bowl straight, then you probably want out a deep mid-wicket and a long leg too.
More 6-3 feel.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if you're going to bowl out the pads, all international batsmen are good at turning it off their pads, man. So you might as well pat the leg side. But here, he's just bowled that one at leg stump, and he's got 2 slips, gully, point, extra cover, mid-off. So that's, you'd have to say that's quite bad bowling. That one is hit straight and beautifully by Brathwaite. Absolutely lovely shot. On drive, flowed through with a bat, beautiful timing, and it's made its way all to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Vernon, the flowering of Craig Brathwaite in this match. What's come over him? He's been batting with real purpose and no shortage of shots all around the wicket.
I think he's a little bit more balanced, and his trigger movement has improved tremendously. His trigger movement meaning that his right foot. Still have a lot of work still to do, but Brathwaite will be Brathwaite, but he's certainly look a lot more positive.
That one maybe keeps a little bit low. Brathwaite on a back foot just pushes it. Most lovely looking shot, but keeps it out, and it's pushed to cover, and it is no.
Just to quickly give some folks the analysis of the bowling figures so far for England. Chris Wokes, 13 overs, 6 maidens, 36 runs, no wicket. Matthew Fitcher, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 44 runs, 1 wicket. Jack Leach, 31 overs, 11 maidens, 74 runs, 1 wicket. Ben Stokes, 13 overs, 6 maidens, 22 runs, 1 wicket. As we break for Mahmood, who's into his 13th over, not for 28 so far with 3 maidens.
Mahmood is in again, and he's bowled full once more, and clipped nicely by Brathwaite to Wokes at mid-on. There's no one. I mean, it's clearly a plan here. I mean, Mahmood likes to try and get it to tail in, looking at Yorkers, which is kind of one-day-ish, really.
Can I just slip in there, Bear? Sorry, I'm annoying our Twitterati. O'Neill Harris says, yes, David, read tweets, do your job. Swing it both ways, says Jermaine Blackwood at 88 test innings and only 17 over 50. He could be my cousin. He's from the same part of Jamaica as my mum, but I'd drop him like a hot breadfruit.
Sakib Mahmood comes in, 5th ball of the over. Better line, it's on a roundabout off stump, but it's very full. I mean, the ball's not doing much off the pitch.
Max Ground Theft also says, after changing jobs and relationships and being vulnerably housed, we subscribe to Patreon for Guerrilla Cricket today. Still the best £2 a month to spend. That's all you need, is £2 a month, a subscription to Guerrilla Cricket via patreon.com. Patreon.
Indeed, and there's lots of extras there. As I said, you're not here on any other part of Guerrilla Cricket, you see. Just for you as a Patreon. Mahmood is in, and once again pushed. It's looking quite easy. Brathwaite timing that nicely, but straight at cover. And there's no run, and that's it for us, guys. It's time for a switcheroo.
Just slip in with a tweet there. Gorilla, swing it both ways, says, Richard Royal says, whenever I hear discussions about the difficulties of being a modern opener, my mind ponders how well Mike Atherton might have done in a different era. Loved him when I was growing up. And swing it both ways says, although these guys are generating pace with muscle rather than action, Ben Stokes should be bowling 5 clicks faster. His action can't do it. Interesting point. Rebel Scum says, Vern is right. Take it day by day. England could easily collapse on the final day under pressure. And Farong says, Tigers triumph at Centurions. Back to this match now before I fall asleep. Don't fall asleep, because you've got all the rest of the evening session to look forward to here on Guerrilla Cricket and Platinum FM 97.9.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you very much, Vernon. It's always a pleasure having you on. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you very much,
guys.
That's
good. Andy Ward is joining me back in the studio, and Jason Hiscock is joining us remotely today. He was in the studio the other day, but today he's on Zoom. Oh, modern technology, eh? Isn't it lovely?
It looks like he's at Lord's. What wizardry is this?
If you had it from the other end, actually, you could probably marry up the media stations actually on the background.
Oh yeah, because it's so similar. Right. Jack Leach is going to bowl, and goodness me, he's got a leg slip and a forward short leg, so I wonder what line he's going to bowl.
Yes, funny that.
It's a bit, West Indies have forced England into this position. He does indeed bowl outside leg stump, comes off the pad, down to Johnny Bairstow at backward square leg, and there's no run.
I guess he's hoping one bites and he's trying to play that line across the line. I hope you've got a cover reasonably close on the offside and someone reasonably close to square.
But like it or not, this is what Test cricket is about. West Indies have. I talked earlier today about the battle of patience.
Yep.
And I think the West Indies have won it.
Hey, look at are England going for ball change already? This is what West Indies.
They're going to put it through the beer can holders.
Yeah, the seam looks all right, but the rest of it looks knackered.
They are doing exactly that. It goes through one. Root tries again and has the same result. He doesn't have the magic. He doesn't have magic to make the ball change shape. And we're going to continue.
Seam looks alright. That's the bit you want to turn. Not good for the seam bowlers.
Well, it's only 11 overs old, so don't they have double lacquer or something? If that makes any difference.
It doesn't look like it's there anymore, Andy. I have to say.
It's on leg stump again. Just goes off the pad. Down to Johnny Bairstow again, who's at least going to get in the game there.
Maybe bring
Didn't they have a plan to double lacquer the balls to make them
last
shinier for longer?
I think that's the idea.
This year it doesn't seem to be working very well.
That's more on middle stump, but it has at least off the bat that time. Down to Bairstow, no run. 286 balls these two have faced. That's nearly 50 overs by my maths.
It is indeed, yeah.
Jack Leach trying to do something about it. Oh, and he almost does, because that's a better ball. It pitched on middle, it held its line. Well, it came off the outside edge, maybe through where a gully would have been. He wasn't, and Mahmood chases it down for a single, but a little bit of encouragement for Jack Leach there. Closed the face, actually a leading edge. Could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, you've got to think, hopefully, at some point, with this many runs still going, the luck will change a little bit, and some of these half chances will turn into chances, and a wicket or two will go. You're right, England have got to be massively patient. There's still way. I mean, West Indies aren't even halfway there yet.
No, absolutely.
You know.
So leg stump again, a little bit fuller, played back down the wicket. There's no run.
And they are going nowhere fast. What did we say? England came out. West Indies came out at 71 this morning, didn't they?
Yes, so we've had 156 so far. If you're still in the GPL, you may be in contention. Leach to finish the over. Leg stump again, inside half of the bat again. Short leg picks it up on the bounce. The end of the over, just one run, 227 for 3.
Lowest score in the GPL was 212. So a way to go to get there, yeah.
Jeff Perkins says, so talking about Dave and the Windrush Bay hampers. So Dave, what you are saying is if you drink enough rum, you can actually turn a profit from your Guerrilla Cricket Patreon subscription. I think it's what my friend used to say, the more you spend, the more you save.
Wow. my wife is an expert, I say, hunter of dresses on sale. She'll hunt them down, and she'll eventually get a £200 dress for 60 quid. Shit like that.
Does she put them on eBay or keep them?
No, she keeps them. She's got so many clothes, my house is falling apart with her clothes. But she still finds a good bargain.
Good to know. Mahmood is going to continue. This England attack that looks a bit more samey as the day goes on. He's got 2 slips in the gully, but he's on middle and off, and it's clipped into the leg side by Blackwood. Pick up a single and give Brathwaite another chance to bring up his 100. He is 4 short.
I hope he gets it, but I hope he gets out soon afterwards. I'm not the kind of man. I think he's worked hard, and I think he deserves 100. But I would like him to get not too many more.
Well, he certainly has. 272 balls. He's batted, I think, almost for a full day's worth now. Maybe not quite.
So he's got
well, he faced the first ball because he hit it for 4, so yes.
That could be it, because his straight drive gone past the stumps, but no, he didn't get as much on it as I thought. Stokes picks it up and they'll just get a single.
Stokes seems to be enjoying himself there. Smile on his face, I like to see that.
Yeah, me too. It's not, well, England are still 278 ahead, so it's not as though they're behind the 8 ball. But
it's amazing what a ton a Brunner ball does to your confidence, because I thought he also bowled an awful lot better this spell today than he has done in previous games, and that's mainly due to confidence I think he's had from getting back in the groove and getting his mojo back.
Mahmood continues. Good ball and off stump, nicely played back very much with the middle of the bat by Blackwood. Back to the bowler, gets a paw on it and there's no run.
So I guess next change is Stokes, the man who makes things happen.
I guess so, but little graphic came up of the average speed of England's seamers, and you don't want to read too much into these things, but they were all clumped around 130 to 132.
Yes.
They're all bowling right arm over. They're tailing the ball in, there's no sign of any movement away. I know that may be because they're all bowling from the same end, but there's just a real sameness about it.
Yeah. Problem with a fair few tacks around well.
Yeah. A bit fuller and actually beats the bat, and I think Folks was as surprised as anyone else. But he still took the ball and hopped up on one leg. And that one just held his line just a bit, and it was an expansive drive from Blackwood. And a rare false shot from him.
I did have a comment to say, but it gone out of my mind. It was quite salient as well.
It'll come to you at 11:30 tonight after we've finished.
I'm going to have to go and get another beer.
That might help, it might not. Quite nice, that beer. We had a bit of Brewdog in there. Oh, he's bowled in! Out of nowhere. How has that happened? Blackwood played a mist. Suddenly Mahmood got the tail in Yorker. Absolutely perfect. Blackwood's played over the top of it, and out of nowhere we have a wicket. Oh no, it's a no ball, and all of the raspberry noises go to England, not to Jermaine Blackwood. Mahmood shakes his head. Well, don't bowl no balls then.
It's striving for that, just that 1 mile an hour extra pace to just beat the defensive shot.
And if anyone makes the pathetic excuse that I've been bowling no balls all day and they weren't called, that just makes things worse. That's very mind you, it's quite a close one, but it is over. Oh dear.
It's not that close really. You need something behind the line, and I think the back of the boot is just clipping the line, so he's at least an inch or an inch and a half too far.
Well, that's so careless, and it's so avoidable. England don't bowl no balls in white ball cricket. Why do they do it in red?
It's not a Mohammed Asif no ball, which is like 2.5 feet down the pitch.
Well, England only have themselves to blame. They could have reviewed an LBW early on. That's a wicket off a no ball. Mahmood comes in with a bit of anger, and he should only be angry at himself. But that one did tail in and shaved off stump. Folks almost looks like he wants to review it just because he can't believe it missed, but it did. And that one, if that stump had a double coating of lacquer, the bails might have come off there. That's a bit of late.
Oh my word!
Did that even flick the stumps?
It might well have done. It looked like it.
I'd like to see
something.
Snicko on that. That might well have just flicked the stump on its way through. It was certainly that close. Blackwood leading a charmed life suddenly after looking so solid. See if he can make the most of it. Mahmood with his tail up now. Here he comes, and that's onto the pads unfortunately, and releases the pressure a little bit. Clipped away behind square for a single. I'd love to have another look at that last ball, and finally stuff happened anyway. Let's at least celebrate that.
Woohoo! Waited a long time for that,
2:31 for 3 at the end of the over.
Jeff Perkins says maybe it wasn't the lacquer on the ball, maybe it was the Jimmy.
Wow.
I'm getting the context, but going to YouTube, Richard Stevens asked the question, given West Indies test batting woes, how empathetic are the panel with pitch preparations? Do you liken it to those Indian pitches where it proved so controversial? I don't think so. I think those were result pitches, but this is possibly not a result pitch.
I did think I thought it was going to break up more than this today. I mean, there's certainly turn, but I think you need a bit of inconsistent bounce to make it sort of towards the bowlers. There's certainly no lateral movement. There hasn't been. There wasn't any in Antigua. There is none here. There's a bit of movement in the air, but nothing off the pitch to offer the bowlers.
Well, Mahmood looks a bit despondent, but as I said, he's only got himself to blame really. Good stuff from Leach on off stump. It's played down to short leg and there's no run.
Yeah, hopefully something else will happen soon, Andy, and it'll be
I
real
think,
this time
rather
rather
than
than imaginary.
I think that's all we get. Leach trying to make it happen. Back foot that time, Blackwood. Back to the bowler for no run.
I remember my salient thought.
Oh, good.
It was the fact he was going on about average speeds, and that's why we broke Archer, because he was the new toy, wasn't he? He was like, ooh, he can bowl quick.
Yeah.
And we find it very hard to find those sorts of people.
Leach is full. Forward goes Blackwood. Leach seemed to be applauding himself there. A bit narcissistic. I'm sure he wasn't. Don't take me too seriously.
That's not an unsurprising stat, is it?
No, the slower you bowl, the more turn you get. And again, Blackwood is solidly behind that one, trying to make the most of his reprieve. I might even say reprieves. I'd still like to have a look at that second one to see if it just flicked the stumps.
Yeah, I'd like to get Snicko on that, I'll tell you, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Leach trying to build the pressure from the other end. That's too short though, but the batsman did not take advantage. Plays it out to cover. Number 40, who's that? Is that Fisher?
I think so. No, he's 25. Maybe. Don't know.
Lawrence, Pope,
See,
Lees.
if we had Knackle notes, we'd know.
We
Well, not
would.
that I ever read them, I have to say. Sorry, Knackle. But
Oh! And the trap almost was sprung there. Leach onto leg stump, an inside edge, flashed past leg slip. Johnny Bestos had to go down and chase it down to the boundary to pick up 2. But, yeah, just... I'm not sure it would have carried, and it went past very quickly.
I think it did carry, but it went very quickly.
That's the end of the over. It's 2:33 for 3.
Frong tells us that the weather forecast is good for the remainder of the test. So the Windies already decided to play for a draw. They're still way behind England, but England needs some wickets to force the issue.
Well, I'm going to make my second chess simile of the day. In chess they talk about a 2-result game, which is a game that can only be won by one side or drawn.
I think this game is that.
Exactly. It's very hard to see how England could lose this.
There's the freak like Adelaide.
Well, stranger things have happened, but there's no Shane Warne in the West Indies side.
but you could never count against England collapsing of their own accord without any help from anybody else.
I think if West Indies get to parity, as I said earlier, this pitch would not be collapsing in the way that you'd expect it to.
It'll take them most of tomorrow to get there as well.
Exactly, you know.
Mahmood's going to continue. We've got the short mid-on that worked once in history, so let's try it again.
Very importantly, it was actually a silly mid-off, wasn't it? Because it was actually
the left
big left-hand biffer.
Yeah.
What was his name? Hayden.
I'm sure I read that the fielder was late on the pitch because he was just in the toilet before starting, and Strauss had kind of already set the field with 10 players, and he just said, "Oh, you go over there then."
I'm sure that's an urban myth, surely.
I'm sure I read it in someone's book, but Zach Crawley has gone in there. He's big enough, so if he can cover the high ones there. It's about 4 yards in front of the crease. Back to the bowler that goes from Brathwaite, who's still on 97, but he's shown plenty of patience today, so I'm sure he can show a little bit more. Stokes, you want me to bowl? He's saying, ugh.
No, I think he'd be up for it. It's Ben Stokes. 275 balls. I mean, interesting things to know. This is what I want to know. Do the West Indies have another turn of pace in their batting if they're ahead in the game?
Do they have another gear? Well, Jason Holder's coming in next, then Josh De Silva. Blackwood, we keep being told, can take the game away from you. Nothing wrong with the way he's batting, but there's no real sign of that so far. Brathwaite clips a single too wide mid-on. He's on to 98.
I mean, England are going to want at least a 150 run lead.
You take what
to
you
try.
can.
Well, I knew you take what you can get, but I mean,
but
the way this is going, even a 150 run lead is 120 runs away. That still seems optimistic.
What did they set them last time? 270 in just over 2 sessions, something like that.
286 in
70 overs, I think it was.
Yeah, which didn't seem like a lot on paper, but there was only. They lost 4 wickets quite quickly in the middle, didn't they? And then that was it.
And then we had another one actually in that game.
Tailing onto Midland leg. Lease with the fielding.
Where Jack Leach had pinned Jason Holder on the stumps.
They didn't review that one either.
They didn't review that one either, and it was going on to hit leg stump.
Well, I wonder if, wicketkeeper and captains and bowlers could be sat down and have a bit of review coaching. It might do
especially as you say, I mean, in a
good.
game like this where you have 3 reviews, you basically got a throwaway one anyway, and that was close. I mean, I don't understand why they didn't review it.
My initial thought on seeing it was that it was going down leg, but you'd think it was worth a shot. And of all the people, I think the bowler who falls away after his delivery stride is probably in the worst position to see generally. Tails onto Midland leg again by Mahmood, and there is no run. I'm sure I've heard of some teams doing this, actually sitting people down and talking them through the angles, and maybe even just talk through the simple logic of it, and how many reviews and whether it's an important batsman or it's not.
Yes.
Do you think someone's ever talked to Stuart Broad about that?
No, I don't. Or if they did, it would have gone, as my mother said, in one ear and out the other. Here comes Mahmood. Shorter onto leg stump, and it's clipped down to backward square. Pick up 1. In fact, they'll go through for 2. No, they're fine. That's Crawley down there again. Pick up 2.
I think
end of the over.
I think both sides. Well, go on, Jason. I'll say at the end of it. Whatever socials there are.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says, "Oh dear, Mahmood gets a vital breakthrough, but that look when he realises it's a no ball."
Yeah.
And Mog says, lots of runs being scored, not a lot of wickets. Is this being played in Pakistan? No, I think, to be fair, lots of games in the West Indies in recent years have been high scoring, low interest, low intensity games.
Well, this might be one reason they don't lose many home series.
Yeah. Well, that was always the case in the last couple. I mean, famously, England complained about it, but there was 2 series ago or 3 series ago, there was a 5 test series
Leach is in. It's on middle and off, and it's smothered by Brathwaite, who's 2 runs short of his 100.
Are you talking about 2009, where they had one aborted test, got shot out for 51?
Yes.
And then 3 very, very
really
flat
wickets
wickets.
that oodles of runs and hardly any wickets were taken on, yeah.
That was just after Flower took over, wasn't it? Or just before?
Just after.
Oh, he could have 100 here, Brathwaite. He's tapped that one down to third man. Mahmood is after it. I'm sure they'll be back for 2. No? Didn't want to risk it? Yes, he did. Of course he did. A very low-key celebration, but I don't mind that. I quite like that, actually. Act like you've been in the end zone before.
Yeah, and there's a long way to go still anyway.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
10th Test 100 for Craig Brathwaite, roundly applauded by some women wearing Frankie Says Relax t-shirts in the crowd. That's old school. And we go on in a sweep, and it flashes between those 2 fielders, but doesn't beat Johnny Bairstow, who's posted in between them. Dives, picks up the ball, throws it away, dives again.
Falls back down like a demented, stuck on its back cockroach.
A turtle.
Just going back to 2009, I think it was actually Peter Moores was the coach.
Ah, that was it. Yes.
And he was sacked, and KP was sacked after that series.
Yes, and then the era of Flower began. Brathwaite continues with a forward defensive, smothers the ball. There's no run. Leach, 1 for 79, he might be a bit disappointed with today. Smothers that one as well, in very similar style.
Yeah, possibly. I think he's gone around and changed his line too much.
I think he's just bowled a little bit too quick as well.
Yeah, possibly. A little bit more air.
On average.
Again, Brathwaite's comfortably smothering that one out to point. There's no run. We're going to have a change. We'll probably get one more over.
We'll get one more over, and then we'll have a switcheroo. We're having another debutant today. Ross Legg, the 3rd member of the Cricket Podcast, is going to make his debut. I think it's his debut. I've never been on with him.
I've seen him on the podcast, yes, absolutely.
I know he's on the podcast,
Yep.
but I'm not sure he's been on here. Of course, we've had Max, and Jack is an old school now. So he's going to join Jack, and Al Hodge is going to make his first appearance of the day. Presume he's got home, has tea on a Friday night, and he's settling in, ready to watch the last bit of the cricket with us, and he'll take you through ball by ball.
I'll be wending my way back to Palmer's Green.
Where's Palmer's Green? Because you said you came.
Where's Palmer's Green? Ah, you're so South London.
See, I was thinking it was up north, sort of Barnet way. But
no, not that far. It's only up a bit from sort of Stoke Newington.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right on the North Circular I am now, although not literally on it, but 100 yards away. Which is quite handy. Anyway, it's going to be that cantankerous
change
bowler and smacker of runs, Ben Stokes.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
More the end than the start of that jingle. That one tailed down the leg side in a rather lame fashion. Seeing some of Craig Brathwaite's shots, and I think the best one was the straight drive he went to 96 with, which was a lovely shot.
Yeah, but he's done well again, and Bonner did in the last test. Yeah. They eat up the balls. I mean, it takes, as you say, it takes temperament to be
It
that
really
slow.
does, to be fair. It really does. Stokes is full, and Blackwood shows him the fullest face of the bat up to mid-on. There's no run.
I think one of the hardest parts of being a really top class batsman is the patience, actually.
Oh, the concentration.
The
100%.
concentration levels are enormous. To be able to concentrate
all day.
All day.
As they say, you've got to switch off between balls and switch on again, and that's it's not easy. Test average of 33 is
not great.
Is moderate, to say the least.
Yeah, probably make it as an England opener.
I think that's about the norm for the England openers.
I think it's less than that at the moment.
That one goes down to gully, and there's no run.
Rory Burns.
4,500 runs though. There's a fair number of runs, but they've been scored very slowly in a lot of tests.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a lot of tests for an opener with an average of 33. I'll give him that much. He must have pictures of someone.
Well, no other choices. I mean, England have gone through loads of probably.
England figured lots of people aren't good enough. We might as well give them all a go.
Can we get recent England openers' averages up?
Well, if you want, it's probably X-rated. You probably have to go on the dark web as the batsman plays that one off the back foot up to mid-on. Who've we had? Burns, Sibley, Crawley still there. Hamid.
Lees
is in there now. Yep. Didn't know
Cook
how
retired.
good we had it with Strauss. Never mind Cook. Stokes is in, and back to the bowler it goes. The straightest of bats from Blackwood, who seems to have overcome his little wobble of being bowled off a no ball and damn nearly bowled off another one.
Yeah, you see, they always give you the highest averages. I'm looking for the most recent. I'd like
to go on the ESPN stat builder thing.
Yeah, exactly. I want averages since Strauss retired of England openers. That's what I want.
It's not going to be pretty reading.
Well, no.
Left alone by Blackwood. There's no run. That is the end of the over. Do we sneak one more in? Or no, let's have a change.
Let's have a switcheroo.
Let's see if the new guys can bring us any luck.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be Al to take over ball by ball. Jack to we'll do your social, and Ross will make his debut summarising for you, telling all of these interesting facts that are happening today. Hello, Ross.
Thank you, Andy.
Hi, guys.
Chase. Hi, Ross.
Good evening.
How are you, sir?
Marvellous, thanks. What a beautiful test match to make a debut.
Indeed.
High octane stuff.
Well, medium octane at best. The West Indies are 2-3-8 for 3. They trail by 2-6-9. But many sides have wilted under trying to reply to 507 for 9. So it's either feast or famine, really. Too many sides have been skittled out, or at least 1.5 times by the time we get to this point. So Brathwaite's 100 exactly. Blackwood is playing an innings which kind of goes against this type, really, Ross. A watchful 70.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of a look at a couple, hasn't he? There's been a couple of expansive drives he's not quite got hold of, but I think he's good value for this. I think England sometimes their own worst enemy, as they obviously missed the review. But I think this partnership's been fantastic, right?
I think Blackwood came in under a fair bit of pressure. I think his dismissal in the second innings of the first test might have clarified some people's thought in the Caribbean that maybe he didn't have the temperament for this sort of game. So being able to kind of respond to the situation and be there with his captain has been particularly useful for him.
He gets accused sometimes of being one of those players who does just enough to stay in the team when he needs to, and then kind of does what he likes for a little while. And when the mockers start coming saying, "Oh, should he be in this team?" he pulls out a performance like this.
There are so many players in so many sports where their best years are their contract years. There is sometimes a lull that goes with the certainty of a contract. So.
Yeah, well, the instant person who springs to mind is Adi Bayor. Used to have a brilliant loan spell. Did it at Spurs, and then would turn up and be like, "Who's this guy?"
Yeah, we had your brother last year.
I read a great interview with somebody who went to meet Adebayor for lunchtime in a cafe. And he turned up, and Adebayor had a shot of brandy and was smoking a cigarette. It was like. Yeah, there you go. That's the geezer.
There is a way that I kind of want all sportsmen to be like that. Just like, I will just, we do this half cup Evening, Jack.
Hey
You
there
okay?
now. Yeah, not too bad. Is it Albert or Alan? Or is it
It's
just
Alan.
Al?
So yeah, just Alan.
Yeah.
Albert's got a name with way too much gravitas for me. Yeah.
Oh, no, I reckon you put
It
it off.
also ages me by about 30 years.
I think Albert's going to come back. I have a feeling. So
yeah, it could be.
I work with a guy called Alberto, and maybe just adding an O to your name makes everything better. Like Alano, that's a great name.
Yeah, all of a sudden I am an international man of mystery.
And you've lost 20 years off your thing. You're back in your exuberant youth.
Yeah, just by adding an O, all of a sudden.
You don't want to be Allo though, do you?
Hello.
Here comes Vera.
Some a bit to Yorkshire. Jack Leach, post drinks, too wide, too short, Brathwaite, cuts, and that will go the distance, and that'll go for 4 runs.
Yeah, that was a pie, wasn't it?
It was. Maybe just the drinks distraction made Leach thought that it was the start of a new spell.
He's been taking some advice off of Purble from their team.
Yeah. Not great first up, but still.
No jingles.
Almost like a tennis ball like bounce. Begs to be hit.
It was kind of similar to the ball that he got the wicket earlier in the game, actually, but the batsman duly put that one away rather than fluff it to backward point.
Indeed. Leach in again. That one's slightly more on leg stump and defended by Brathwaite. There's been lots of talk, especially over the television coverage, about the speed of Leach's bowling. The appeals for him to bowl a bit slower, as that one is a slightly better length, drawing Brathwaite forward, but he's equal to the task. But yeah, 94 kph is probably a little bit too quick.
Yeah, I guess he's just trying to get something from this pitch.
Leach in again, giving that one a bit more there, but Brathwaite equal to the task of defending. And there's just 2 balls left of this 98th over. A milestone not too far away. The deficit 265. So avoid the follow-on first of all, as that Brathwaite just steps back to leg before defending this ball.
Can you imagine if England enforced the follow-on in this scenario where they've just done this?
Yeah, we'll go again. But Ben, you're fine with that, are you? Ben? Last ball of the over. Slightly flatter delivery this time. Brathwaite just stands on the back, goes back in his crease slightly, defends to the covers, end of the over, just the 4 runs from it. And 2-4-2 for 3 is the score. Jack, are you on social media?
Yeah, I'm social media. But I didn't click the thing where you refresh it, so bear with me.
Ross, is this what he's like on the podcast?
Oh, he's far worse. Turns up no notes.
I haven't done notes for the podcast for years.
I
don't know where we were with tweets, so I'm going to go with swing it both ways, which is the first one I saw. Hopefully Blackwood goes on to a huge 3rd century. Armchair Cricket Podcast. Take a bow, Craig. A proper test innings. This always comes good under these trying circumstances. The skipper gets into work with his vice captain Blackwood, who was due as well. Steve says 2009 tour of West. I'll break off.
Stokes in short pitch ball. Blackwood ducks and sways inside.
So Steve says 2009 West Indies tour. Flower was interim coach, becoming full-time after that series. Moores had left in January. Contrary to popular opinion, it was an exciting series. West Indies clung on 9 and 8 wickets down in the last 2 tests.
There we go.
Yeah. And Mog says, hi new guy, no pressure, but I am watching your every move.
Yeah, it's because you can see him, Mog. Stokes in a little bit more pitched up and just defended walking forwards by Blackwood. Down to mid-on, no run. It'd be no problem.
I'd quite like to see Dan Lawrence get a bowl here. Just to jazz it up a little bit.
The whirling dervish of destruction that is Dan Lawrence.
I've got him down as the Essex Dressage champion here in my notes.
Surely that's a horse.
But that's what he trots in like. He kind of jingles around.
There's a bit of piaffe and passage there, which is me showing too much dressage knowledge for anyone. That is again down the leg side and too short, and Blackwood ducks one in.
Yeah, that's spoken like a true Olympics obsessive there.
Oh,
there's no other reason you'd know, is there?
Oh, I mean, there are reasons which I can't go into at this point. But yeah, no, favourite 2 weeks every 4 years is the Olympics.
Really?
Oh yeah, totally. Very much looking forward to Paris. Mainly because it's going to be on at a reasonable time during the day. As Stokes is in, short pitch delivery, but Blackwood gets on his toes and defends that back down to the bowler, and there'll be no run.
What's your favourite Olympics? I think we were going to ask the same question there, Ross.
We were.
Favourite Olympics? London 2012.
Olympic sport, not...
Olympic sport. Well, I always try to learn a bit more about an Olympic sport I don't know too much about. So, favourite Olympic sport? I do like the swimming. I like the shit. There's some of them that are so utterly pointless that it's amazing. As that is, tempting Blackwood into the drive. Bit of capricious bounce there that made Blackwood take his hand off the bat, and just defended it. That might be the first one that's misbehaved.
He got one to shoot low, didn't he, to Blackwood earlier? The one that was
this
out
one
LBW.
shot a little high, I think. So maybe hope there. Yeah, I like the pointlessness of the modern pentathlon.
See, I think that's my favourite one. I like random carnage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over, as that is tucked to mid wicket, but there'll be no run. That's a maiden from Stokes, and it's still 2-4, 2 for 3.
The problem with swimming is that the best swimmer always wins, and I can't swim, so it makes me jealous. Max Rowe Brown on Twitter says, nice to hear Ross getting Spurs into the conversation nice and early. Who had 3 minutes? And then a TCP takeover, exclamation mark. Mog, again, didn't Shahid Afridi bowl at like 110 kilometres an hour? Yeah, probably. I mean, I think Shahid Afridi did a lot of things, didn't he? Wog wanted me to go back and read the whole of the new guy tweet as well. So after no pressure, but I am watching your every move, listening to every word, assessing the tiniest detail, a score and thorough critique will be issued at the end of your stint. Have fun. So
yeah. But those are usually sent and then burned. So
yeah, at least Jay Grover's got to bed.
Well, the world according to Jay Grover is a world like no other. So God bless him. Leach to continue. 36th over out of the. Well, this is going to be the 100th over of the West Indian innings. Leach prepares himself. He's going to bowl over the wicket now. That is outside leg stump, and Brathwaite just manages to get himself all in order to be able to push it back to the bowl.
Ashley Giles brimming with pride right now.
Yeah, I mean he's very much open the stance, but I think there are footmarks there that require aiming for.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's taking this long.
But this might be a little bit turgid. It's pushed across Brathwaite in a double cross. But a lovely late cut. Now will Mahmood pick this up before the boundary spun? He will. And there will be 3. 2. Apologise.
I think what my favourite thing around the Olympics is when people start talking about random techniques you've never heard of before.
Oh yeah. You watch a sport for 5 minutes and all of a sudden become an immediate expert in it. That's what I love. Reach in, and this is miles outside leg stump, spinning into Brathwaite's body as it's that short. He chests it down, ready for able to play forward into the field. But there is no rock.
Some of the sports you can become an expert in straight away, though. Just want to throw that out there.
Oh yeah, totally. That is slightly back of the length. I'm pushing across Brathwaite. No room.
You'd sound like an expert, can't you?
No,
it's
he's run faster than that guy. That's 50% of the sports.
There is a certain amount of that. As Leach is in, A bit more air, but miles outside leg stump, and just blocked away by Brathwaite, and there'll be no run. I like there are some sports in like the Winter Olympics which are great, like the biathlon, which works out who is the best hitman in the world by working out skiing and shooting. That's a sport with practicality. This is again spinning from miles outside the leg stump, and Brathwaite gets himself behind the ball and blocks it away. 2 runs off the over, but a fair degree of negativity to go with it, Jack.
Mog wants me to drop the C-bomb, but I'm not going to do that. Jay Grover has woken up. Jason says, I'd love to see squash get into the Olympics. Amazing sport that deserves its place. If rhythmic gymnastics and skateboarding get into the Olympics, then squash deserves a shot on fitness.
Well, squash is a Commonwealth sport, isn't it? But not an Olympic sport.
Yeah. And Alexander Sutcliffe, the Olympics should simply be reduced to the decathlon, and women have to do like a vault too. None of this heptathlon crap. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
I quite like the I think the Olympics is sort of funny that it's a thing, but I think all these people deserve their moment in the sun, don't they, for trying to jump higher than anyone else ever.
Yeah. It's good to see other sports every once in a while as Stokes is in and bowls fast but short, and Blackwood wants no part.
The Winter Olympics is a little bit different though, because Alan, you're saying you really like watching some of those bits. When it comes down to people going, I put so much effort into this, a lot of it is I was born into some incredible wealth and I've not had to do anything else with my life. And Daddy gave me a gun and look how successful I am.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Eton for my
It's the F1 of the Olympics, isn't it?
Well, it's like the illusion skeleton that is tucked away off the hip by Blackwood, and he's going to get at least 2 there as there is a chase to deep square leg, and Crawley doing the work, judging by the awkward throw.
It is no longer appropriate to actually be a hitman, so you have to factor this in. Like, it's now like, if you want to be a hitman, then the way to do that is, or if you want the cred that you'd have had for being a hitman back in, I don't know, the 1600s, the way to do that is to be a professional sportsman who fires a gun, I think.
Well, like Pistorius.
No.
Potato there. I think they're off. Stokes coming into bowl, saving all of us as Blackwood prods forward. He's now on 72 as we're halfway through the 101st over. Yeah, not coming out anytime soon, I think. He's not retiring. See Jason Holder looking very bored, waiting to come in next.
Yeah, that's a good bit of pad rash, that. 341 balls sat there.
Yeah. But at some point, it's just like superstition means I can't take these off, right? Fuller length delivery, maybe slightly slower from Stokes, as Blackwood just is resolute in his defence. As we see that there are tickets available for the third test in Grenada, 24th to the 28th. Not entirely sure about how expensive those are. And the exchange rate. Local fan discounts are available.
Yeah, the Sea of St George's flag, doesn't it that make you so patriotic, so proud?
Yes. As that is short and miles outside off stump, and Blackwood does chase it and hits it beautifully through the covers. How quite he managed to control that so far away from his body is quite beyond me. But that has gone flying to the boundary before.
That was dismissive, wasn't it, that? On the up.
Miles over the top of cover.
That's what is, when you're a batsman, that is what you get called a gift, isn't it? That Stokes just given him there.
I think you can get I think, especially for someone like Blackwood, who is naturally expansive, then there's almost like a second guessing of yourself, and at some point it's just like, no, actually, okay, that is okay. It is terrible. I can hit this over the covers before. 250 up for the West Indies, last ball of the over, as Blackwood is squared up a little bit squirty outside edge to gully, but the 6 runs off the over, and the total is 250 for 3 Jack.
Yeah, Jay Grover says Jack on tweets is pointless. as his ego prevents him ever reading them out as written. Then he has as a second part to this tweet, but I'm not going to read that out. I'm going to give
You have kind of asked for that, Jay Grover.
Jay to the concept of editing. Sometimes it's a good thing. Morg, the only thing I find more tedious than the Olympics is the Commonwealth Games.
Well, you get that this year.
I think the Commonwealth Games is... I maybe prefer that to the Olympics because it's so stupid.
To the Republican that is Bear, I don't think he quite likes the idea of the Commonwealth Games. But yeah, athletics-wise, it's Commonwealth, Europeans and World Championships this year. Quite a busy year for your athletes.
Rebel Scum says, good moaning. It's a dick night for Emily on YouTube, mentioning Hello Hello. I've never watched Hello Hello, so there's sometimes on Guerrilla Cricket, Ross, yours is your first time on. There'll be references, and everyone else will be laughing.
This is young man bias as Leach is in, pursuing the outside leg stump theory again. Brathwaite just lets the ball hit the body, and there'll be some scrambling around between the two short fielders to field that ball.
And you'll just have no idea what anyone's talking about. We had one-hit wonders earlier, and I literally didn't understand any of what was happening.
Too short and too far outside leg stump, and again the ball hits Brathwaite roughly about the third or fourth rib.
Well, like England has tried to hit just the bowl some absolute rubbish here. No, Craig Brathwaite got Ben Stokes out.
Yeah, but this is the equivalent of sending it down on a tea tray. That is again a good foot outside leg stump, but it does spin back sharply and take the outside edge of Brathwaite's back. But it falls too square and too far in front of slip for it to be in danger. It's almost like trying to lull them into submission. Leach in again, and that is too far outside.
Oh dear.
And that's gone through Ben Folkes. Josh Butler, are you watching? And that will be 4 byes.
I think if the wicketkeeper's getting blamed there, I mean, we might as well pack up and go home now. That is a dreadful delivery from Leach.
Yeah, he didn't really move too far in line with the ball. But Butler used to get blamed for almost everything, including the sinking of the Titanic. So, yeah, it just seems fair play.
We shouldn't have put the iceberg there, should he?
Well, that is true. That is true. If you are going to play creator mode, then this is what happens. That is slightly closer to Brathwaite, and he tries to turn the ball to fine leg.
I like how England had a leg slip in for a long part of the Leach bowling, and then when he's finally going around here, they've pushed him back.
You have a jeweler's eye for detail, Ross, with regards to this. Does seem a little redundant to move that fella back over 30 yards, as Brathwaite will just let that ball hit his backside as it spins in towards the sun. Jack Leach, a second over, reminding everybody that he can't spin the ball like Shane won. 4 runs, 4 byes off the over, 2-5-4 3.
We're just going to say a quick hello to Yahweh, Emily, Naknud, Carl, and Shahid on YouTube. Thank you for joining the fun. Neymar Butlins, I hate these so-called Olympic experts. I wish they could actually identify a double toe loop like me. Yeah.
Brian I know the difference. How about if I know the difference between an axle and a sow? Will that be all right? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You're the expert here. Al,
it all depends.
Yeah.
An axle is where you take off and land on the same foot.
Brian says, Summer Olympics, run the fastest, jump the highest, throw the furthest. Winter Olympics, hurl yourself down an ice chute, do death flips on skis, do triple jumps on knife boots.
That is true. Stokes in. That is on leg stump, and Blackwood will thread the needle between square leg and mid wicket, and we'll pick up a couple. Actual runs, actual bowling at the stumps. So I remind myself that these are highlights.
How many people do you think are in the bath or in the little swimming pool?
COVID incubator.
Yeah. They look. Yeah, after a day of Barmy Army fans drinking themselves into oblivion, then go on, Darren, let's get in the pool.
Yeah, you've got to go in the pool for 20 minutes to get the julep shade, which is Englishmen abroad, and that I mentioned, I think, on day one when I commentated. Oh, we're gonna check the ball for signs of life. So this ball's what, 20 overs old? Did they take the new ball at 80 overs?
Yeah, I think so. They gave it to Jack Leach.
A ringing endorsement of our pacers.
I don't know. I think the words I want to say, good? Is that good? Looking to my cricket experts and they're saying, no, not good.
Galaxy brain move.
This'll fool them. Stokes in after the ball had been checked, and full length delivery and beautifully driven by Blackwood on the other side of mid-wicket this time. And will it reach the boundary sponge? Yes, it will. 4 runs for Blackwood.
2, 3, 4.
That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, he's put that way very nicely. But again, Stokes just looks a little bit out of steam here. When you're having to do the bowling for the whole pace bowling attack, though, you can understand why.
Well, I think this is where we've got to share the wealth a little bit. You know, Fisher and Mahmood short on experience. The only way you can get that is by giving them overs, as that is slightly back of the length. Blackwood defends on the onside, and there'll be no run. Yeah, I think you can kind of use Stokes sparingly, but this is where you have got to throw the ball to him and go, right.
Absolutely.
That just looked not out when you saw. They're showing the replay of Blackwood.
It didn't even look out on the slow-mo replay.
Yeah, yeah. He got it so much in trouble with his footwork as he stands and just plays through the line of this next ball from Stokes down to mid-off, no run.
I like how you mentioned Fisher and Mahmood. No mention of Wokes, who's playing as a specialist batsman at number 8.
Oh, I even forgot he was playing. It's like watching football where you don't see a player or hear a player for 20 minutes and all of a sudden, oh my god, I forgot they were playing.
Yeah, I know. I don't think it'd be nice to see England not go too into the match-up piece. I know there's 2 right-handers at the crease, but give Joe Root a couple of overs, give Dan Lawrence a couple of overs, just to make something a little bit more interesting.
There's a fight happening.
There has been some sort of tribulation between Blackwood and Stokes, to which I believe the umpires might have had a word with Joe Root and said, calm your boy down. Try not to be an arse. But
he's bowling some leg spin practice in his hand there,
yeah.
Stokes, so maybe that's the answer. Maybe
gotta go.
We'll do a worn tribute.
Yeah. I wonder how good Wokes is at the spin bowling. Ollie Robinson wasn't too bad.
Yeah, disappearing that really, as that is just outside the off stump, and again more argumentative posturing by Stokes as the ball is fielded. And if you're Jermaine Blackwood, you've got to see this as a win, right? Because basically it looks like Ben Stokes' head has fallen off.
Yeah. There's also a bit around riling him up, could actually get a few better overs in him, but it's not looking too good for Stokes here.
Last ball of this over, and that is full length delivery, defended back to the bowler, and again more and more arguments. Ben Stokes saying I'm taller than you, Jermaine Blackwood saying I'm the one with the helmet and the bat.
Oh no, he's taken out the umpire.
I don't understand why they get in the way here. Like, it's far better to have a bit of tomfoolery happening in the middle.
Well, it just seems
hanky-panky.
The umpire, I think the umpire is going, what the hell's going on? I think it's nice to see that one of the umpires is just kind of turning around to Root and going, shut up, listen, stop it.
So I don't like this. He's acting like a self-important school teacher here. I think
Well,
just let them go on with it. They're two grown blokes having a bit of an argument.
He is dealing with with a captain and a bowler who are acting like two self-important schoolboys.
That is true.
So,
Right, Nessa says, I prefer the Winter Olympics, but then I've spent half an hour soaking my saddle in dubbing, so what do I know? A very good question. O'Neill
soak your legs in dubbing.
O'Neill Harris says, Jack, great reading of the tweets, consistent and thoughtful. There you go. Rebel Scum, just one more thing. I guess you've never heard of Colombo either. Is Colombo, is that the detective, or does he mean cricket ground?
Yes, Colombo's a detective, yeah. Peter Falk. Just one more thing. Guy in the raincoat.
Why is Leach bowling, says O'Neill Harris? They are defending 500. Oh, why is Leach bowling like that? Not why is Leach bowling?
after I've just explained this ball, I'll let you go at it. There's spins out the footmarks, but Brathwaite's able to dab the ball down. And there's going to be a change at the end of the over. So, Jack, you're on ball by ball next, no?
Am I?
Is that true?
No. Jason's coming on. You're on for the rest of the day, Al.
Yeah, this is what you get for coming in late. As that is slightly more on the leg stump line, and Brathwaite comes forward, takes a little bit of the outside edge, but no danger of being out. So, what do we reckon to the theory of bowling like Ashley Giles? Is it just run prevention or boredom?
They had to try something different, didn't they?
I think so. That is just padded up to by Brathwaite and no run. What do you reckon, Jack? Is it just?
I think it literally is as simple as that. I haven't got anything more to add.
Can we bore out Brathwaite?
More laser sharp focus of analysis on the cricket podcast later on.
He's bowled 250 balls from over the wicket, so why don't we try 10 from round?
True enough.
Or vice versa, rather.
We've got bored of that, and now...
Yeah. And now the leg slips back in, and he's coming back over.
Yeah, as Ross's head explodes, I will describe the fourth ball of this over, as that is on middle stump, and Brathwaite just rocks back in his crease and pushes it back to Leach, and there'll be no run.
You could give leg slip a nice run punch here, and a little garden chair just to sit in.
That's definitely the way forward in terms of fielding. That is, that takes a bit of extra bounce and goes very close to short square leg. But there'll be a single taken as Leach looks skyward in frustration. Don't think that was far away as we see it on the replay. Oh, it wasn't far away at all. But at that speed and that distance, unless it really hits you, it's very difficult. As my screen just freezes for a second. Last ball of my spell. That is dabbed away and just short of leg slip. And that will go for one.
There you go, Ross. That's why he's there.
If he was in his garden chair there, that might have pounced that.
I landed right in his lap.
Yeah.
Straight into the the little pocket in the arm. That's where it would have gone.
Yeah, the netting.
Yeah.
Cup holder.
I have one of those for my son's football. It's great. Right, we are going to have a change. Thank you, Ross. Thank you for your debut. It was very good to go off and do your podcast. Hope to have you back again soon. Jason is going to join me and Al, and we're taking you through the rest of the day. And it could be a long hour. I've got a big rung punch, second of the day.
Oh, yeah.
I've burnt some of the other stuff. I'm feeling Friday night. But what I do want to know is, anyone got the volume up who wasn't on just now? What is going on? What are the commentators saying? What is the beef between Jermaine Blackwood and Stokes? Why was it all kicking off?
I think it's Stokes just doing a John McEnroe, getting himself worked up by just picking a fight.
He cannot believe it because they bowled him on a no ball, and they didn't refer bloody LBW when he was on North.
Just seemed pointless.
Yeah.
But without the sound, it's difficult to know.
Exactly.
Well, I guess we'll find out at the end of the day.
We want stump Mike. Bring it back.
I also get the feeling that Blackwood is a bit of a abrasive individual. He will, if someone chirps up, he will chirp back.
Yeah, but I'm with Ross on that one. I just think, yeah, let them have it, man. It makes it interesting. I like a bit of banter on the pitch, man. Never mind it. As long as they're not having blows, why not give it a bit of chat? It's a big boy game of cricket, you know. It's not, you know, chilling on a Sunday afternoon stuff. That's up and into the pads. Nicely clipped by Blackwood out towards deep mid wickets. I don't know if it's got enough to get it to the boundary. I don't think it has. It's going to be pulled in. Right, I think that's sackable move down there, and then we'll get back for 3, I think. 3, yeah.
Should be.
Do you think Stokes was taken off? Did the umpire say he can't bowl anymore?
Nah, I think it's been an end of a spell. He was bowling for most of the half hour I was doing the commentary for. So. Yeah, true.
Swinging both ways has got the answer. He says they're arguing the relative merits of various Caribbean rums, obviously.
Of course.
Wunderberg.
Is that a rum? I thought that was just ginger beer.
I don't know. I've got Chairman's Reserve, and that's quite tasty, I have to say.
Yeah. Is that spiced rum or regular rum?
And dark rum. Whatever dark rum is, but it's good. With a mixer, long drink, I have to say. And of course, you can get 10% off or 20% off if you're a patron at windbathbay.com. The century and the half century hampers, as that's defended by Brathwaite. Back up towards the bowler, and there's no run. Use the code. Well, if you're a patron, you'd have got a special code, but if you're not a patron, you can use WBGC and you'll get 10% discount.
Doesn't sound too bad.
And it has lots of West Indian flavoured stuff in plantain chips, a bottle of rum for the half century, 2 bottles of rum for the century. Mixers.
Some ting.
Yeah, some ting, some Piton beer, some Jamaica and ginger beer.
Sounds good.
Snacks and stuff to go with it all, and it all comes in a nice wicker basket. It's lovely. That one is trying to work it into the leg side, but there's an on Hayden in. As Wokes comes back into the attack. He's only into his 14th over. He's gone for 39 runs. Not the worst, I suppose. Played in leg
It's quite
side.
interesting when you look at his figures, though, because he's got something like 14 overs, 13 overs. You've got about 8 maidens, so the overs that have not been maidens have gone for a lot.
Yes. But, you know, it's kind of bowler he is, I guess. You get release balls. That's full. I think that was a bit of an off-car. I think they're trying everything. This pitch is really hasn't gone the way I thought it was going to go as the day goes on. Maybe some more will happen tomorrow. I mean, West Indies are still a long way behind if they make a slip up here. And that's what England have got to keep on believing. I mean, the 242 runs behind could easily be troublesome for them. So that's worked into the leg side just past mid wicket, but that stops Brathwaite looking for the run, and they'll get a single.
It's just been fascinating because we've now seen. I care to think now that I've seen a fair few Test matches while being with guerrilla cricket, and the number of times we've watched just capitulation in response to a big total. Batting second.
Yeah, but I mean, this pitch clearly is pretty flat still. You know, there's the odd bit there, but it's still pretty predictable. I mean, the thing you really wanted to do is get the unpredictable bounce in it.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing. This pitch or the other pitch, as that's played square on your side, and there's no run. One thing neither of these pitches have offered is absolutely no lateral movement off the seam. There's been in the air and there's been a bit of turn, but there's been no nip off the seam.
We kind of joked, didn't we, about the Antigua pitch, that it was that the groundsman was going to get a bonus from the tourist trade from a pitch that lasted 5 days. It just seems interesting that the preparation of pitches seems to be in no way aligned to the need of the team.
No, I mean, this is Vernon's perfect day. I think that's pretty much what he said at the beginning of the day. I think it's a 280 for 3. It'll be a good day, and they may be able to even overhaul England. But I think if they overhaul England at this pace, then it's going to be a draw, isn't it? It's going into day 5 and going all the way, because unless both teams suddenly collapse on the last day, well, England certainly couldn't win then. If England collapsed in 50 overs, it probably leaves West Indies 38 overs to get whatever England required, if they say they battle day tomorrow. And they probably end up winning in that case, but I just don't see that happening. As Leach is going to come around the wicket to Blackwood and floats it up too full on leg stump, and it's clipped through mid wicket. Root chases it down. I also think Root might be. I thought Leach bowled really well in the last test, and these are slightly more favourable conditions, and he's bowling worse, I'd say.
Root might have hurt himself in that slide there. Not majorly, I think just maybe give himself a bit of a dead leg or something. It was a pretty ugly looking slide.
Was it out on one of those advertising hoardings with the tent spikes in the ground? That one's defended into the offside, and there's no run. .266 for 3 in the West Indies after 105.2 overs. And Leach, guess that's a decent ball.
Yeah.
Floats up, gets it down quick, drags Brathwaite forward. He's just able to get on top of it, play it down into the ground. The cameras are looking at Dan Lawrence. Presumably they're talking about maybe he should have a go. Which I'm not
Right
against.
line of length is just a little bit too quick through the air, I think.
Yeah. Again, that one does spit a little bit on a line outside off stump.
Yeah, there's just the odd one, isn't there?
Yeah, but that was too short, you see.
Yeah.
Allowed him to go back and play after the turn. He did fence at it a bit.
Yeah.
It's been some good balls. I'm not saying he's bowled badly. I don't think he's bowled really badly at all. It's just dropped again to the offside. Past Crawley, who then holds his arm as he crashed down on it. And there is no run. I just think he's been I think almost he hasn't been patient enough, and it's just should have at times just arrowed in on a line and a length and just put it there, much like Panesar would. That's defended back down the track, and there is no run, only 1 over. I mean, he's bowled 39 overs for 88, so it's pretty good economy.
We might not tell the whole story.
It doesn't tell the entire story, but I'd rather that than Pummel, who was going at 4, 4.5, 5 and over.
Yeah.
You know, he is offering a bit of control. He's not really getting hit, but he's not really threatening that often because he's been changing his line all the time. Who's on social? You, Jace?
I am, yes. Brian Barry says Jack's great at everything. He does, even if he doesn't know of any one-hit wonders prior to 2016. And contrasting that, Monk says Jack, absolutely adequate tweet reading. Could do better, not as bad as you could be.
Well, I don't know how much one-hit wonders actually, what they actually mean to a millennial. I mean, the top of the pops when it disappeared, that's the end of number ones, isn't it, really? No one cares anymore. It's not Delhi. In comes Wokes. It's defended up to the on Hayden, and there is no run. We're looking at Wokes go down, banged into the front. He stopped a little bit, maybe caught his knee, hip.
Yeah, he's just gone off the field.
Has he?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, he's taken a chunk out of the pitch, which is where his knee dug in.
Yeah.
And the pontiff is on.
Yeah.
Just the wrong hat.
Wokes is in full and outside off stump. There's nothing when it gets to the end of the day. In the air off the pitch, he's holding his knee. I'm sure it's just a little twinge. He'll be alright.
Tim Gardner says, I suppose I better comment on the cricket for once. Holy flock, this is boring.
Yeah. It's not
he
great.
He just needs a wet paper towel on that, doesn't he?
It's not great, you have to say. It's very attritional. Wokes in, and Blackwell gets behind it, works it into the onside, and there's no run.
It's just one of those sessions which are required in a game. I mean, we were commenting about this, about Lees in the first day, we were commenting about Bonner batting in very much this manner in the first test. But they were absolutely essential innings.
Well, that's what I've said. You know, West Indies have never actually been ahead in this series, really, have they? Apart from a brief period when they were 60 runs ahead at the end of that first innings in Antigua. That's played into the leg side and there's no run. Once England got ahead, they were able to you know, put pressure on again for the second innings in the West Indies for a little bit. And West Indies were always kind of either getting themselves to parity or saving the game. And here again, they've got to get themselves to parity, which means you have to be diligent and careful. And you know, there's no room for flashing and throwing it away. If you're serious about Test cricket, I suppose. That's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run.
It will be interesting in the next test to see the West Indies bat first.
Yeah.
About whether this is the way that they want to bat.
Well, that's my point. Can they bat another way? You know, if they get to 267 for 3 batting first, I'm sure they've got some shots, and you know they'll scoot along pretty merrily like England did. You know, and I'd quite like to see that. But that's the problem with a 3-test series, isn't it? And especially if this pitch and the first pitch have been pretty dead, it's difficult to know. That's down the leg side by Works. Horrible slow ball. Got it all wrong, and it'll just be no run, dot ball. Give us some tweets.
And Mark Sibbs has one for you, Barry. He says, careful what you wish for. They're using a stump mark at the Women's World Cup. Generally it's great, but there are a few teams who encourage a bowler after every single ball. Brackets, even rank long hops. Can get a bit wearing after 40 overs.
Yeah.
And O'Neill Harris says West Indies prefer blows, talking about the confrontation between Stokes and Blackwood. West Indies prefer blows to too much talking. It's not our culture to sledge.
Say that to Marlon, man. Greatest sledge of all time. We even have a T-shirt to commemorate it. On the back foot is Blackwood playing Leach back to himself as no one. The salute he did to Stokes after he got them out was genial.
We're down to the last 10 overs of the game.
I mean,
there's always the cultural salutes as well every time he sends somebody off.
Defended into the onside and there's no run. So the West Indies are approaching 200 runs. I think the lowest GPL score was 212. And it's 271, it'll be 200, won't it? So it's 196 at the moment. Tossed up by Leach, clipped out on the leg side by Blackwood. And, it'll be a single.
No, it's not bad going, is it, for Blackwood? Just coming up on 200 runs for the day, and he's got 88.
Yeah.
And a chance of his ton before stumps.
Yeah, quite possibly.
10 overs, he's got 12 runs to get.
Root is in, and that's again in at leg stump. I think his line's too far over leg side. Do you agree, Jace? I'd like to see it more middle and off.
I'd like to see him bowl it just a tiny bit shorter on middle and most middle and leg, and I'd like to have a silly bit off in front so he has to attacking both sides of the bat.
Yeah. And that's too short and a little bit too wide, and Brathwaite, both guys in now, just knocks it square on the offside. England looking a bit ragged, not surprising really. They haven't taken a wicket since. When did they take the second wicket? They took both wickets in the morning session, didn't they?
That's right.
They did, yeah.
That's like
if I remember rightly, didn't Blackwood get out in the 90s when the West Indies toured during the COVID bubble era?
I think he did. He got out for 96, didn't he? Wasn't he trying to hit? Did he try and hit big to get his ton or something?
Yeah.
Get caught. The last ball was just defended back down the track. So no one. Leach has bowled 40 overs. Socials.
Yep. Neymar Button says, can we go with some Ukrainian rum? Come on, wake up, gorillas. Hashtag virtue signalling. And Jago says, I'm guessing post MySpace, already dating me, every other song is a one-hit wonder.
Ooh, who was that? Nestle boy?
Jay Grover.
Ah, that's an interesting thought. Yep. Well, are
And,
they hits though, Jay? That's the thing. If no one actually listens to them, even though they've been made, they're not really hits, are they? What makes a hit? We're going back round in circles to the beginning of the day here, but I mean, what makes a hit?
Not a lot nowadays. I mean,
so
15,000 copies possibly. Of
yeah, but it's all
physical
done on
sales.
streams as well now, isn't it? And then it's
And
aggregated.
maybe a 500,000 streams.
And then they apply an algorithm to it, and that's how you get to your number one. Wokes is going to continue. And there's only 9 overs remaining. I might finish marginally inside again today. Be 3 days in a row where we haven't done the full half an hour yet. Defended by Blackwood, that down the track, and there's no run. Can England do what West Indies did in the final part of the day on the first day, and then got that vital wicket at the end of the day what was it? Dan
It was Lawrence.
91, didn't he? And then he gave it away in the last over.
Now, you were absolutely dead right, because I was like, oh, this might be a game changer. And you looked at me and just went, nah. Stokes is coming in, it'll be fine.
Well, exactly, but that worked into the leg side. Out towards deep mid wicket, it's chased down, and it'll just be the 2 runs. But in that situation, there's no night watchman has to come in. That's the end of the day, right? So the wicket falls, and it didn't really matter. We still only lost 3 wickets, and a lot of runs on the board. And exactly that. Stokes is very capable of doing what he did, and he did do it. So, I was pretty confident that wouldn't make that much difference. It's a shame because it's an extra wicket in Hutch, but everyone's still had to start the next day.
Yeah.
Blackwood. Facing up, edges it through, slips. It's along the ground, and there is only one slip, and he's kind of second slip, and in that sort of fashion. And instead, he gets a thinnish outside edge, goes through about first slip, down to about 4 runs.
It's Nissan she. It's Nissan she.
It's a pretty ugly shot.
Did that keep a bit low?
Well, it might have kept a little bit low, yeah.
Might have kept a bit low, but also Stokes is up to the stumps. Therefore, he has to hang back a little bit further and decrease.
True.
Therefore, he's probably played that just a little bit later than he would have done otherwise.
Yeah, true.
It's the twixt between. 94 for Blackwood.
Aye. Bowled off a no ball, of course, earlier. As defended on the back foot up to on Hayden. There's no run, and of course could have been out LBW if England decided to review earlier when he was on between 0 or 4 or something like that. Got pinned on the stumps, looked out for all the money. England had 3 reviews and didn't bother.
Oh, I mean, you're the first person I've heard who said that it looked out when you saw it.
I thought so. That's just played into the offside and there's no run. But Stokes indicated that he thought it was going down leg, and he's the bowler, so
yeah.
But my initial thought was
he bowls from wide of the stumps all the time.
Yeah, but it looked out. It looked like it had kept low and shot on and was going to hit leg stump, and that's exactly what it was doing. Wokes in, and a little bit short of a length, turned on the leg side. This pitch has not got no great pace in it. That's one thing it doesn't have. I think it's a little bit pacier than Antigua, but not a lot more. Batsmen have very rarely been hurried on this pitch.
Some more tweets. Mog says, this boring early stages stuff will be setting us up for a blinder of the test match finish on day 5. I think that's somewhat wishful thinking, but no. The book is still open on that.
Well, England could still get a bunch of quick wickets. The more wickets England get, and the West Indies still got a long way to go to catch up. If they get a couple of early ones tomorrow, even after this situation, they're still just over 200 runs behind, and then they're 5 wickets down, and then
I think once the follow-on's been avoided, I think you might get a bit of lapse in concentration because it feels like the job's done at that stage. Even though Bear, you're quite right that the job's only half done at that.
Yeah, I think you might be right there, but there's a long way to go. You know, they've got to still be very diligent. I mean, these two can bat, and then you've got who've got next? You've got Jason Holder and De Silva can bat. So you've got 4 wickets to get the majority of the runs. You'd have thought. That one's worked into the leg side out past. Root's back on the pitch, it would seem.
Yep.
And I've got a couple as he's at mid wicket. And score moves on 279 for 3.
He's within one blow of his ton now.
This is where it was that sort of mindset, Jason, that did for him in England, because it looked like he'd done all the hard work, and then it was just this crazy expansive drive.
But it was quite an aggressive innings he had in England, wasn't it? This has definitely not been that. 97 off 202.
It's not been this.
No. Dabbed into the offside and there's no run. I think he took a more chance in England, didn't he? He was quite flamboyant. There was a little bit of movement, and he decided to go after it a bit more.
Yeah.
Leach is flipped nicely by Blackwood on the back foot out towards deep mid wicket. It's not quite going to get there, but they might come back for 3. Oh, surely you run the 3. Get your 100. He doesn't. He stops on 99. There was definitely 3 there, I reckon.
I think they might have been a bit respectful of Johnny Bairstow's arm there.
Yeah, but he had a long way to get round.
Yeah.
Maybe they just didn't run the first one that hard. Just settled on too early.
Hmm.
But if I was going to get to 100 and I thought there was a chance, I'd make sure I kind of got there.
Yeah.
Rather than take the extra ball and take the chance, I think. Oh, and there's a big appeal for LBW. Now, they're not going to review it.
There's not enough time to...
I don't think
it was so full, wasn't it? You can't really tell if it's turning enough.
No, exactly.
Blackwood loves playing against England, because I think of his 2 tons, one of them was against England.
Yeah, and at 96, that one he goes back, and he does clip that one into the leg side. They are going to go for the run. No, they're not going to go for the run. He got sent back by his skipper. Good bit of fielding by Johnny B just behind the square, trying to put pressure on the batsman, making him itch. That's why they've gone for 3 earlier, because now he's feeling a bit antsy, and England have got the fielders up, trying to stop him from getting his 100. Still should get it, I have to say. In fact, there's a leg slip, short leg, and on Hayden, and that one he gets to kick up 2 wide of the off stump though by Leach, and Blackwood just guides it down a 3rd man. He's the 2nd and the 4th centurion of the match. It says something about the pitch, doesn't it? And Blackwood has got to his 100 of 207 balls, and we say, well done.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Fair bit of emotion there from Jermaine Blackwood in his celebration.
Well, this is both of theirs home grounds, isn't it? They're both Barbadians, as we found out earlier, I think.
And it's only his 3rd ton, as I've just mentioned, so yes, I think he'd be very happy.
Yeah, I think there might be a bit of weight of perhaps being dropped from further test matches that might be a little bit released as a result of this. But fine knock.
Yeah, very fine knock. They've done well. He's had a couple of chances. And as I said, bowled off a no ball, and could have been out OBW, but England didn't review. And, he's taken hold of it.
Mystery spin there.
Mystery spin. Well, I don't know if it's a mystery. Whirling dervish is more like it. It's this man.
Dang, the batting man. You want some runs? Dang, comes from Sinclair, tries a van. If that does a grand with a watering can. He comes from Essex.
I'm assuming that's Memory Van. I love that jingle.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I should get through some tweets quickly. Tim Gardner asks us, Bear, how much is in the Gorilla swear box? I assume 50p for an F-bomb, quid for a C-bomb. But I think you'll find there's no swear box, otherwise the Bear will be permanently out of pocket.
Absolutely, there ain't no swear bomb here, man. Jeez, what are you on about? Dan Lawrence is in, and his first ball has worked at the leg side, and Joe Root is at mid-wicket. He picks it up, and there's no run.
And Jay Grover sort of slightly cynically says, a hit is defined by your advertising revenue.
Ooh. That one turns sharply from Blackwood outside the off stump.
Looked like it swung in the air, didn't it?
Well, he's got this weird, actually does get drift. I mean, it is all a lot of moving parts, but it seems to be able to... It's not bad, really, as a part-timer. I've seen worse, put it that way.
Yeah.
I think he's probably a step up from Rooty, to be honest.
You think?
In reality. Well, he gets loot. Root doesn't ever get any root, does he? He just bowls... I mean, he does darts.
He gets regular bowling in T20 as well.
What, Dan Lawrence?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. So, yeah, he can bowl. Defended, back down the track, there's no run. And he'll be quite buoyant as well. He got 91. He'll be upset that he didn't get the ton, because he was looking lovely.
Yeah, I wasn't on when Stokes got his ton, but I was pretty sure that Lawrence must have been in the dressing room going, "These are my runs!"
Yeah, well, don't spam one to bloody extra cover with 2 balls to go at the end of the day after having hit 2 in a row anyway.
Fair enough.
You know, you can't. And there's no one to blame but himself there. That's too wide of the off stump, and Lawrence gets left by Blackwood. Through the keeper, there's no run.
Apparently Blackwood is Jamaican, a Bajan and a Yordi. So all bases covered.
It's defended back down the track, there's no run. 1 ball left. He's only gone for 3 runs. It's 2 overs. Good economy from Dan Lawrence. I think he'd like to bowl a little bit more, considering, I think. Again, turns. Pretty predictable. Nice bounce. But into Blackwood, he can just turn it around the corner. Take the single, seal the strike. Back onto those socials.
And Mog says, that Lawrence jingle is way too good to be one of mine. I think you're doing yourself down, Mog. He also says, popular music has been utter garbage since at least 1994. So who cares if some mass-produced collection of algorithmically approved chords is a hit or not?
Ooh, who said that?
Mog.
Yeah, I agree, totally. It's nonsense.
Recently I've got... An algorithm is not going to give you grindcore, for example.
No, but what I've actually enjoyed is that I've got... I had to get an aftermarket stereo for my car because it was an old Bimmer and it didn't have bloody sat-nav, and I couldn't even stick a connection from my phone into it. So I was like, right, I'm not doing that. So I got an aftermarket thing. And obviously you can get Spotify in the car now, but I've gone back and found albums, and I'm actually listening to albums instead, actually track listings from 1 to 10 or whatever. Leach is continuing, and he's clipped out to deep mid wicket for a single, and there's no run. Kind of comforting going back to albums that I used to listen to and being able to stick it on and know what's coming next and think, I like that, the way those tracks flow into each other. You just don't think about that with modern music. You hear something on the radio, you go and find it on Spotify, and I don't really listen to the rest of the album. It's in a track order or whatever. It's all just shuffle most of the time with a bunch of songs. I'll stop rabbiting now. I've had a few too many runs, and that's defended by Leach. Back up the track, and there's no run.
I have visions of you spending more time at the beginning of a journey working out which concept album you're going to listen to.
Sometimes I do, yes. And I'll hear a song and go, I remember that album. And I go and get the album. How the fuck did that not bowl him, man? Came down the track, Brathwaite, missed it, went between bat and pad. I'm sure it was going to take leg stump. I don't know how it missed leg stump.
That's just gone straight on with the arm and just missed leg stump.
Can't have
it's his non-turner.
And then you have to say that's a kind of missed stumping.
No, it's scooted so low. I mean, it's hit folks in the shin.
Yeah, well, he's in for his keeping, man.
Well, yeah.
That's a stumping, that's a genuine stumping chance.
But look at how high his gloves are in relation to other balls. He's I don't think he's picked it, and I think his gloves are a good foot away.
Yeah.
from where the ball ends up hitting him.
It did kind of scoot through, I suppose. Still, that's defended on the onside. There's no run. So I think there's luck can change. I mean, Vernon was saying this when the West Indies were bowling, and we were pummeling them. Kind of feel there's been a few sort of half chances and possible opportunities that haven't gone the right way. Oh, that's a horrible ball. Too full leg side, clipped into leg side at mid wicket. No run. Ends the over. We should have a switcheroo actually, Al. You're supposed to take us through to the end. It's us three again.
You can keep on going. Or do you want to alternate over?
Yeah, okay. You go next
if
over.
you're interested.
Yeah, you go next over.
All right.
Gordon Sutcliffe says, we don't need the Olympics now. So many opportunities for athletes to travel and compete exist. And it's an expensive behemoth. Let's keep the Paralympics though until 2100.
Seems a bit arbitrary.
Not sure I necessarily agree with that.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I think the Olympics, I mean, it's a showcase for a certain type of sport that, well, here certainly doesn't get a lot of coverage necessarily. Unless it's in that sort of event. Oh, I like the Olympics, don't get me wrong. I can watch I can watch any old shite. But you know, I didn't really in fact, out of the Winter Olympics, the things I enjoyed were actually the sort of crazy stunt stuff, skis and skateboards and snowboards and stuff.
The bravery of some of those athletes are like 1800 degree turns and stuff like that. It's just like, I don't know how your brain copes with that sort of revolution. Lawrence in, and this is back of a line. He's been given out.
Absolutely
he's been given
right.
LBW.
Absolutely right. Unless he thinks it's going over. But basically,
Blackwood offered no shot.
And was stood in front of middle stump. You can't just do that and then expect not to be given out, really.
Now, the only question here is height, and he's reviewed it with 2 seconds left, and so we shall see.
I did think it might just be creeping over the top. He's been given out, so it only needs umpire's call to be retained now.
That's a crazy leave, though, isn't it? Unless you're absolutely certain it's gone over the top of the stump. Because he was literally stood in front of middle stump.
He looks completely befuddled by the decision. So
this is Lawrence all over. He bowls several balls, and then suddenly he bowls you an absolute ripper.
Right, so we're having a look. That's going to be out.
You reckon?
Yeah,
it's not that high actually. I mean, when it hits him, it's just above the knee roll. And
it's actually on the top. It's between the knee roll and the top of the pad.
Yeah, well, that's rolled up by the time they stop that frame. When it actually hits the pad, it's just
there.
Well, let's have a look.
Pitching outside off, impact in line, no shot, and it's hitting the stumps.
It's hitting below the top of middle stump. That's a review lost as well. That's terrible. From a Centurion, and England do get a lucky break. Finally, they get a lucky break, and they have to say goodbye to the skipper Brathwaite. Can't believe it.
No, it's Blackwood.
Sorry, it's Blackwood. He does have a knack.
Because there's less than 5 overs left. Alzari Joseph, I think, is going to be the next batsman who comes in.
No, that's interesting. Crowd the bat. It's interesting, isn't it? He shows early signs of being a wicket breaker, does our Lawrence. He got Bonner, didn't he, when he was on 100 and whatever it was in the last test with that nasty, filthy bun down the leg side, which you've got a thin snick on. I don't know what. He's had a brain fade there as Blackwood. Because that's
interesting. Interesting that DRS is predicting that a ball's dipping after it hits the pad, that it sort of reached its height with the bounce.
Well, it does track. It tracks it graphically, so it's prediction. Yeah, I mean, it must have shown signs of going in that thing. I mean, it's only
slowing down.
It's only the arc of a parabola, which is very calculable.
True enough. It certainly is, but we've got a night watchman in.
We do, and he has a jingle, and it goes like this.
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
there's 3 men around the bat, but I think there really should be another one. There's the silly point that I think that might be missing here. What do you reckon, Jason?
Well, Joseph is a clean hitter with a reasonable technique. I think the wonder is why is he in
Is
now?
he really going to? Yeah, well, because
Is he really going to play defensively and not play to type?
Well, I assume they've told him to play the type, but then if he stays in tomorrow morning exactly that, he's a clean hitter. Maybe he can scoot things along.
That is pushed out into the offside field by Joseph, but there'll be no run.
I'm just nipping off. I should be back in a bit.
All right, no problem.
I mean, his average is only 13 and a bit, but he's got several sort of cameo 40s or thereabouts in his short career. So there's feast or famine, I think, with Joseph.
Yeah. Just with there being less than 5 overs left in the day, to start to hit out now would be lunacy. But we've seen lunacy before, Jason, you and I.
Well, no, you could argue if you bring crowds to the bat, then it's a safe shot because they're all close to him.
True enough. Well, let's see what happens. The silly point is in. 4 men round the bat now. Lawrence comes in for the 3rd ball of this over, pitched up, and that is an attempt at a drive by Joseph, but it's a swing and a miss.
See, I think the good field for this is an in-outfield potentially. We have people for the defensive prod and people out for the hit over the top.
But because Lawrence has given it a bit more air and there's this drift, he's really, I think he's a better option than Leach for what we think Joseph's mindset might be.
Well, that's why the TV was arguing that Leach should slow it down a bit, because then he gives it a little bit more air and gets it up and down.
Let's see what Lawrence does now. 4th ball of this over. Flatter and shorter, and Joseph tries to smash the pants off it, but it only goes to Leach at mid-wicket. Horribly mistimed, but relatively well fielded by Leach, and there'll be no run. Won't mind that shot at all, will they, Ben?
No, not at all. That's probably a little bit uppish for a little while too.
Bit high on the bat. Lawrence in. Plenty of air and drift, and it's Joe Root who's stood at silly point.
I still want to know what that nonsense was between Stokes and Blackwood. What started it? Was it just Stokes losing the plot, or was it something that was said?
Not entirely sure. Last ball of this over. Joseph back and defends, and that's the end of a wicket maiden for Dan Lawrence.
O'Neill Harris says, "That's the worst leave I've ever seen. He left a straight ball."
He did, and that's the thing. He did leave a straight ball.
Jay Grover says, "I'm not familiar with the term aftermarket. Is that South London for nicked?"
No, aftermarket means...
Which I've answered to him. It's not pre-installed by the manufacturer.
Basically, yes. So it's a, I can't remember, Pioneer system that fits in and has a fascia that makes it look like it's part of the dashboard that it's supposed to be in. And you can plug it into the electrics and use the steering wheel controls to control it as per normal.
Right.
Good,
Do you want to take the next over, Ben?
Yeah, I'll take the next over. Brathwaite is banging in a bail into his...
It's a very West Indian thing, that, isn't it? Because I used to recall Chanderpaul doing that and breaking the ends off bails as he hammered it into the rock hard West Indian wickets.
Yeah. And Leach is going to continue. He's his 43rd over. Tosses that one up. He's going to need a nice bath and a good rub down at the end of the day. That one is played the short leg and there's no run.
Elbow straight in bucket.
Yeah, exactly. And shoulder as well, get a nice deep massage in that. The aches and the hips too. That's too short. Brathwaite is able to go back and across, defend it in the offside. Silly point, and there's no run. Tossed up again and right forward, defended. On the onside, there's no run.
It's funny how the mode of dismissal almost undoes almost all of the work of the innings that you played together.
Yeah, it's just a really odd way to go, eh? Just a brain fade completely. It's defended up to the on Hayden, and there's no run.
That was the flatter, quicker one to keep him honest, I think. And then they can go back to bowling slow, loopy, turning balls, trying to tempt him into playing an injudicious shot.
Defended once more into the onside, and there is no run. 284, so what was it, 70? Well, so that's 213, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no, I doubt Messi Jez would have gone that low actually. Defended into the onside, and there is no run. 212 was the lowest. So the next amount of runs is 227, which is quite a way off.
I do love GPL watch at the end of the day.
3 overs, it's not happening, I don't think.
No. So what are they on now? So 71, wasn't it? So 213 to 227 is 14 more runs, isn't it? So that would be 298. Isn't it? No, they're not going to get 298 in 3 overs, are they? Well, you never know. I thought Joseph was showing some intent in the last over.
It's more likely to be for 5, isn't it?
On YouTube, Naxnud says double centurions deserve something. I'm not sure whether he's talking about double centurions with the runs or with the balls faced.
Sure enough. As Lawrence is in, and that turns sharply, but Joseph just plays that and dabs that down just on the leg side.
Or whether he knows two centurions batting together.
Yeah, I don't see that very often. Although we've seen it twice in this test.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Wait for Bussy. Lawrence in, looped, but outside the off stump, and Joseph really defends with a drivable shot, which is fielded by Wokes. Kind of a inside out field, as Jason referred to earlier on. Lawrence begins again. This one's spinning in more towards the leg stump, and Joseph gets everything behind it.
O'Neill Harris reminds us he saw players trying to bang the expensive zing bails into the ground. The umpire stopped him. Not surprising. They're 30
they're expensive, aren't they? There's electrics in there. Lawrence in, looped ball outside the off stump, and Joseph really doesn't use his feet, just kind of prods at the ball, but does so safely. 2 balls left in this over, the 115th of the innings.
I mean, the technology for Zingban isn't really a lot. It's just a couple of, it doesn't actually have to have anything in it apart from a little light bulb and 2 electrical contacts so that when it comes out it lights on, Maybe a little battery.
Joseph back in his crease to defend this ball just outside the off stump.
I'd imagine they're rechargeable.
Sorry, Jason.
I'd imagine they're rechargeable so you don't have any moving parts inside.
Solar powered is surely the way forward.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it's a bit of plastic with a bloody LCD light and a couple of electric copper strips on either end, isn't it? And a tiny battery. That's not a
Final
lot.
ball of the over, and that is just outside the off stump and just outside the outside edge of Joseph. Lawrence looks skyward, ruefully, but Joseph survives, and there's just 2 overs left in the day.
I bet you they can knock you up a whole batch of those in a Chinese factory for pennies a batch.
That one, the one that didn't turn.
He's bowled quite well.
I tell you what, he's got the look of a frustrated bowler, Lawrence, doesn't he?
Does he bowl in first class cricket?
On occasions, given he's at Essex, I would have said that he's not going to get many opportunities with Harmer there.
No.
And Cup, and there's 3 of them, isn't there? At Essex.
Spinners, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Certainly Harmer, I'm not sure. But,
Harmer is now officially an overseas player, I presume, rather than because he can't be Kolpak anymore, can he?
Correct. He's played as an overseas last year, I think.
Is he coming back this year?
Alternating with Peter Siddle, I think, in his last season.
Okay. That's Leach bowling to Brathwaite. This is the second last over of the day.
But they also had a West Indian fast bowler, Miguel Cummins, as well, has played for Essex there as well.
Miguel Cummins, he's played for the West Indies too, hasn't he? He's played for the national team. I've heard of him. I'm sure I've seen him play for West Indies at some point. That's defended back down the track, and there's no run. Ten balls left in the day. Brathwaite, 109 off 333 deliveries. Slower than Bonner, isn't it? He got his entire.
Slower than Sibley, isn't it?
Certainly slower than Sibley. Well, is it? I don't know, actually. When he got that century somewhere. In South Africa, he got a century, wasn't he?
But he stays there. That's the important factor, I think.
True. This one is once again defended down towards mid-on. There's no run.
Just like the idea of someone being able to play the situation as well as and not get too ruffled by it.
Yeah,
you know,
it's the concentration level is incredible. Played that discipline for so long. That was a little bit short, and it's defended in the offside, and there's no run.
It's not just about capability; it's about temperament as well.
Yeah.
And some people don't have the capability to go big and long or long.
Yeah, it's one or the
innings.
other, isn't it? You know, that's defended back towards the bowler, and there's no run. 1 over remaining in the day. Yeah, so we're going to finish a little bit early again today. Wow, good stuff.
Josh Cooper on YouTube says you need to take all your chances on a flat deck, and we haven't.
No, but we just got gifted one. To be fair. To a part-time bowler. He seems to have a little knack doing it.
Well, the only missed opportunities, and there's been no drops, has there, today? The only thing missed has been the no ball.
Yes, and a non-referral of Blackwood, although that was today, wasn't it? Yeah, it was
Yeah.
today. And they should have
Last over of the day, Lawrence in, tempting Joseph outside the off stump, and again playing a miss from Joseph.
You see what I mean, don't you now, Al? That he if it's there, he will have a go at it. Even if it's the last ball of the day.
I think because he's seen a couple turn in from quite a. Lawrence has spun quite a bit. He's tempted to play this one, spinning back in towards. It would have gone over the top of off stump, but Joseph back in line and. Just 4 balls left. It's just when he does try to drive, it's all a little bit away from his body, which doesn't necessarily do him any favours. Lawrence is in again, and that's again pitched up and outside the off stump and edged away. But I think there'll probably be no run. I don't think Brathwaite's too keen on facing the last 3 ball.
Well, exactly. He's a night's watchman. If he stays there, then Brathwaite's there in the morning, whether he gets out or not. Because if he gets out now, it's the end of the day, isn't it? So there's no need to run.
Stay there, do your job, mate. Hit what you're supposed to hit.
Again, this is a similar situation to when Lawrence got out. It's not so dangerous if you get out in the last over. Annoying. And actually, it'll be a 5th wicket for England, which will be, and they're still over 200 runs behind. In fact, nearly 220 runs behind.
It just throws off everything back into the equation again. As Joseph does drive expansively. This ball too far outside the off stump, and that will be a boundary. Very vacant cover region. A lovely looking shot, but. Do you really want your night watchman playing that with the second to last ball of the day?
Well, probably not.
You have to have a rational confidence, though, as a professional sportsman, don't you?
Well, I imagine that Joseph's just thinking, oh look, 3 runs.
Lawrence in penultimate ball of the day. Lawrence back in line with it, just pushes it into the covers, no run. And there's just 1 ball left of this 3rd day, this 2nd test.
And no one is going to win the GPL again today.
So what's that, 80 odd quid, 90 quid? in
Close
the
to,
pot.
close to 90.
It's like a super jackpot rollover. Lawrence in, that is, hit him on the pad. There's a appeal for caught off the pad. Are they going to review this off the last
Well,
ball
they're
today?
wondering whether it was inside edge onto pad, don't they? They've got 3 left, they haven't lost one yet, have they?
Don't
Give it
think
a
so.
go, why not? Yeah, they have done.
Oh, they've reviewed it.
They've reviewed it with 1 second to go.
So
now,
that's a Cody 1 second review if ever there was one.
there was indeed, yeah. I mean, he did have his bat outside in front of his pad, and it did turn.
How do you
slightly,
feel
beat
about the
inside.
idea that I think that if you're going to review it, you have to say what you're reviewing it for.
Well, they're
So if it's
reviewing.
up-
They're reviewing for a catch, and it's not a catch. It's missed the inside edge, and it's miles down leg side.
The question is, was it hit the back of the bat on the way forward?
So let's have a look at some ultra edge.
It's close. It's not close
It
enough. Though.
is missing on the way
in
forward. Now, are they going to review whether it hits the bat on the way back?
They should.
They should.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
they
where
are,
the
they
ball
are, they are,
stopped.
they are,
Running
they
on,
are.
running on, running on, running
Oh.
on.
Oh!
It's his glove.
No,
it looks
no,
like
ultra edge is silent. Silent running.
From front on, it's well wide. Oh, it looks like it hits the corner of that glove there, but there's no noise on.
There's no noise.
If you look there, it goes up, 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 up. Yeah, that hits that glove there, surely. Oh no, it's not that.
No. There's 2 cameras and no ultra edge, so
I can't see how you can give that.
No,
Optics.
they can't. They can't. The optics from the.
well,
from
there's
the
no,
front
there's
view.
there's no evidence to overturn a not out decision.
No.
So all we're down to is umpire's call on impact, and it's missing leg stump. The review is lost. England will start the day with 2 reviews. The West Indies will start with Craig Brathwaite and Alzari Joseph at the crease. The real captain's innings by Brathwaite, he's 109 not out, and Alzari Joseph is 4. Quite how long he'll last at the beginning of the day is anybody's guess. I don't think he'll be quite as watchful. 217 runs in the day, so GPL is unwon and will roll over to tomorrow.
Yep,
Fair, do we believe that this is just drifting and drifting, or?
Well, they're still quite a way behind, aren't they? You know, they're still over 200 runs behind. England have got to, you know, as you say, they're resilient today, but if they're not resilient tomorrow and get out for another 100 runs, England have got a good 100-run lead.
Yeah.
And probably get to, you know, bat out. They would hope tomorrow, put the pressure on, give them 320, 330 on the final day, something like that. Maybe they don't want to lose and they might bat on too long. The pitch might break up some more. I was hoping it would break up more today. Certainly there was one last night that grubbed against Brathwaite that he was given LBW, but it just slid off the side of the edge. A really thin snip. He managed to jab the bat and get a little bit on it, otherwise it was plumb. Couple of half chances today and not review. England have still got to believe. I mean, it's hard work, but they've got the runs on the board and they've got the opportunity if they can push it home. To have a lead going in the second innings, try and get some quick runs and try and force a result. Hope the pitch, gets worse.
A fine century by Blackwood, but the last of the wickets to fall today.
Yep. Any last
I think
tweets? Then we should get off.
Jago says Silverwood to Essex said Lawrence's bowling was their secret weapon in quotes. And I'll go to YouTube. Yawar said Brathwaite faced 55 overs alone. If you count his 300 odd balls. Ajit Khanna says, "What are you smoking, Bear? Something in honor of West Indies fast bowler this test?"
Absolutely.
I think it's what are you smoking and what are you drinking? Well, you've had Chairman's Reserve today. You moving on to something different tomorrow?
There's a Clement, and I've still got Nephew and Ray. I've got 3 bottles of rum. It's great. Loving it. Just got to remember to get some mixers tomorrow.
as it's Gather says, there's no need to say what the review is for. All dismissals are checked. I think that was the point. I think we're saying that we want to change it so you have to specify what you think the review is for.
Yeah, because you don't generically appeal, do you? You appeal for a specific dismissal. So
yeah.
So if you're going to review
having said that, on appeals like that one at the end, I think you're kind of appealing to the umpire in a sense that it's close to the bat, it hit the pad, it could be out. There's two ways of getting him out. You kind of get a bit appeal happy and go, well, he could be LBW, he could have been caught. We're going to appeal really loud.
Yeah, but it's a bit like we don't know why he's out, but we just think he is.
Well, precisely, but you're entitled to say that and then make the umpire make the decision.
No, you are entitled to.
Well, there's a lot of times where bat is close to pad and did it hit pad, did it hit bat? So and the situation where you've got close infielders, that's precisely it, isn't it? It is close to everything, but you think it's out. You're entitled to appeal. The umpire has to make a decision, and then you say, "But I was appealing for that, so was it not out?" Da, 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 da. In the old days, you probably have a chat and say, "Well, I thought he did that," and the umpire will, "Well, I didn't think it did anything," Anyway,
they
enough
should
of that.
definitely start with Lawrence tomorrow.
Yes, I mean, I'm just looking at the figures. Lawrence 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8, and Jack Leach 44 overs, 14 maidens, 1 for 97. Economy 1.6 for Lawrence and 2.2 for Leach. Is there an argument that Lawrence has been underbowled and they should have brought him on sooner and given him more opportunity, given what he managed to achieve later on in the day?
Well, I think he should have come on instead of Root earlier.
44 overs is a lot.
Yeah, 44 overs is an awful lot. But we thought he was going to get through a thing. I think he'll be a bit disappointed himself, actually, Leach. I think he'll think that he wasn't consistent enough on his lines.
I think it was more the length with Leach than it was the line.
Lines and lengths, which is, Having said that, he'll be reasonably happy that he only went for 2.2 and over.
Yeah.
You take that as a spinner, that's reasonably good, having bowled 44 overs. But I don't think he'll feel that the pitch does offer him opportunities, and maybe he hasn't bowled in the right places to get enough opportunities for those, 2.2 runs and over. Anyway, right, that's it. I'm rambling. The run has got in, and it's time to go. I'm back tomorrow.
So am I.
Okay, well, I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Are you back, Jason, tomorrow?
No, tomorrow I am watching rugby for loads of hours.
Okay.
Because it's the last day of the Six Nations, but we'll be back on Sunday.
I'm sure we'll have many sports results coming in as we do tomorrow's coverage, as it's Saturday afternoon. So until then, it's goodbye from me. It's goodbye from Al.
Goodbye.
And it's goodbye from Jace.
Goodbye.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how